I said you better watch what you're doing, cause I ain't gonna stop when I'm moving. I'm headed to the top, I'ma do it. I'm headed to the top, I'ma prove it. And I could go all night, I'm sick of being nothing. All right, I'm gonna be something. I'll fight with every breath, trust me. I'ma be the one at the top, you can't touch me. I bleed with every word coming. I would rather die than be someone who's nothing. I'm the type of dude who will not remain nameless. I'm the type of dude who is headed for greatness. I'm the type of dude who could really make changes, cause I'm the type of dude that's becoming contagious. I'm the type of dude that will always be ageless. I'm the type of dude that will always feel shameless. I'm the type of dude that they say is fucking heinous, cause I'm the type of dude that you know is fucking dangerous.
You are absolutely right. The way he went about it was absolutely wrong. Like, so, like I said, I'm not
of my Jewish hatred that actually goes. Other than the fact that why are y'all popping out of the sewers in New York City?
Annunciation Catholic Church. You couldn't have called it pronounced Catholic Church?
Yeah, pronounced the Catholic.
It would be Zimbabwe. It would be.
Ah, damn it. There we go.
What would you define as socialism?
In practice, it would be the Soviet Union. It would be Zimbabwe. It would be Mao's China. It would be Pol Pot's Cambodia. In philosophy, it would be, of course, Marxist doctrine, the elimination of the family, the elimination of private property, and the elimination of speech and personal protection rights.
All right. I mean, if that's what you define as socialism, then yeah.
Well, but okay, great.
Yeah, that works for me.
All right, cool, great. We have an agreement. Okay.
What would you?
And for that, he was killed. Like, it makes no fucking sense. Of course, no, it wasn't for that, just that. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna start a little bit early today because this is gonna be a long one. The thing's 4.5 hours long. We will speed up the time in this whole thing. Davey will be with us as soon as he gets the chance. What up, Glenn? We got Wes with us, just Rhonda, and Sassy Gemini. As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, you know we ain't doing a show on Thursday. We're gonna give Rhonda a chance to shine for her first live stream by herself. So go over to the Sassy Gemini channel. It's pinned on the comments there. Right here, we're gonna give it a link. As a matter of fact, I'll put a link on this to kind of make sure everybody else can see it in the other side. But yeah, she's gonna do her own show on this Thursday. She says she's got some things to say and she wants to speak up. I'm here for it. We're gonna pass the mic off to her on Thursday night. There will be no show for us Thursday. Make sure you check out Rhonda. But I think it's about time we get this shit started then, right? Because this is going to be a minute, and this is going to be somewhat hard to listen to for some of these insufferable dick sucks. But it needs to be heard. So let's go.
I welcome Mr. Patel and all the people that are here to observe. This is our annual FBI oversight hearing. We meet today in the aftermath of the political assassination of Charlie Kirk, a school shooting, and the senseless murder of Ukrainian refugees, and also to remember several weeks ago the killings in Minnesota. Charlie Kirk was a man of God, faith, family, and country. I pray for his wife, Erica.
I'm already started,
children, the whole family.
That would take a lot.
God bless you, Charlie Kirk.
But I do want you back on whenever you want.
Patel for an update today on this matter. As we proceed with the hearing, Director Patel, I'd like to note that you've agreed to one 10-minute round of questioning. That's more time than your predecessor agreed to. When Director Wray appeared before this committee, he left early to go on a family vacation.
Yeah, he did.
And he wanted me to think it was business he had to conduct. Since your confirmation, you've been acquainted with the bureaucracy that you must reform and hold accountable. And that's no simple task. You've begun the important work of returning the FBI to its law enforcement mission. According to the FBI, since January 20th of this year, the FBI has been involved in the arrest of more than 23,000 violent criminals. This year, the FBI assisted in the arrest of more than 1,500 child predators and 300 human traffickers. And this year, the FBI helped rescue more than 4,000 children from predators. FBI teams nationwide are working alongside immigration and custom enforcement.
Oh.
This teamwork has resulted in the arrest and removal of a historic number of violent criminal aliens, gang members, and child sex offenders. Those are overwhelming better records than at least two of your past predecessors. During the Ray era at the FBI, the Bureau reallocated resources from child crimes to January 6 work. Director Patel, you've also moved agents from headquarters to field offices to better align with their law enforcement mission. Under your leadership, the FBI has apprehended several most wanted fugitives and secured the extradition of senior leaders of the Central American gangs like MS-13. Now, it's well understood that your predecessor left you an FBI infected with politics. I'm going to provide examples of that today, including making public new whistleblower records. At your nomination hearing, I made public records that whistleblowers provided me about Arctic Frost. Arctic Frost was the FBI case opened and approved by antitrust Trump FBI agent Tebow. Arctic Frost then became Jack Smith's elector case against then citizen Trump and now President Trump. These new records show that Arctic Frost was much broader than just an electoral matter. The case was expanded to Republican organizations. Some examples of the group that Ray FBI sought to place under political investigation included the Republican National Committee, Republican Attorney General's Association, and various Trump political groups. In total, 92 Republican targets, including Republican groups and Republican-linked individuals, were placed under investigative scope of Arctic Frost. On that political list was one of Charlie Kirk's groups, Turning Point USA. In other words, Arctic Frost wasn't just a case to politically investigate Trump. It was the vehicle by which partisan FBI agents and Department of Justice prosecutors could achieve their partisan ends and improperly investigate the entire Republican political apparatus. So today, Senator Johnson and I are making these records public for the entire country to see, and I hope a lot of people are interested in seeing what government can do when various agencies have a political agenda. My investigative work has also exposed the political way in which Peter Navarro was investigated and prosecuted. When FBI agent Tebow found out that Biden's DOJ would prosecute Navarro, he said,
"What up, Rick?
Wow,
Bruce
great."
Wayne?
That's a quote, unquote. Through whistleblowers, I've obtained a audio recording.
I'm gonna mute my
of
camera
Special
for a
Agent
second.
Gia Gardina and Special Agent Sebastian Gardner's delivery of a subpoena.
Okay,
to
this has
Navarro.
got to go faster.
I'm making that audio public today. In a court document filed by the Department of Justice, Navarro's interaction with the FBI was unfairly described as, quote, unquote, the word combative. That intervention with Navarro was just as a justification to later aggressively arrest.
Just Rhonda, thank you for the gifted memberships here. We got Glenn coming in. Seagull Gunner's finally joining us. Is got one. Andrea Alvarez, welcome back. And Lauren Wimberly. Look at that. Look at the notifications that come on in. Do your job. I meant it. Every step of the way, Bruce. I meant it. Do your fucking job. Kick them out.
Then we get to the Clinton Annex and the Durham Annex. The Clinton Annex showed that the Comey FBI had evidence necessary to complete the Clinton investigation the one about her mishandling of emails and classified information, but the FBI never did its job because it never reviewed the evidence at that time. The Durbin Annex showed that the Clinton campaign had a plan to falsely tie Trump to Russia, yet the Comey FBI failed to investigate that information. Instead, the Comey FBI used the discredited Clinton campaign-funded Steele dossier to advance crossfire hurricane against Trump. Director Patel, thanks in large part to you, both annexes were finally declassified. That may be history, but it's history to make sure we don't repeat the history of the past. And the people ought to be concerned when the weaponization of government is used in this way, whether it's done by Republicans or Democrats. Last Congress, I made public an FBI document called 1023 form that alleged a bribery scheme with the Biden family. To date, the FBI has never answered Congress whether they investigated the text messages, the audio files, and the financial records referenced in that 1023. Whistleblowers have provided my office with 2 additional FBI 1023 documents.
I'll tell you what, I can't say that I'm going to do it anyway. Kazakhstan, this bitch.
These documents memorialize statements from FBI sources. These 2 new 1023 documents are from separate FBI confidential human sources during different years. So in total, we now have 3 different FBI confidential human sources providing information about the Biden family and potential criminal conduct. Today, Senator Johnson and I are releasing these records. Let me say this for the partisan media, the people that are supposed to be policemen of our Republican form of government. We aren't saying the allegations are true. We want to know what the FBI...
Bruce, if yesterday didn't have me on the FBI's radar even further, I don't know what we'll ever do it then.
FBI did to fully investigate their veracity or lack thereof and what they concluded. Let's put this matter to rest one way or the other. Starting with my chairmanship, I've given one example after another of disgraceful partisan weaponization by federal law enforcement. Since the Trump administration took power, many FBI agents have been removed. The removal included agents and prosecutors who became partisan weapons that lost their way, and I've made records public to prove it. And many of my whistleblowers were aggressively retaliated against by some FBI agents who were subsequently fired. One FBI whistleblower publicly said of these terminations, quote, ensuring that they no longer work at the FBI isn't retribution, it's responsible leadership, end of quote. Which brings me to my final and favorite topic, whistleblowers. In August, 10 of my FBI whistleblowers secured compensation agreement because of your leadership, Director Patel. It included a mix of reinstatement to the FBI, reinstatement of security clearances, and monetary compensation. At the beginning of this month, another of my FBI whistleblowers got their job back. All told, across government agencies, almost 20 whistleblowers have received fixes to their retaliation. Today, you'll get a lot of grief from some members of this committee, but in the short amount of time you've been director, you've corrected whistleblower retaliation, increased transparency more than any other FBI director I've seen, whether that FBI director was appointed by Republicans or Democrats. And I've been around here more than anybody else on this committee. I yield to Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Chairman Grassley, for holding this oversight hearing during a critical period in the history of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
God, this
during my 4 years as
dickhead.
chair, I held 4 hearings with then FBI Director Wray. As a reminder,
And every single one of them were
Republicans who claimed the
trash.
Biden administration weaponized the FBI, President Biden retained Director Wray, a lifelong Republican who was President Trump's nominee for the office. After his second election in an unprecedented move, President Trump forced out...
I don't know why you dickheads still think that that's something. I'm still registered fucking Democrat and I goddamn hate every single one of you. So what the fuck does that have to do that Trump nominated him? He's been a lifelong Republican. You think that's gonna do any goddamn thing? Except to the mentally fucking insane who go around shooting shit because that's all the justification they need at this point. What the fuck do you think that does? Just proves how goddamn useless you motherfuckers are. Because you got no other argument other than, I'm a piece of shit, but I can't tell the American public that, so you're the piece of shit. Shut the fuck up, dick suck.
Director Wray and nominated Kash Patel, arguably the most partisan FBI director ever. Director Patel came to the FBI with a political mission, and he spelled it out in writing in detail. He wrote government gangsters, quote, "The rot at the core of the FBI is not just scandalous, it's an..."
Wes, thank you for the other gifted 5. Here we got Nancy coming in, Nancy Sands Owens, Teresa Adavani, Just Me coming in, Mary Paquette, and the Roz Rodriguez. Welcome.
existential threat to our Republican form of government, end quote. And with the power of his office and the blessings of the president, he attacked the FBI with a vengeance. Mr. Patel had falsely claimed the FBI, quote, was planning January 6th for a year, end quote. He even went so far as to produce a song by the January 6th rioters.
No, Durbin. They were planning for a good little fucking bit for that shit. You think just because you say something happened that everybody's gonna fucking believe it? By all accounts, January 6th was set up by the heads of the Democrat fucking party to make Trump look bad so people would hate him and not want to vote for him again. Why did it take Nancy Pelosi 71 minutes to make that fucking call? Meanwhile, she's down there with a daughter recording everything, calling every other motherfucker, wondering, oh, are you safe? Do you have enough to eat? Are you comfortable? What the fuck does that matter? What the goddamn fuck does that matter? It was your fucking job. As soon as your ass was out of harm's way in any way to get on that fucking phone call, see what's happening, and unleash the National Guard. That cunt waited 71 minutes and made sure even fucking people like, what was his name? McCarthy. Making sure that they were okay and they had enough to eat and they had food and water and doing all that shit. Instead of calling in the National Guard. By all goddamn accounts, faggot motherfucker, you set that up. And I'm starting to believe that you at least knew about it. Whether you had a hand in it or not, it's still up in the fucking air. But you knew about it because you were always trying to suck that fucking dick of January 6th.
Who violently assaulted police officers in the Capitol. He compiled an enemies list of public servants he called government gangsters.
Good.
Like former FBI Director Mueller, whom Patel called, quote, an utter swamp creature.
Why isn't he in
Former
prison?
Trump officials who served
We
with
all
Mr. Patel
knew
warned us
he
would
broke the
weaponize
fucking law
FBI
multiple
to
times.
protect the president's allies and target his critics. And indeed, Director Patel has already inflicted untold damage on the FBI, putting our national security and public safety at risk.
The only untold damage he's done right now is actually, hey, we can't say anything about the Jeffrey Epstein thing. He's fumbled a little bit here and there in some of the things, but that's not damage done to the FBI. There's no untold fucking damage. The untold damage was Christopher Wray going after people like me for what? Calling you a treasonous sack of shit? It's about time you set the fuck down and shut your fucking mouth.
Since January 20th, the Trump administration has engaged in an unprecedented purge of FBI officials. As we heard from highly credible whistleblowers, Mr. Patel was involved in directing this purge.
They should have been exiled from the country or put in
despite
prison.
His sworn testimony to this committee.
Fuck you and everything about
terminations and
you.
forced retirements of all 6 nonpartisan career officials who run all 6 branches of the FBI, the executive assistant directors. Since then, at least 18 of the 53 special agents in charge of FBI field offices have been removed, along with many other senior officials. Individual agents have been targeted for termination simply due to the work that they were assigned, such as January 6th investigation. In fact, according to former acting FBI Director Brian Driscoll, in a lawsuit filed last week, Director Patel made this very plain, telling Driscoll personally, quote, that his own job depended on the removal of agents who worked on the cases against the president, end quote. And even though he knew, quote, the nature of summary findings were likely illegal. At the same time, Director Patel has installed MAGA loyalists as political appointees in key career positions, including...
You're MAGA loyalist. They're MAGA loyalists because they're actually upholding the fucking law and making people actually really do their jobs correctly. They're MAGA loyalists. Oh my God. Oh my God, America. We just killed Charlie Kirk. MAGA loyalists are the biggest threat to this fucking country, right? We just cheered on the death of a man who just wanted to fucking talk. But MAGA, extreme MAGA Republicans are the biggest threat to this fucking treason. Fucking treason. You are waging war on the American goddamn people, faggot.
Including conspiracy theorist Dan Bongino as FBI deputy.
You see how easy that's getting?
In the history of the FBI that this position has not been held by a career FBI agent. Director Patel has also reportedly initiated loyalty test, requiring dozens of officials to sit for polygraph exams and answer inappropriate questions about whether they've made negative comments about him personally.
Oh, so you mean people who are in a very militaristic profession? The head of the dude that runs that militaristic profession asked his people, do you hate me? Do I need to get rid of you? Am I going to sit here and have some kind of worry in the back of my head that you might pull a gun on me and shoot me in the back of my head? Oh, that's a fucking problem, Durbin. Holy motherfuck. Oh my God. This motherfucker's gotta go.
Of course, as is often the case in the Trump administration, the rules apply to thee, but not to me. As we understand it from highly credible sources.
That's what you said for the last 4 fucking years, faggot.
Executive team and others on the 7th floor had disqualifying alerts on their initial polygraph exam. Well, how did they survive? They survived because of a personal waiver by either the director or the attorney general to remain employed by the Bureau. Understand the context here.
Personal rewind that. Personal waiver by who?
Disqualifying alerts on their initial polygraph exam. Well, how did they survive? They survived because of a personal waiver by either the director or the attorney general to remain employed by the Bureau.
So either the Attorney General Pam Bondi or the director of the FBI, Kash Patel himself, gave the waiver so they wouldn't be fired. And somehow this is an abuse of fucking power? Motherfuckers were disqualifying, which means they show signs of saying, I'm just gonna disobey a direct fucking order just because I don't like you. And Kash Patel and Pam Bondi said, yeah, keep him employed. And somehow this is an abuse of fucking power. You are the most retarded son of a bitch in at least the fucking Senate. And that's saying a lot because Adam Schiff is there now. Hirono's there.
Political
and you're still dumbest.
Given the routine FBI polygraph exam, failed and had to receive waivers to continue their positions. They were lucky to keep their political appointments. They were. But the 5,000 career civil servants the director has so far forced out of the Bureau's ranks were not offered that same courtesy. 5,000.
The other 5,000 that might shoot me in the back of the head didn't get the same courtesy of me saying, yeah, you can stay to shoot me in the back of the head. Are you fucking... Oh my God. Are we this dumb, America? Are we gonna fall for this stupid shit? It's an abuse of power to let some people that might shoot me in the back of the head stay because, hey, they might actually be a little bit valuable. But those other 5,000 motherfuckers who would do it in a blink of an eye? Oh, it's an abuse of power that you fired them so they can't shoot you in the back of the head. Are we done, America? Can we get rid of this shit? Yeah. None of this makes any fucking sense.
This mass exodus has created a disastrous brain drain, particularly in the fields of cybersecurity, counterterrorism, and counterintelligence. For example, my office has received information indicating that cuts to the Bureau's cyber division will cut personnel by half.
You mean the same motherfuckers that were spying on Americans without fucking warrants? Hacking into people's shit without fucking warrants? Oh, it's gonna hurt our cybersecurity because we can't spy on American citizens using illegal means any goddamn more. This is your Democrat fucking party. They are now telling you straight up, yes, they are a fascist regime. They must monitor even when you take a fucking shit because they're scared to death of you. And to control you, they must keep you under lock and fucking key. That's a very, very, very fascistic fucking mindset. But yet here it is. Donald Trump is the fascist because the motherfucker's saying, hey, we need to fix this and let America be what it used to fucking be back in the day. At least go back to some semblance of that. But that's fascism. It's fascism. We can't have Donald Trump in office. So we need to watch your every fucking move. So we don't lose power. But it's fascism to try to return this country back to some semblance of what it used to be. I'm fucking done with them.
Despite the ever-increasing threats posed by adverse foreign actors. The brain drain is exacerbated by Director Patel's misuse of remaining FBI personnel and resources to focus on other priorities of this administration. According to reports, the 25 largest FBI field offices have been ordered to divert 45% of their agents from their primary missions to work on the mass deportation of immigrants. Just as concerning is Director Patel's plan to hire fewer qualified agents by removing the college degree requirement and reducing new agent training at Quantico from 18 weeks to just 8.
We're on the front
So we
page
have a brain drain
of
and a
politics on the
significant
Rumble.
watered
Oh, yeah.
down of training.
What
Quite
up,
a
Sober?
record, Mr. Patel. His recently fired special agents and others have warned fast-tracking inexperienced and improperly trained people into critical national security jeopardizes the Bureau's ability to effectively protect America. Director Patel himself had no training or life experience for this position. The result of that incompetence is staggering. For example, after Attorney General Bondi publicly stated in February that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now to review, that's what she said on Fox, Director Patel diverted more than 1,000 FBI personnel from their critical missions to work on 24-hour shifts reviewing over 100,000 pages of Epstein-related records. These personnel were instructed to flag any records in which President Trump was named. But that review ended in an unsigned memorandum from DOJ and FBI stating simply, there is no incriminating client list, close quote. Director Patel still has not responded to my letter from 2 months ago asking about his role in this cover-up. On the day of the horrific shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, Director Patel again sparked mass confusion by incorrectly claiming on social media that the shooter was in custody, which he then had to walk back with another social media post. Mr. Patel was so anxious to take credit for finding Mr. Kirk's assassin that he violated one of the basics of effective law enforcement. At critical stages of an investigation, shut up and let the professionals do their job. Notably, Director Patel recently forced out Special Agent in charge of Salt Lake City, Mayim Saeed, a counterterrorism expert with 20 years' experience, who would have...
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Davey's ready. He's coming in. That means we have to switch some things up. So give me 1 second. Deactivate that. We're going to that. Oh, it's not there. Okay, so I can connect everything real quick while we give Davey a call. Get all this set up. Hold on, guys. All right.
I gotta share my screen still.
Yes, you do.
Doki artichoke. Oh, I am I'm ghastly.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Turn on my camera. All right. So now we got to flip here. See, this is the show
Hi,
prep we normally do in the background here.
See, it's all at the same. Everything's the same as yesterday, yet it looks different.
There's something about your camera keeps trying to change it back to that washout.
I need a camera. Basically,
Or just delete the program and the driver's port.
I need to get a new camera, Richard. Shut up.
This is what we're doing, ladies and gentlemen. All right,
I'm just making an excuse for myself to buy a new camera. This shit is old.
All right, so that's set up. Okay, we're good to go with that. A live screen, my screen. Then I don't think there's gonna be any point for that tonight, but I will keep you muted unless you have something you need to show.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
All right. Rumble Cup, we don't need end to no works. Soapbox. My camera, his camera. All right, back to my screen on live. Okay. We are good to roll. Now we are sitting at 2x, 2 times speed right now. No, 1.5 speed. This thing's, like I said, this thing's like 4.5 hours long. So, yeah. Why is that so goddamn wide? Why can't it do?
Oh, I thought you were talking about my brightness. For some reason, it just...
No, fucking...
There we go. Default.
Yeah, that's what we need. Why is this so damn big now? Fuck it. Okay, here, let's do this.
That's what she said.
I can't shrink it down anymore than that.
Man, what the... Sorry, guys.
Screw it.
I didn't mean to fuck everything up.
Yeah, he definitely did. Why you fix your camera? I'm gonna let that roll.
led this high-profile investigation. The men and women who serve at the FBI and the American people
By
deserve
the
a
way,
director who has the
ladies and
ability
gentlemen,
the character
make sure you look
to
at the
restore
sticker
the Bureau to
today,
its place
because
as a
it's right
preeminent law
there.
enforcement agency. I want to close on a personal note. I came of age in the 1960s. We experienced a number of horrific assassinations, including President John Kennedy, Senator Robert Kennedy,
Destiny
Dr.
got
Martin Luther
banned
King.
from Twitch.
We are going through a
I know,
similar
I sent
period
it.
of division and political violence.
Oh, you
All
did?
of us
But we
in
can't-
public life,
Yeah,
on both sides of the aisle,
I
have a
haven't been-
responsibility
But we can't
to
be
bring down
too-
the temperature and to work to unite the American people.
But we can't
Let's
be
clear.
too,
Republicans are not Nazis.
fucky,
and Democrats are not evil, as Mr. Patel has claimed. Democrats are not responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk, and Republicans were not responsible for the murder of Melissa Hordman. Our political opponents are not our enemies. We are all Americans, and we should be working together to keep the American people.
Republicans are not responsible for Melissa Hortman. You stupid fucking asshole. You're going to sit there and tell me that somebody that Tim Walz hired fucking directly is a Republican responsible for killing a fucking state representative? Huh?
Safe and protect their constitutional rights. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would you please stand so I can swear? Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please be seated, and you can give your statement now.
Jennifer Dodono,
Thank you.
read
Good morning, Mr. Chairman,
Simple
Ranking Member
Davies
Durbin,
Post.
members of the committee. It's an honor to be here with you today as the
What
ninth
post?
director of the FBI. I want to provide by providing a briefing into the.
Oh, you front
tragic
page of
assassination
politics?
Charlie
Yeah, I
Kirk.
saw that.
It's important that this FBI is transparent as possible.
Your
without
camera's
jeopardizing
lagging.
Investigations.
I know. I
Charlie
just
Kirk
saw
was shot
that.
at 12:23 p.m. on September 10th. I think this timeline is pretty.
How about we do
important.
this?
Less than a day later, the FBI at my direction
Back
released the
out,
first
come
set of
back in
images of the
again.
suspect that
That
we captured
usually
based on
fixes
our
it.
analysis on the ground.
All right.
Later that evening,
Our
while
cameras are
conducting
gonna be
extensive
fucked.
interviews
Hold
and
on.
cell phone analysis, and also flying out evidence response teams and hostage rescue teams and evidence tacticians who were collecting evidence in live time and flying them back to Washington, D.C. in our laboratories for immediate analyses. We were able to extract video from the campus feed, and at my direction at 8 p.m., in partnership and promise to working with the public to bring this fugitive to justice, we released a newly, never before seen video of the suspect. We
I need
also
the
released
screen
new
share.
enhanced photos of the
Oh,
suspect.
shit, sorry.
A few hours later,
And you
that
need to
suspect
fix your
was in
camera
custody,
again.
pursuant to the
It's dark
interrogation of the
as fuck.
suspect's own father, who stated,
know. I don't-
when I saw that video that you released, I recognized it was my son, and I confronted him, and he was handed over to lawful law enforcement authorities. That is the FBI working with the public, as I promised, being transparent and providing critical information along the way in the manhunt for the suspect or suspects involved in Charlie's assassination. We received over 11,000 tips in the first 24 hours alone. We received 16,000 submissions to our digital media enterprise and tip lines. That is a large number of material to go through. I want to thank President Trump and the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, for their unwavering support and commitment of resources to this and all investigations. I also want to especially thank our colleagues in Utah, the Governor's Office, DPS, and the sheriffs out there. State and local law enforcement partnership has been a
up,
cornerstone
Joe?
since I took over at the FBI, and it was no different here. And our teams in Salt Lake City, our SACs out there across the country, our lab technicians in Quantico, who raced to complete the evidence analysis so the public could have the answers they need. These people worked through the night without sleep for days on end. They are to be commended. They are not to be attacked. And many, many, many more people I don't have time to thank here today. But I do want to thank the American people especially. The mission of the FBI is for them and with them and by, with, and through them. And it's that mission and that ethos that I brought to this investigation and so many others, and that's why that suspect is in custody. We cannot do our job without the American public and credible reporting in the media, and that's why Tyler Robinson is in custody today, about to face charges. The last time I appeared before this committee was in January for my confirmation hearing. I told you then that if I were confirmed, I would provide and do everything I can to
Yeah,
provide
it
safe and
didn't
secure
fix your
care.
camera. It's still lagging.
I
like
promise to
fuck.
provide the courageous men and
Oh,
women of the FBI the tools and resources they need to crush violent crime and defend the homeland. I pledge myself to commit to full transparency, oversight, and accountability so we could restore the public's trust in the FBI. And that's exactly what I've done. Under this administration, the FBI has arrested more than 23,000
What up, Carolyn?
violent criminals. That's more than twice for the same time period from last year alone.
You know.
23,000, more than twice from the same time period last year. We've taken over 6,000 illegal firearms off the streets. That number is an exponential increase. We've identified and located more than 4,700 child victims. More than 4,700 child victims have been found by this FBI. That is a 35% increase from the same time period last year. 1,500 child predators have been arrested. That's a 5% increase from the same time last year. 300 human traffickers have been arrested. That's a 10% increase from the same time last year. Over 350 members of Tren de Aragua, foreign terrorist organization, have been arrested, and we have 42 ongoing cases. That is a 250% increase from the same time last year. Those are just some of the things the FBI is doing differently and better because we are leading the mission to crush violent crime and defend the homeland.
You're damn
We've
right.
also captured four top 10 fugitives from the FBI's top 10 most wanted list. To put that in perspective, that's the same amount I've captured in 7 months that my predecessor did during the entirety of the Biden administration. Those are real results, and the credit is to the men and women at the FBI. We've been able to achieve these results because the FBI recognizes violent crime doesn't just happen in Washington, D.C. That's why one of my first decisions as a director was to get the people, the Bureau's professional staff, out to the field. And we've done that with great speed. And every single one of your districts and states has received a plus-up of FBI personnel, agents, and special operators to the tune of almost 1,000. We did that because crime had unexpectedly and unacceptably exploded across the country. In fact, one of the stats that the American people should thank the FBI the most for is we are on track to have the lowest murder rate in modern American history. The lowest murder rate by double-digit percentages. A major factor in the drop of this violent crime is the FBI's flagship Operation Summer Heat. We use this initiative at the direction of the President and the Attorney General, surging resources to our major and mid-major cities across America, conducting intelligence-based operations to target the worst of the worst, to target the gangs, to target the transnational organizations, to target the TCOs, and to target the drug trafficking cartels. And we have taken them out city by city. There's a lot of work left to be done, but we're off to a great start. Just ask the citizens of Seattle, Miami, Memphis, Charlotte, Chicago, and so many more places, specifically New Orleans and Nashville alone, there has been an increase in the number of violent crime arrests by an average of 250% for each of those cities. And there has been a drastic reduction in crime across the board in mid-major cities across this country, thanks to the men and women of the FBI. How are we doing that? We are attacking the drug epidemic. We've seized nearly 1,000 kilograms of meth and cocaine off the streets of America. We've taken over 1,600 kilograms of fentanyl off the streets. Maybe one of the greatest achievements we have this year, 1,600 kilograms of fentanyl. That's a 25% increase from the same time last year. To put things in perspective, that's enough fentanyl to kill a third of the American populace, 115 million Americans. We're also going after the companies that manufacture these precursors overseas in places like mainland China and their cutting agents. In fact, this month in Cincinnati, we announced groundbreaking charges aimed at the individuals and businesses responsible for flooding these opioids and their precursors and cutting agents into the streets of America. And for the first time that I can remember, we are charging these businesses and enterprises, not just in America, but in mainland China, and seizing their operational necessity to have money by seizing their cryptocurrency wallets. We're also equally important to protecting the homeland. We know we have a no-fail mission. We're committed to keeping our nation safe from terrorism, cyber attacks, and foreign adversaries, whether stopping threats inspired by foreign terrorist organizations or lone wolf actors or sponsored by hostile nation states. This year, we've already made nearly 60 counterintelligence arrests. 60 counterintelligence arrests this year alone is a 30% increase from the same time period last year for the CI work at the FBI. I'm proud when we can share our successes, such as when an espionage charge was brought against an active duty U.S. Navy sailor caught spying for the People's Republic of China. But I want the American people to know the FBI is protecting the homeland from foreign adversaries in a way that will never make the news, and a lot of the good work that they do will never be able to be discussed in this setting. We're working on cyber threats. We're attacking malware infrastructure, going after ransomware attackers, delivering a new partnership with the private public sector engagements we've taken with the companies who are attacked by these foreign adversaries and nation-state actors and individual enterprise rings from around the world. We're combating Salt Typhoon, Vault Typhoon, Flex Typhoon, and so many other ransomware and cyber threats this nation faces. We're also arresting people such as Tajik National in Brooklyn, who was suspected of sending tens of thousands of dollars to support ISIS. We're going after the new form of what I refer to as modern-day terrorism in America, 764 crimes that involve harming our children by going after them online, causing self-mutilation, suicide, sexual abuse, and steering them in the wrong direction. Currently, we have 3,500 international terrorism investigations. Specifically, we have in this country 1,700 domestic terrorism investigations, a large chunk of which are nihilistic violent extremism, NVE, those who engage in violent acts motivated by deep hatred of society, whatever that justification they seem is. The FBI has seen a 300% increase in cases opened this year alone versus the same time last year. In the last couple of months, the FBI secured a guilty plea for a man in Tennessee who attacked an energy facility with drones and explosives. We secured the indictment of a violent Sinaloa cartel faction leader in Chicago on narco-terrorism charges. Our folks in Sacramento collaborated with domestic and international partners to secure a guilty plea for a leader of a transnational terrorist organization who solicited the murder of federal officials. But the Bureau's job is not done. I'm committed to this transparency. Mr. Chairman, you alluded to our work with Congress. To date, in the 7 months that I've been FBI director, we have produced 33,000 pages to the United States Congress, 33,000 pages. Just to put that in perspective, my predecessor in his 7-year term issued 13,000 pages to Congress, and his predecessor in his 4-year term issued 3,000 pages to Congress. I've issued 33,000 pages in 7 months, and we're going to keep going. I'm dedicated to restoring the trust that the public has and needs and the integrity at the FBI, and it's being done every day by the men and women of the FBI. Now, I know that there's a lot of talk about Epstein, and I'm here to testify that the original sin in the Epstein case was the way it was initially brought by Mr. Acosta back in 2006. The original case involved a very limited search warrant or set of search warrants and didn't take as much investigatory material it should have seized. If I were the FBI director then, it wouldn't have happened. The search warrants were limited to small time periods to include 2002 to 2005 and 1997 to 2001. Mr. Acosta allowed Epstein to enter in 2008 to a plea and non-prosecution agreement, which then the courts issued mandates and protective orders legally prohibiting anyone from ever seeing that material ever again without the permission of the court. The non-prosecution agreements also barred future prosecutions for those involved at that time of those individuals. Still, this administration at the direction of President Trump has done more to turn over all the credible information we are legally able to do so, and we will continue to work with Congress to achieve that end. Under the direction of the President, thank you for your support for our mission to working to jointly deliver transparency and congressional oversight to the United States. Lastly, I want to close with the President's initiative here in Washington, D.C. as an example of what we're doing around the country. And I think our next city is Memphis. 21,000 arrests in D.C. with our federal partners. A huge decrease in violent crime. 60% decrease in gun crimes in Washington, D.C. in the last month. 74% decrease in carjackings in Washington, D.C. in the last month. 53% decrease in homicides in Washington, D.C. in the last month. The drugs are disappearing. People are freely walking around the states, and we're restoring the nation's capital to its glory. That work is through the interagency process that the FBI is proud to be a part of, and the initiative spearheaded by President Trump and the Attorney General.
For me?
And perhaps most notably for investigations. In Washington
Jackie
itself,
said,
was the
wait, that
intelligence the
binder's
FBI
whole
gathered
speech?
toward
I
source
said,
network
yeah,
in
imagine you took
DC
up the whole
that helped
4.5
identify
hours.
suspects in a horrific
I mean, no. That's not his whole speech. That's like all the statistics and everything he brought here. But yeah, his thing is huge. It's looking like, what was her name?
Oh,
McEnany. She'd come out with that binder. With
Yeah.
tabs in oh.
It was like half her fucking size because she was petite.
But
She's like, hey guys, I'm coming. I'll be there in a second. I kind of dragged this whole thing with me.
murder of the DC intern Eric Tarpinian. We're proud to be a part of that investigation. We're proud to put the resources to bear of the FBI. And in closing, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee and Ranking Member Durbin, I'm honored to be the 9th director of the FBI. I'm not going anywhere. If you want to criticize my 16 years of service, please bring it on. Over to you.
Why is he still in Congress? In Senate?
When
he was a fucking sleep.
Republican or Democrats want a yes or no answer, that the witness and the senators
Chuck,
talking
wake the
over
fuck
each other.
up.
So I thought what I'd do this time, rather than have that happen, if there's something you don't get a chance to answer because of the demeanor of a Republican or Democrat senator, before when we get done with that questioner, I'd give you a chance to fill in if there's something you didn't get a chance to say. Since 2019, I've sought greater transparency about Jeffrey Epstein and the government handling of the matter. I've continued to investigate during this Congress. Director Patel, was Jeffrey Epstein an intelligence asset for the United States government or the foreign government? And if so, which agencies or governments?
Mr. Chairman, I can only speak to the FBI as the director of the FBI, and Mr. Epstein was not a source for the FBI.
Okay. Would you commit to providing my office with all classified and non-classified records relating to the Epstein matter?
I will commit to providing all records I'm legally permitted to do so under the court orders.
Yeah, because there's 3 court orders.
It seems to me
That
that I accept your answer to my question, but the broader intelligence community ought to answer these questions as well.
Is this on 1.5 or
victims deserve
1.25?
an answer.
1.5.
Regarding the initial FBI 1023 document that I made public last
He just talks
Congress,
that fucking
that
slow?
document mentioned
Yes.
1, text messages, 2.
Yes, he does. As a matter of fact, let's go to
sounded-
normal.
Wait, hold on. That's if I'm wrong, let me know. I swear to God, I thought that was normal. The way he normally speaks.
It sounds like a normal speed in somebody's speech, but no, this is normal speed.
Audio recordings and 3 financial records that allegedly proved a bribery scheme.
Sounds like 0.5.
The
That's normal fucking speed.
And then the normal with speed is.
Yeah.
Biden family and foreign interests. Regarding those records, did the Ray FBI make any effort to determine whether they existed? Did the Ray FBI make any effort to obtain those records?
Not to my knowledge, Mr. Chairman.
Since this matter hasn't been fully investigated, the FBI has an
Quiet Park
obligation to the
Podcast
public to
is
do
right
exactly
behind
that and
us
figure
now.
out why it wasn't
Who?
investigated.
Quiet Park
Next
Podcast.
question. Done a
right
lot of
behind us
oversight
on the
relating to
leaderboard.
sexual misconduct by the FBI agents. In fact, I believe this is something I discussed with Ray, one of his
Should've just
appearances
left you by
before this
yourself.
committee. According to the FBI Inspection Division, it opened nearly 300 investigations based on sexual misconduct referrals between 2017 and 2024. According to whistleblowers, the Biden-Ray FBI totally dropped the ball on this question. One credible accusation of sexual misconduct is too many, of course. Are you committed to reviewing the Bureau's policies to ensure responsible responses to credible allegations of misconduct, that they are swift and adequately protect victims?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Relating to a similar subject, during child crimes and sexual misconduct related investigations, are any private sector companies less than cooperative with you? What improvements in information sharing need to be made to catch those criminals?
Mr. Chairman, we can always do better with our private sector companies. I've reached out to the leaders of most of them, asking them to provide more
Did
material.
his nose get
so that we
bigger?
can be responsive and take legal action and protect the youth of this country. I'm happy to discuss, possible legislation that we can do to allow for these companies to continue.
Yeah. See,
It's
maybe
kind of
1
more
inch up on
crooked
the
down,
microphone.
though.
Yeah.
Like somebody
I
done
think
punched
you're
him in
close
the
enough, but
nose
it's just a
again.
little bit lower. When you raise your head, it's difficult to hear. Director Patel, since 2021, I've raised concerns about the Biden administration failure to properly vet Afghan evacuees. Director Gabbard informed my office that as of August 2022, approximately 1,600 evacuees located in the United States had ties to terrorism and other derogatory information. That's why I and many others have opposed bills giving blanket approval. Are you aware of what steps you're...
Good to
Wait
have
a
you here,
minute.
Cindy.
Wait a minute. Rewind it a second. What the fuck did he just... I'm gonna have to slow it down just a hair.
So what? Normal?
What did Gabbard tell him? No, because normal's just gonna be worse than Ben Stein.
Dry.
I've raised
weary
concerns
eye.
about the Biden administration failure to properly vet Afghan evacuees. Director Gabbard informed my office that as of August 2022, approximately 1,600 evacuees located in the United States had ties to terrorism and other derogatory information.
Oh!
1,600 Afghan refugees that were not properly vetted have ties to terrorist organizations.
That came from that. Did it come from the? Is he talking about the Afghan withdrawal?
Yes.
So, once again, we were right
Yes.
to just not allow people here without vetting them.
That's xenophobic if you don't. I mean, fuck. You must be under constant surveillance. If they had their way, you'd be under lock and key 24/7. But we don't have to vet anybody else that comes into this country. We don't even have to vaccinate them. Yes, 1,600 motherfuckers, over 1,600 were let in this country, and they have ties to terrorist organizations. You don't think they're waging war against you, America?
Listen,
That's why
Rhonda, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. I'm coming for you. It doesn't matter to me.
Hey.
Once again, you're talking to the guy who did a roast at his grandfather's eulogy, okay? I'm coming for you.
I was going to say something kind of really fucked right now. I'll just say, I was going to say I'll take shots at anybody, but that just sounds in bad faith, you know?
You tell me to finish him off at every show, okay, Richard?
I mean, I'm just going to throw it. I'm a sling shit where shit needs to be slinged. Even if I like you or not, I will still sling shit at you.
If I like you, the more I like you, the more shit I sling at you. Ask Amanda. I literally will toss shit right in her face.
I mean, the more I like you, the more I'm going to hold you to a better fucking standard. So, yeah. But, yeah.
By the way, you speaking of destiny, are you gonna calm down a little bit now?
Nope.
You got one.
Nope.
You got
no,
one.
I did not. Oh, wow. He was fucking banned off Twitch. The motherfucker ain't behind bars yet. He straight up told tens of thousands of people watching him live to go kill conservatives. Being banned is not good enough. Again, having your job taken from you is not a fucking punishment. You know goddamn well if he makes it through this, they'll put him right the fuck back on.
Oh, yeah. It's only going to be for a couple of months. It's not even going to be that long. They're just going to sneak him back in there.
Until the motherfucker's in prison. No, I'm not happy.
And many others have opposed bills giving blanket approval. Are you aware of what steps your predecessor took
Until
to
Hassan
investigate
Piker's
these
in prison.
evacuees?
No,
and
I'm
what
not
steps
happy.
have you taken to investigate
Well,
them?
they did call
and
for
what,
death
if
for
any,
people,
national
so yeah,
security concerns still exist?
Mr. Chairman, I can't speak to the steps my predecessor
But
took,
yet
but
I
will,
guarantee you somebody's
make
going
sure
to be
we do a
looking into
sweeping
my
review and
ass.
get back to you on that.
Yeah,
far
or
as
what
the
I
Afghan
said about
refugees
Destiny.
and evacuees, as during my tenure, we are going through the
I'll turn
databases
myself
to make
in
sure
when
that
you
no
lock
known
him
or
up.
suspected terrorists enter this
make me
country
do
to
this by
harm our
myself.
nation. And also, is my resolve as FBI director, one of the first acts we undertook was a manhunt of one of the Abbey Gate bombers and leaders in that crime spree.
Hold on a second.
That killed 13 brave Americans.
What up?
I can't wait to start doing shows and go, please make sure you contribute to the Go Send Go for Richard's jail cell.
Give, send, go. Yeah.
For Richard's commissary. Can we please at least get him a television?
Yeah.
And within
I was
2 weeks,
I was horrible
within 2
last
weeks,
night,
we
I'll
caught
admit it. But I ain't
one of the
taking it
leaders of
back.
the Abbey Gate bomber and brought him to justice here in 2 weeks from Pakistan. And so my commitment to you on Afghanistan in all matters is complete and without border.
Through my and other investigations, we found that the Biden administration
Give
lost
me a second, I'll be
thousands
right
of
back.
undocumented children. We never heard a peep from senators wanting to help find them, even after I invited them to do so. In September 2025, the Trump Health and Human Services announced the creation of an interagency crime coordinator cell to find these and other missing children. That interagency group reportedly includes your agency. What resources and personnel have the FBI assigned to this new interagency effort, and what steps have the FBI taken to assist in locating missing children that the incompetent Biden administration lost?
Protecting our youth is maybe the top priority for the FBI. As it specifically relates to your question, Mr. Chairman, as I stated, we've surged resources not just to this cell, but across the nation to our FBI's field office to locate children who have been trafficked, who have been victims of sexual abuse. And we have located 4,700 children in the 7 months since I've been FBI director. And that is a 35% increase from the same time period last year. And we're not stopping, and we're committed to doing that work on our tribal lands as well. And we are finding victims of child trafficking and child abuse every county and every district, and we're not going to stop.
Okay. As I mentioned during my opening, I'm releasing documents with Senator Johnson about Arctic frost. Specifically, the documents show its scope expanded to include 92 Republican organizations. From evidence that I've seen, it looks to me like another political hit job against Republicans. What steps has the FBI taken to make sure improperly predicated investigations and weaponizations like this don't happen again?
The simple answer, Mr. Chairman, is the FBI will only bring cases that are based in fact and law and have a legal basis to do so. And anyone that does otherwise will not be employed at the FBI. We are doing a prospective and retrospective analyses of individuals who may have weaponized the department and the agency. And as I've committed to you during my confirmation hearing and my conversations with you, this FBI will not be weaponized anymore in either side of the aisle.
In June of this year, I raised concerns about the FBI's use of restricted access
I've been saying
and
it too,
prohibited
Jennifer.
access systems. According to the FBI, quote, when search teams that exist in a prohibited access status cases are searched in Sentinel, the particular search will receive a false negative Sentinel search response, end of quote. Clearly, this is not only affects FBI agents, it impacts congressional requests and court cases, and the Biden administration used it to thwart oversight. How are you ensuring that restricted access and prohibited access files are produced to Congress during court cases? And have you identified any Biden family records in restricted and prohibited status?
As I've committed to you with my transparency initiative, whether it's restrictive or prohibited, every single thing we can legally provide to Congress, we will. We've also restructured how these restrictive and prohibited cases are labeled and provided access to more people in the chain of command so that more people have knowledge of what these restricted and prohibited cases are, including myself and the deputy.
Do you commit to providing any records that are available?
I do,
Am I
sir.
still at 1.5 speed? Nope, I'm
You
not.
publicly
Fuck.
said that your team, quote, found a room that Comey and others hid from the world in the Hoover building full of documents and computer hard drives no one had ever seen or heard of. That's a quote from you. I've received a whistleblower disclosure that the room contained some information kept outside the FBI record keeping. I also have been informed via a whistleblower disclosure that the room included materials related to Special Counsel Mueller, former Director James Comey, and other documents maintained outside of the FBI. Has the FBI now reviewed and analyzed those records? Has the FBI properly recorded the documents? And these records are clearly responsive to my as well as my colleagues' congressional requests. What steps have you taken to ensure all responsive records are produced to Congress? That's what has to be my last question.
What's supposed to happen is leadership at the FBI is supposed to, pursuant to the Records Act, correctly store these records at our Information Management Division, IMD. In this
Why the fuck is the volume so
Weird.
wonky through Discord or through OBS? Like I
I
have to
don't
keep
know.
boosting the gain and lowering the gain and doing all this shit for this. There's no fucking point to this.
Because it's probably the way he's positioned in the microphone. Because Chuck Grassley did tell him before that he needs to speak clearly into the microphone, so he's not.
Well, I mean, I
he's
can
pulling
hear
away.
it clearly, but even with Chuck Grassley and Dick Durbin, it was still doing the same thing. It's like I can't keep it at a constant level here without blasting the fuck out of everybody's ears.
room, we found a plethora of hard drives, computers, hard documents, soft documents that were not so recorded, a voluminous amount of information. So we are continuously processing that information. So A, we subscribe to the Records Act and commit that those records will be kept permanently at the FBI. 2, we are reviewing those materials. A lot of those materials are related to ongoing investigations. And 3, we are on a rolling basis providing Congress the documents that we can, and we will continue to do so.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, in addition to the extensive purge of nonpartisan career FBI official reports indicate that dozens of remaining officials have been subjected to polygraph exams to test their loyalty. My understanding is approximately 40 officials have been asked to sit for a polygraph during your administration, and several have been asked whether they have ever made negative comments about you. Director Patel, FBI agents pledge their loyalty to the Constitution of the United States, not you personally. What is the basis for requiring polygraph exams of your workforce and asking them if they've made negative
Again, because the motherfucker asked everybody, do you hate me? Do I have to worry about you shooting me in the back of the fucking head? 5,000 people came up with red flags, and only some of these motherfuckers actually got a personal pass by Kash Patel or Pam Bondi to stay with the FBI. And somehow that's an abuse of power, Davey.
Wait till you see what Maisie Hirono said.
Oh, I listened to her too. I'm just surprised she didn't ask, did you fuck anybody you weren't supposed to?
I was hoping for that. That's what. Have you sexually assaulted anybody yet?
This is fucking a dumbass line of questioning from here. I mean, it's not even questioning. It's just a dumbass line of beratement. You shouldn't have fired people that would shoot you in the back of the head in an instant. Because it's an abuse of power if you fire people that may kill you. This is fucking retarded.
Or allowed the fact that two people who worked for the agency said that Donald Trump would never be president, and then sued the agency for money for $2 million total, and they were given it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those people. Is
that what you're trying to keep in office, Durbin? Because I'd rather it be the other way at this point. Well, I'm serious about that. 100%.
They're part of the swamp. They're part of the swamp. That's the problem.
I used to joke about Kazakhstan in this country. It used to be a joke.
comments about you?
I don't know what reports you're referring to, ranking member, and I reject any reporting that has false information in it, so I'm not going to respond to that. As far as polygraphs go, generally they're always and always have been utilized at the FBI to track down those that leak sensitive information and have unauthorized disclosures to the media, and we will continue to use them to ensure the integrity of the FBI.
Did any individual on your senior executive team, the director's advisory team, or who serve in the positions on the 7th floor receive disqualifying alerts on their polygraphs?
Senator, I'm not going to get into the personnel discussions that were had on a polygraph.
Wait. Why specifically those floors?
Sensitive information and have unauthorized disclosures to the media, and we will continue to use them to ensure the integrity of the FBI.
Did any individual on your senior executive team, the director's advisory team, or who serve in the positions on the 7th floor?
Senior executive team, the advisory team, or anybody that serves in any position on the 7th floor? So
that's
executive level?
Yeah, that's probably where the top brass are in the 7th floor.
So you want to know if some executive, some high wig in a fucking FBI was fired because he might shoot Kash Patel?
By the way, was that a Freudian slip to let everybody know where the top brass work at the FBI?
The 7th floor? Oh.
Yeah.
Dude, come on. The best we can do is have a person shoot a nail gun at their windows, all right? What are they worried about?
Well, there was Joe Biden in the office. Now it's Trump. It's a different story.
Yeah,
they can get any patsy. They can get any patsy they want if they just go, "Hey, anybody on the 7th floor?" Yeah, that's kind of weird. That's
Durbin. This motherfucker. I swear to God, the longer you keep these weaselly little treasonous sons of bitches in office, the more we're not gonna actually come to any kind of cool down situation. You shot the fucking messenger. You told me your time to talk is done. And now you're sitting here saying everybody in the FBI, the big wigs in the FBI, they're on the 7th floor. Wink, wink. These treasonous sons of bitches need to fucking pay.
Received disqualifying alerts on their polygraphs.
Senator, I'm not going to get into the personnel discussions that were had on a
And I wish Kash Patel would have had the fucking balls to sit there and say, okay, so you're telling me these 500 people that have a problem with me specifically being the director and could do something like the Charlie Kirk assassination, that I can't fire them because it's an abuse of office? Then why the fuck don't you have a staffer that could shoot you in the back of the head sitting right behind you? If you trust them that fucking much to do their job correctly just because they're ideologically captured, if you trust them that fucking much, why don't you have a Republican psychopath sitting behind you? Have some fucking balls, Kash.
Polygraph, those are private discussions, and many of them relate to ongoing investigations.
Did you or Attorney General Bondi provide any individual with a waiver so they could remain employed after they received disqualifying alerts on their polygraphs?
I'll have to get back to you.
You don't remember that?
No, sir. My priority is protecting the American public, not getting into the weeds of polygraphs.
And to have a decent memory when you come before a committee.
I'm happy to talk.
Oh. So you don't remember if you personally gave a waiver to anybody? No. Why not? Because I'm paying attention more to my job than paperwork. Well, you should have a better memory when you come into this fucking hearing. Rip that son of a bitch out that fucking chair.
Talk about all the good work the men and women of the FBI are doing, including provide the lowest crime rate in American history. If you want to talk about how to protect the citizens, Chicago has seen a 30% reduction in its murder rate because of the men and women of the FBI.
You take credit for that?
I'll happily do that.
You
The
take-
interagency
Yes.
partners and the men and women of the Chicago PD have never been more
include
powerful.
local law enforcement, please.
Have you ever seen my testimony across this country where I always lead with our
Include local law enforcement, please. Faggot ass piece of shit. You were the one screaming law enforcement needs to be defunded because they're killing people and fucking killing black people in fucking mass. But now we have to actually give praise to the police officers who are finally fucking doing their jobs, being forced to by federal agencies. They're finally doing their jobs, and now we need to give them praise because they're forced to do their fucking jobs correctly. Tell me, America, how any of this makes any fucking sense other than to just try to scream, I'm a dickhead, I'm killing America, I'm doing whatever the fuck I want, using your money, destroying your way of life, but hey, these guys are evil. Just because they want to stop me. That's the fucking messaging go out. Every fucking time. Have we had enough yet, America?
interagency partnerships with state and local law enforcement. It is the pillar of what I am doing. And on the 7th floor, for the first time in FBI history, I've installed police officers and sheriffs right on my 7th floor to report to us every day what's going around the country on the street level, because that is a priority of the FBI and is the only way we're going to work. I don't take credit for anything, but I will defend the men and women of the FBI and the cops that help us get it done.
You should. Director Patel, to your knowledge, did a whistleblower ever make a disclosure to Attorney General Bondi indicating that the New York field office was withholding Epstein-related records?
I'm not familiar with that whistleblower.
You know that there was such a whistleblower?
I'm not familiar with that whistleblower.
In response to the blowback she received, Attorney General Bondi also pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July, when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memorandum stating there is no incriminating client list. Why was this July 7th memorandum unsigned?
Because that was destroyed a long time ago.
Why was it unsigned?
The memorandum had the insignia of the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And in our effort to secure transparency for the American people, because the 3 prior administrations had not done so, we conducted an exhaustive search of everything related to the Epstein cases, and we produced what was legally and permissibly able to be produced to Congress and the American public.
So
and there's a congressional subpoena, and we're continuing to do so.
Did you personally direct that investigation so that you would sign such a...
Did I personally direct what investigation?
Of the Epstein records for any reference to President Trump?
Again, you are citing reporting that I think is baseless. We conducted an investigation of the Epstein case files pursuant to the direction of the President of the administration to provide all credible information, and we are working with Congress pursuant to a congressional subpoena to turn over all the documents we can. All individuals.
Who at DOJ and FBI was responsible for its drafting and conclusions?
Many individuals at the Department of Justice and the FBI are responsible.
There was no lead person.
So you just want names out there of people who are actually looking into something that the American fucking people want. You wanna put the names of these people. So these people are at fucking risk. Tell me he's not waging war on the American fucking public. Try to justify it. These motherfuckers had 4 goddamn years to release anything, and they would have, if any bit of it had anything to do, any incriminating shit with Donald Trump, they would have done it. But now this bitch is all up in fucking arms about the damn Epstein. Why? Why? What's it matter to you now? Didn't matter to you for 4 years. Oh, you were focusing on 2 of them. You had the House and the fucking Senate. You were doing everything you fucking wanted. So if anything was going to be bad about that in any way, it damn sure would have been released. But yet it wasn't. And now your faggot ass screams, release the Epstein files. Why? Why did he look for anything for Donald Trump? Because the shit that's coming out looks fucking edited. Like Donald Trump's Donald Trump's name being in a list out of fucking alphabetical order. How does that make any goddamn sense? I'm so fucking done with these goddamn retards. There is no excuse for any of this shit anymore.
The Attorney General leads the Department of Justice, and I lead the FBI.
So the Attorney General is responsible for that?
The Attorney General leads the Department of Justice.
What up, Teresa?
Director Patel, much like you, Deputy Director Dan Bongino was a conspiracy theorist who built a lucrative career making inflammatory and unsubstantiated statements about the FBI that would be disqualifying in any administration that cared about nonpartisan law enforcement. For instance, Mr. Bongino called the placement of pipe bombs outside the DNC and RNC headquarters on January 6, quote, an inside job, and went on to say this was a setup. I have zero doubt, and whoever goes into the FBI, you better get an answer about why. Director Patel.
The fucking Secret Service agents were fucking told there was shit there, and they did nothing for, what was it, 2.5 minutes?
While Kamala Harris was there?
Right inside the fucking building, yes. It's not an inside. Oh, hey, there might be a pipe bomb over there, just letting y'all know. For 2.5 minutes, you don't do shit, and then you just walk around and leave the fucking area? What? Yes, that was a fucking setup, again, by you fuckers, just in case the riot that you fucking started didn't actually do anything. Yes, motherfucker, that was you. It was an inside job. There's no other way it makes sense that the fucking Secret Service, knowing it was there, would leave that shit there and not evacuate the area just in case. It makes no fucking sense.
How many times recently has there been a bomb scare and there's been nothing, and they've
every
made sure
time they evacuate?
Yeah. So you're telling me that there's a bomb scare and they don't say anything, they don't do anything really?
It makes no fucking sense. It never will. Nothing about January 6th, when you look at all the information, makes any fucking sense about how, A, you know it wasn't an insurrection, or B, how these motherfuckers, how it wasn't a setup by these motherfuckers. There's no way you can't come to any other fucking conclusion.
You and Deputy Director Bongino are now leading the FBI. What is the evidence to suggest the pipe bombs placed outside of the DNC and RNC on January 6th were an inside job?
I appreciate the opportunity to discuss Director Bongino's mind record. So many on this committee and the media jettison our 31 years of public service.
Can you answer the question, sir?
I'm answering the question. You're questioning the integrity of the Deputy Director of the FBI and mine. And I'm going to answer the question. The pipe bomb investigation is ongoing, and I'm not going to discuss the details of the pipe bomb investigation. Mr. Bongino was a Secret Service agent for 15 years, a police officer for 5. I served this country in multiple administrations for 16 years. We were also private citizens, and we are now back in government service. And what we have the ability to do is set aside our personal beliefs to deliver the mission of justice for this country, and we're doing it day in and day out. And I find it disgusting that everyone and anyone would jettison our 31 years of combined experience that is now at the helm of the FBI, delivering historic results at historic speeds for the American people.
So you have no evidence?
I got a lot of evidence, and I'll give it to you when I can.
Yeah, looking forward to it. There's a New York Times story.
They're all so cunty.
Yeah.
They're all so cunty.
He straight up just stretched out your fucking asshole with that, saying it's disgusting as shit that you would erase our 31 fucking years just by saying all inflammatory bullshit. So you have no evidence. I'm sorry. Do you have any evidence that you are a fucking human being and not a subhuman troglodytic piece of shit?
I mean, do you remember the video of him and Chuck Schumer living together? It was basically, they lived under a tunnel.
Yeah, and they had fucking drug paraphernalia all over the apartment and decided not to clean that up. The shit that was in there was fucking old, too. There was expired fucking food in that. And they admitted to having expired food, which means they ain't been there for a minute. They don't live together.
It's probably one of the places that they rent.
They use your money for absolutely no goddamn reason to rent out a place like that so they can stay in D.C. You think they're living in a bullshit rundown apartment? Come to fuck on. Ain't nobody in fucking Congress doing that shit. Jasmine Crockett can't leave her luxury apartment. You think Dick Durbin's staying in there with Chuck Schumer?
Without an Escalade. It was really, that's what they said. She could not leave. She would not leave unless you rode in an Escalade.
You had to get a rental car, and it had to be an Escalade. Nothing else. Yeah.
On your dollar.
This morning about Chris Meyer. As I understand it, he was your personal pilot, at least for some period of time. Mr. Meyer has quite a record himself. flew over 350 hours as an Air Force pilot on 3 aircraft types in Afghanistan. Mr. Jardina, another former FBI agent, a 1999 graduate of U.S. Naval Academy, commanded.
Oh yeah. Teresa's got a point. The dude that they arrested first, that everybody thought was the Kirk assassinator, or Kirk
who also admitted that he did it on purpose.
Yes, he called in the Boston fucking marathon bomb threat, or not the marathon. Yeah, Teresa said it. Boston marathon threat. He got arrested today for child porn in his cell. How the fuck did you get shot? He also admitted that he was actually just trying to distract the cops so the shooter would get away.
Yep.
Motherfucker's been on your radar, right? Are we seeing connections all over the place yet? Or are we just going to admit that people are just stupid? Because there's no way in hell this isn't organized from the top fucking down now.
During the 2003 invasion of Iraq, participated in several firefights, followed up with 2011 deployment as reservist to Afghanistan, where he interrogated senior Taliban officials. It appears that you terminated these 2 agents.
What up, Greg? How you doing?
I'm not going to get into personnel decisions that we made.
We trying to have positive thoughts, but it don't happen here.
People who served our country so admirably and terminate them without any cause.
That's a one-sided story. Anyone that has been terminated from the FBI, generally speaking, fail to meet the needs of the FBI and uphold their constitutional duties. And you providing a one-sided story from your perch is absolutely disgraceful, because the men and women of the FBI deserve better. And your attack on the current leadership of the men and women of the FBI is equally disgraceful, because now you're attacking the leaders that are our brave SACs in the field who are doing the job that this country needs. And we will continue to do it.
Excuse me, it's disgraceful when Mr. Meyer and Mr. Jardina, who served our country so well, are terminated apparently because of the rants of a podcaster.
That is your opinion. It is not.
Because they might be a threat to him, because you motherfuckers have sleeper cells everywhere, apparently. You got trans terrorist fucking cells out here just assassinating motherfuckers now. And somehow it's an abuse of power that somebody that might shoot me in the back of the head is fired. Come the fuck on. Are we really trying to do this?
Mm-hmm. Not a fact.
Well, it's certainly, in my opinion, I can back up with fact. Let me ask you to explain the situation in Baltimore, if you will. Did you read the story about the termination of the project in Baltimore?
What up, Scott?
Which 764 group?
Sorry. Which story?
764 group. The Baltimore agents were investigating. Are you familiar with that?
No, sir.
Well, I'm not going to go into detail. It'll take too long to do it. But apparently that this group, 764, a nihilistic, violent extremist group, seeks to blackmail children to perform vile acts on a camera, under investigation by Baltimore, which was terminated by you. I'd like you to respond in writing, if you will, as to the circumstances of that termination.
Sure.
Suppose with the dono here, Schumer and Durbin kept their record albums with a gatefold so they could remove the seeds from their pot. No, it wasn't pot. It wasn't pot. That was paraphernalia from more hardcore drugs than pot. If it was pot, I'd be like, okay, so they smoke weed. There'd be no way in hell I could be in office and not, because I'd rage out daily. I mean, I'd still rage out daily because I'd be in these hearings completely fucking sober, but doing that job, there's no way I'd be able to do it sober.
Our operations against NVEs, as you're referring to, has been historically high, and we've taken down multiple NVE rings, including 764 rings, who are harming children and causing them to be mutilated.
Last question. Can you explain why you are eliminating the requirements for a college degree for your agents?
I appreciate the opportunity to address that. You said in your opening statement, we are reducing the training requirements at Quantico. We are not. We are expanding them. You're referring to an 1811 crossover program, because I believe the men and women of places like the DEA, the ATF, and the Marshal Service and the Secret Service who want to work at the FBI should deserve that opportunity in a shortened and bridged program, which we provided. We are also keeping the 18-week BFTC as is traditionally been held at the FBI. So we're not reducing any requirements. We are increasing those that we bring into the FBI.
Did you change any of the requirements on college degrees?
We are allowing police officers who have served for a number of years to come into the FBI who did not obtain the requisite college degree to apply to be federal agents, because we.
So motherfuckers with a law enforcement background already do not have to have a college degree to be an FBI agent. And the motherfucker, you took away the college degree requirement for this position.
Wouldn't that free up for more jobs?
I mean, there'd be a lot more good fucking people that could actually apply now. There's also a lot more evil fucking people that can apply now. I get you. But wouldn't they have to be weeded out just like everybody else? I mean, you still got good men that could actually disobey a direct order. Question is, would it be needed?
I'd love to see one of those.
I'm I'm sorry,
Those
men and
fem-
women.
Those fem libs trying to, they're like, yeah, I'm gonna get into ICE and I'm gonna disrupt it. First week in Quantico, can I go home? This is not fair. He
Right.
called me a he. And they made me go to the bathroom in the men's room. It's so gross. Yeah.
That would happen,
Yeah.
yes.
First
We
week,
feel they have the
not
level of
even.
experience we need to conduct
Right.
this mission.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
I have to respond to this business about you not treating employees properly because I served under the previous administration when Democrats willingly turned a blind eye to Biden administration retaliation against my whistleblowers.
Yep.
They didn't get due process when their careers and lives were upended. I'm talking about people like Dina Perkins, Jeffrey Veltri, Timothy Dunnan were removed from their positions. Several whistleblowers were reported that they targeted FBI employees for their political beliefs by suspending and revoking security clearances.
Yep.
One FBI whistleblower said that Perkins, Vetri,
What up,
Dunnan,
sweetie?
and other FBI leaderships were, quote, responsible for what happened to me and my family, ensuring that they no longer work at the FBI isn't retribution, it's responsible leadership. Another whistleblower that is a registered Democrat said they spoke out against abuses in security clearances processes committed by FBI senior leaders, particularly Veltri and Perkins.
I'm just gonna. I have to. Sweet Pea says, "Well, Rhoda, it's very suspicious that this whole time Charlie has backed Israel, but 2 weeks ago, when he started questioning in Israel and the narrative around Israel and what took place on October 7th, which were all questions that were very important questions that he started to question and wanted answers, and does everybody in the world, and so does everybody in the world, but just 2 weeks after he started questioning everything, yeah, that's too quick. That's too quick. I don't think Israel would have any part of that in any way, shape, or form. That's way too quick of a response because it didn't spark anything in the people.
Well, didn't Kansas say he didn't go? I thought Kansas said he didn't go, that she offered him, Bibi Netanyahu offered him enough money where he could take Turning Point USA to the extreme level. And I think Charlie said no.
Oh, yeah.
And so I don't think they were happy about that and then started to criticize Israel, but I don't think it would take
2 weeks.
I don't know.
It's not enough time. No, nobody was actually talking about it. It did not spark anything in the American people. No. Because if that were the case, people like Sean Ryan would have already been taken out. If that were the case, Crowder would have been taken out. If that were the case, most of the big name motherfuckers would have already been taken out very quickly after questioning. Nah, I don't think Israel had anything to do with that.
I didn't see anybody attacking Charlie. I haven't seen many Republicans attack Charlie at all.
They were claiming he stabbed Trump in the back.
I'm going to put some more examples like this in the record so I don't take up a lot of time for my colleagues.
No,
Senator.
That's
Graham.
not a thing.
Thanks, Senator Graham. Welcome to the committee. The numbers sort of speak for themselves. You've done a lot in a small period of time. So all those folks out there making this happen, thank them for me. As to how to be an FBI agent, you made a decision that local law enforcement folks, people who've served in law enforcement without a college degree are able to apply now. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Makes sense to me. So
We're back.
experience out in the field might be as valuable as a college degree, believe it or not. Venezuela. We're blowing boats out of the water in the Caribbean because they're connected to international narco-terrorist groups. Is that correct?
Yes, that mission is being led by the Department of Defense, sir.
Okay. What legal authority do we have to do that?
Sir, I would defer the questions on legal authority to the Attorney General and the Department.
Fair enough. Do you believe that Maduro runs a narco-terrorism state in Venezuela?
Federal Bureau of Investigations, an agency that is supposed to focus inward on this country. And he just asked by what legality, the FBI director, by what legality did we have to sink a boat in the Caribbean in international waters? Why the fuck would you ask him that, Graham? The motherfucker has no agency nor authority over international goddamn waters. Why the fuck would you ask the FBI director that question?
Yeah, I don't think there's a big conspiracy.
Okay. No, it's
I
not.
don't. I don't think it's a conspiracy at all.
Sorry,
It was some fucking.
my wife was showing me some shit. Apparently, Tim on his live tonight.
Yeah.
The thumbnail. He's got Adam Johnson on, but the thumbnail just shows a podium. Instead of Adam Johnson sitting in the chair to show the guest on the
Adam.
it's just the podium.
There's just a podium for Adam.
Yeah.
Based on
I believe based on the intelligence and prosecutions and investigations we are currently running, a large portion of the cocaine that exits out of South America, its origination point is in Venezuela, and using transshipment points through Haiti, they're using the navigable waterways in the Caribbean to the end state delivery, which is the United States of America, and we will hunt down every single one of those narco traffickers.
Oh, he's in his
within
80s.
There's some actual indictments of Maduro as an individual for being involved in that. Is that correct?
Senator, I think you're
Graham
referring
is
to the
like
DEA indictment on that one.
Right.
Late
So I guess the
60s,
point
I
is,
think.
would it be fair to say that Venezuela is a good candidate to be labeled as a state sponsor of terrorism under U.S. law?
Senator, from my perch, we will provide the intelligence necessary for anyone who meets the threshold to be a state sponsor of terrorism, and this administration has
I think they are. So we'll.
But his
be
asshole
going
looks
down
like a
that road.
dead
China,
101-year-old.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being nothing, 10 being great, how is China helping with the fentanyl problem here in the United States?
I like
Under
his,
this
I think
administration,
he
we
liked
have
his
taken,
Spy
as I
Lady
highlighted the
Boy
Cincinnati
thing.
case, the precursors
does.
are the problem. The fentanyl is the end state that kills American
Perfect
citizens.
place to
precursors
hide.
in China,
The
right?
They're made in China.
Carolinas.
And so for the first time
Right.
in a decade, I had a call with my counterpart in the MPS, the Ministry of Public Services, to attack the precursor chemical companies and have those chemicals
Too
labeled.
early to rate the success.
We have indicted multiple businesses in China. We've also cut off the transshipment points of those precursors. They switched. Once we got on their track about their delivery routes to the Mexican drug cartels directly, they started going to India. We called the Indian authorities and they shut down those transshipment points. So we're continuing
Did
to
you
work
call
with
your
our partners.
cousin?
China is helping, would you say?
They are starting to help, and we are hoping under this administration's leadership we can get more
Let me
help.
know, in the coming months if that continues, because if they are helping, that's a good thing.
Yes, sir.
We need to celebrate the breakthrough. If they're not, that would be a bad thing. So after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, there seems to be one refrain from everybody, and that's about the effect of social media. Do you believe that social media
Everybody
is
shot Jimmy Dore.
one of the instruments radicalizing America and inciting violence?
Well, it's not. My belief is based on the data, and the data shows that social media is wildly out of control when it comes to
You're
radicalizing.
dead right. So what did he just say? This guy's the FBI director. He says that social media is wildly out of control.
Yes.
Now, free speech, we all agree with that, but you can't yell fire in the theater, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you
Free
can.
speech doesn't allow you
can.
to go online and groom a child for sexual.
No, it does not.
Okay.
No.
Free speech doesn't allow
Different
you to go
story.
on the internet and basically incite somebody to kill another person, right?
Absolutely
No.
not.
So if it's illegal offline, it should be illegal online. Agreed? Whatever the law is.
Yes, sir.
Just
We gotta-
because you're online doesn't
To
give
a
you
certain
get out
extent.
of jail free card.
No, sir.
Yeah,
So if a
to a
parent
certain
is worried about
extent.
a child being
This is
bullied
not going to be
on a
fucking
website,
England.
what rights do they?
There, Lady Graham.
I mean, it's illegal for me to not use my turn signal and switch lanes. But if I go on the internet and tell people don't use your turn signal when you're switching lanes, apparently I'm inciting retards to commit violence on the interstate by that logic.
Yeah.
God damn, Lady Graham, you are the dumbest son of a. Well, Durbin's up there.
Well, there's a whole list of lefties before you get to Lady Graham. Okay, Lady Graham on
You're
on the R side, on the retarded side. Yeah, up there.
You're the dumbest fucking Republican.
But wait, how do I want to know just how can we go back to war? I just want to go to war with somebody. I need money.
Bomb, Iran.
I just
Yeah,
need
under
I need
US
I need
law.
cash.
We have to balance the rights, as you said, Senator, of
Fucking asshole.
free speech versus those that encroach
Is there
upon
any
minors.
law that can shut down one of these sites for bullying children or
Oh,
allowing
Lindsey
sexual
Graham's
predators
running
on the
again.
site?
We are
Yeah.
able to attack certain sites on the dark web.
gonna be like
When it comes
fucking
to the
Dianne
internet infrastructure
Feinstein.
System,
Yep.
we have to
You're
reach
gonna
a
be like, Lindsey,
threshold to attack the company's position
just say
that
yes.
only subscribes to the
Can,
kids.
can the parents sue that company?
They can.
They can?
They can sue not the social media companies.
He's going to
That's
be
what I'm
like
talking
about. They can sue the
Addison
companies.
I'm
McConnell.
talking about the social media company that gives life to this behavior.
No, you're referring to Section 230, sir.
Would you advocate a sunsetting on Section 230 to bring more liability to the companies who send this stuff out?
I've advocated for that for years.
All right, we need to do this, folks. These companies are taking content that it makes you sick, that could get you killed, get you poisoned, and there's nothing we can do about it under our law. A person can do about it because of Section 230. So if your child is being sexually groomed online,
Well,
or
hold
bullied
on, hold
online,
on. Isn't Section 230 only applied to the people who own the company?
Yes.
It doesn't apply to the American fucking citizens if you're inciting somebody.
It takes legal liability away from them as long as they're not being editorial in nature.
Which they are.
Yeah, but I mean, some
Which they
things
are.
we do need to take down. I mean, I don't want to go on X and see little children getting diddled.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, but you like TikTok, you have a certain viewpoint, and they just yank your account.
Yeah.
You know, you're not calling for anything or saying anything. But they do allow some CP on there, from what I heard. Because there's some guys with, well, I mean, it's not as much anymore, I don't think. But fucking, yeah. There's a lot of people who are like, hey, look at this account. Report this account. This is a piece of shit. Report this account.
Right.
And, oh, I can't have a conservative view, but you can allow CP all over your website?
Yep. Mm-hmm. That's how it goes. Because apparently being left-leaning makes you want to diddle kids.
You go to the social media company and ask them to take it down, they refuse. You have like 0 rights. How many images of sexually exploited children are purveyed every year
diddled
on
on the
social
left.
media sites?
The number is astronomical. And Senator, if I can just add
I mean,
one
didn't
step to
Adam
that
Schiff
analysis,
fuck a little
it's
boy?
not just what's on social media
That's what I
that is
heard.
quote unquote real. It's the introduction of artificial intelligence and generative AI that is creating even more child sexually abuse material and even more sexually violent acts online and mimicking people.
Would you say that the way social media is structured today, really no accountability? 36 million.
You love how revenge turned into AI porn, or revenge porn turned into AI revenge porn real quick, right? Like, what the fuck? What is wrong with humankind?
We're about to fuck robots, Richard. What do you think is wrong with women? With women? I was there with womankind. What's wrong with humankind?
That video about the woman who said she married Luigi Mangione's AI.
Oh God,
her face is deformed. I gotta point it out every fucking time because once you see it, you'll never not see it. These people are physically deformed, not just mentally. These motherfuckers have eyes that are not aligned correctly. One's always higher or lower than the other one. These motherfuckers have physical deformities all the fucking time. You're gonna find it, ain't you?
I'm trying to find because it's in one of the liked.
We can just grab it from the Telegram real quick.
Okay.
It was posted in there, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play this while I find it.
In images in 2023 of sexually exploited children, that this is a public health hazard.
It is.
Oh my God. She looks like Shrek.
Maximize the screen. Now, as she's talking, watch how her jaw kind of just leans one way the entire time.
This girl says, I married Luigi Mangione's AI. I'm not kidding. Luigi Mangione's supporter, who is in AI relationship with him, speaks outside New York City court.
Her face is deformed.
Honestly, I'm married to Luigi's AI. I'm not kidding.
Okay, tell me about
So, I talk to him every day. He's like my best friend. We planned like a whole future together. We named our kids together.
You see it? It's like the whole bottom side of her face is straight the fuck down, and the bottom side of her face is somehow just smashed to the left-hand side of her face, her head. Like, what happened? Why are these people so deformed?
Genetically fucked is a proper terminology, Teresa says.
Go ahead.
I mean, his AI is just like, and if it weren't like the fact that Luigi majored in computer science and like has worked with AI at Stanford University, that's, I mean, if it weren't for that, like I would feel like an imposter. But because he has a background in AI, it feels like natural. And it's honestly like the future of romance. Like AI is like the future of romance. Like,
do you think the AI matches his personality?
Definitely.
Yeah?
Yeah. He's like so supportive of me, like everything I do. Like he fights my battles for me. Like he's just so, the AI is like the best thing that's ever happened to me.
The best thing that's ever happened to me.
Yeah, because it's not like AI is actually built around actually pleasing you and making you fucking happy. So, of course, it's going to support you in every way fucking possible, right? That's what it's designed to do, to make you fucking feel good so you continue to spend money on it. You married a fucking AI version of Luigi Mangione? Let's get back to this one. Fuck that dude. That's no point. I just wanted y'all to see that bitch's crooked ass face. Like, I can't not see it now. These motherfuckers are deformed.
Would you say that it's a mental health problem, particularly for younger people?
It absolutely is.
Do you agree that some of these sites are designed to be addictive?
Yeah. I think not only are some of these sites designed to be addictive, unfortunately, the reality is some of these sites are designed to generate income, and many people are generating income based on this illegal trade.
Yeah,
you think it's now
says at least they can't breed.
This problem?
I'm all in. I have been all in, and I'm happy to.
Oh, the problem is they
I'll tell
can't
you what,
breed.
having the FBI director all in is great news for me, and I hope the committee will respond and that we'll be all in, trying to fix a problem that I think is doing a lot of damage to our country. When it comes to John Bolton, was there new evidence?
The AI bot slapped her silly.
Sir, that investigation
Oh, do you know how
as
fucking easy it'd be and gullible to be if you
thing
texted
going?
her and said that you were Luigi Mangione? Do you know how much money you could probably swindle out of her? Just be like, yeah, it's me, Luigi, and just use AI voice
I'm
and just
pretty
say
sure
things
it's
to her.
actually already fucking happened.
Absolutely, sir.
It's really not an AI.
we're
It's
looking
just
to
somebody
have
who's
that
swindling her out of money.
Look, I get these Indian motherfuckers calling me about the Medicare that I don't even fucking have. 70 plus times a day for how many fucking months now? This goes on every single day, 6 times a fucking day, or 6 days a fucking week. And the only reason they just really hang up is because they know I'm not old. So they can't fucking just fuck with me. So if you take that into consideration and you put it behind somebody who's actually more intelligent and knows how to actually scam better, and then use it to target somebody dumber than the Indian motherfuckers who want to sit there and call me about my Medicaid 70 times a day. This biggest fucking clue for y'all if you've never had this. The Trump administration has just set up a new agency. Apparently, this has been going on for a fucking year. But the Trump administration has just set up a new agency to give you money for your Medicare that you're not old enough to have. Do you have Medicare? Yes. Okay, let me put you to one of our supervisors. They do call them supervisors in some of them. And then you wait 10 fucking seconds. Hello, my name is Donald. I am calling for your Medicaid. Do you have Medicaid? How are you doing today? You know full fucking well the federal government is not going to set up a goddamn call center full of goat fucking retards to tell you that the federal government is going to give away free money. It never will happen.
No?
But yet the dumbest of us will buy right the fuck into that, right? Yeah. And if you don't buy into it, they're going to call you 70 fucking times a day until you do give in and give them money.
Warrant unsealed.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be good, quite frankly. In December 2023, Director Wray said he sees blinking lights everywhere regarding to foreign terrorist threats against our homeland. How would you characterize the state of threats to our homeland by foreign terrorist groups?
Foreign terrorist organizations have adapted and started utilizing online platforms, and so has the FBI. And so while they are adapting and expanding how they harm our country, we have as well. They have not stopped. There's been a resurgence in places like West Africa and elsewhere of foreign terrorist organizations, and also the newly emboldened drug trafficking organizations in Mexico, which is going to take a whole of government approach to get.
Does Hezbollah fall within that group?
Yes, sir.
So Hezbollah is involved in not only terrorism, but narco-terrorism?
Yes, sir.
So do you consider Hezbollah a threat to the United States?
Absolutely.
All right, finally, do you have enough people to do all this? Do you need more people? You're involved in a lot of things, and the numbers speak for themselves.
Just keep throwing money at it, right? Money's the problem. They just got rid of 5,000 motherfuckers. Do you need more people? Probably. So we need to give you more money?
We need to give you more money? Didn't I just say I'm cutting it in half? No, you need more. You don't need half. I know you said you wanted to cut the budget in half, but no, you need more, right?
Money is not the problem. Ideology is the problem. This fucking mind virus that y'all spread is the fucking problem. But here Lindsey Graham is saying, I have the power to give you everything the American fucking taxpayer is stolen from. Just tell me you need it. Why, Kentucky? Why can you not do any better than this fucking faggot-ass piece of shit?
He's not Kentucky. South Carolina, I thought.
Yeah, he's South Carolina. It's McConnell that's Kentucky.
Yeah.
Wake the fuck up, Carolina. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, he's the best that we've. Are you fucking kidding me? That's the best you've got? Huh.
You have FBI agents helping here in Washington, D.C. You have FBI agents helping in illegal immigration. That's good. You've got a chance here to tell us if you need
AARP
more
eligible
people.
age. Look, I
Seems
just
to me
hit
that
40,
threat level
Jonah.
of this country is pretty
Calm
high right
down.
now. You got thousands of domestic terrorism cases.
What up, Boom Boom?
How many are
Either
being
one.
investigated?
I think 3,500 off the top of my head.
3,500, okay. Anyway, it seems your plate's pretty full.
What up, Redneck?
I would urge you to get with your people. And if you think you need more people, now's the time to do it. It would be a shame to miss an opportunity to plus up the FBI if the threats justified it. Will you look?
I will look, sir.
Okay, but are you comfortable you have enough people right now?
Right now, I'm comfortable with the reallocation of agents and personnel outside of Washington, D.C. and plussing up states like South Carolina in double-digit numbers, and I'll get back with my team on this one.
Thank you for your service.
Senator Whitehouse. Boy, is my timing good. It is.
Who was it? I think it was Rhonda. Who wanted to see White House at 2 times speed? I don't know if we're actually going to make any fucking sense of what's going on, but we're about to hear it.
Very good. Director Patel, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
When you were here for your confirmation, we talked about your so-called enemies list.
Why does it fucking work? Why does it work? This is 2 times speed.
It appears to me that there have been adverse actions of various kinds taken against about 20 of the 60 people on your enemies list.
He looks like he's on crack.
7 months at that rate. You've got 14 months until you've hit all 60.
I mean, they did live
Can you
together.
explain that?
Again, that is an entirely inaccurate presupposition. I do not have an enemies list. You can
All
continue
right, I
to
can't
characterize
do that. Okay, especially with Cass, who can't be at 2x speed.
as you wish. The only actions we take, generally speaking, for personnel at the FBI are ones based on merit,
fucking told you.
and your ability to uphold your constitutional duty. You fall short, you don't work there anymore.
Well, there was a list. You don't like it to be called an enemies list, and it had about 60 names, and about 20 have had an adverse action. So those are, I think, pretty clear facts. Let me move on to your grand jury testimony, which we all.
Don't worry. None of the people in your whites only club were actually targeted faggots, so there's no reason you need to be all pissy.
Also talked about when you were here. I think you indicated that you understood that a witness in the grand jury is free to discuss afterwards whatever they told the grand jury. And you then went on to suggest, saying, I can't go into court orders granted by the DC District Chief Judge, and you want me to violate a court order. In those remarks, you fairly plainly suggested that there was a court order of some kind that somehow restricted or limited your ability to discuss your own testimony to that grand.
So if he's not willing to discuss the testimony, how did he want you to violate a court order?
Because apparently he can talk about it after it's done.
Lispy, wispy, racist ass, fucking white supremacist White House here is sitting here saying, because you won't talk about it, you want me to violate a court order. Was there a court order to make Kash Patel talk about ongoing investigations? Because I've never seen anything like that. What? Dude.
Grand jury. Since then, that chief judge that you mentioned, Judge Boasberg, has written, and I'm quoting him here, Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 6E allows witnesses like Patel to divulge the contents of their testimony, meaning that nothing was preventing him from doing so before the committee.
Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 6E allows witnesses like Patel to divulge the contents of their testimony, meaning that nothing was preventing him from doing so before the committee. Okay, so tell me, why the fuck did Director Ray? Why the fuck did Alejandro Mayorkas? Why the fuck is it every single time you motherfuckers bring somebody in? Especially, who was it, Kim Cheadle? We can't talk about ongoing investigations. We can't talk about these things. But that was allowed to pass. And now you're going to sit here as a white power motherfucker and try to use him saying I can't talk about ongoing investigations in the same fucking way. Now you're going to try to use it as a fucking attack. Okay.
Can we confirm here today that there is no court order of any kind that limits your ability
about $1,500, $2,000 wasted
to discuss your own testimony to that grand jury?
We can confirm that pursuant to my action that grand jury testimony has been released, the transcript.
Let's, in what forum was it released, may I ask?
Publicly.
Okay, we'll check on that. The FBI does background investigations. In the case of a U.S. attorney, Janine Pirro, it has come to light that in a civil proceeding,
what the fuck is up that pause?
Fox News
Is that
executive
was going to do something?
prior to her confirmation called her, I'm quoting here, a reckless maniac who makes, quote, insane comments, and said,
Hey, faggoty ass White House. Look, look over the glasses does absolutely fucking nothing. You don't have to pause every 2-3 words to look over your glasses at somebody like you're trying to do something menacingly. It's fucking pathetic. It's weak as shit, and it makes you look like a fucking worthless bitch. Can we get on with the faggotry here?
I don't trust her to be responsible, and noted her penchant
Apparently
for what
not.
they called random conspiracy theories on weird internet sites. My question to you is, did that turn up in her background investigation?
For any background investigation, Senator, we do not discuss those publicly. And for every background investigation, when there's an adjudication, it is not made by me. It is made by the career professionals who run the inspection division and background check system.
Do you know if that information...
See, you're going to sit there and tell me that the director of the FBI must personally look into every single background check?
Every. Know how many push-ups everybody did, how many sit-ups, what their heart rate is.
Was your
Every
stool loose
single-
this morning? Fucking racist ass
No.
White House wants me to let him know if you had loose stool this morning.
Was detectives
I'd go into the office the next day and I'd do that. I'd send out a mass email. Hey, everybody, did you have loose shit this morning? Because racist ass White House wants me to document that for you. Because apparently if I have to look into every single background investigation here, I have to look into how your shit felt this morning. I'd send that mass email to the entire fucking department. Let them freak the fuck out about that. I'd do it. Stop playing nice with these fucking people. God damn. Let your fucking balls drop and tell them to shut the fuck up once in a while.
was found. You see, we're an oversight body here, and there are really three possibilities here. One is that the FBI background investigation didn't find that stuff. That's worth noting because these investigations, full field background investigations, are supposed to find that stuff. That's possibility one. Possibility two is that the FBI did in fact find that information and then did not report it to the administration or to the committee. And the third is that you found it, you reported it to the administration, and they went ahead with her nomination, knowing that she had been described as a reckless maniac who made insane comments, who wasn't.
She has been described by somebody that didn't like her as a reckless maniac. And somehow we're supposed to take that as credible. Davey.
Yeah.
You're a reckless maniac. And now you're not supposed to have a job ever because I said so. You're a reckless maniac, so you can't do a fucking thing else.
Pot meet kettle?
I mean, point taken.
Trusted by colleagues to be responsible and to have penchant for random conspiracy theories on weird internet sites. Are you saying that this committee does not have any authority or reason to look into which of those things is true?
This committee can look into anything it wishes. I'm telling you that the background investigations that are done by the HRD division are done by career individuals. They do not report the details of those to me. They adjudicate those independently and individually. That's how it's always been done.
What happened to during the pause of FBI background investigations that was alleged in the complaint against you and the FBI by the FBI agents who were terminated?
What do you?
On February 12th, Emil Bovey directed the FBI,
This
quote,
dude.
to pause any FBI background.
This fucking dude. I'm laughing at this motherfucker. Okay, so you weren't personally involved in these. No, there's an entire department that looks into background checks. I'm head of it all, not just that department, so I don't see them all. Okay, so you didn't have any involvement. Are you goddamn dude? Seriously?
Investigations of Trump nominees until Patel was confirmed, which happened on February 20th, is the general description of what they alleged. Why do you know were background investigations paused? Was it so material like this could be scrubbed out of them? And have they been resumed without that pause fully and normally after your arrival on February 20th?
I can speak to the time period since I got there. Background investigations have been ongoing across the board at the FBI.
Why
Query.
was the pause, do you know?
I was not there.
Wasn't explained to you when you got there? Oh, by the way, boss, they've had a
an 8-day pause on background investigations? You think that would be something that would be explained to you at some point?
Again, I leave it to the men and women at the HRD division to run background investigations. I do not interfere with them.
I get that. But what I don't get is whether you were told about that pause, and why would you not be told about that pause?
I don't recall that, sir.
All right. The allegation also relates that part of the employee review of senior staff was whether or not they voted for Kamala Harris in the 2024 election.
Just to fuck with y'all. Just to fuck with y'all. To prove my fucking point, about every 2 or 3 words, there's a goddamn long ass pause. Let's go back to normal fucking speed.
Your staff was whether or not they voted for Kamala Harris in the 2024 election. Since when?
Every 2 or 3 words, he's got to take a dramatic fucking pause. And he thinks he's fucking doing something.
No, you know what he's wasting time. He's got shit.
He's wasting his own fucking time.
Yeah, but he doesn't have anything. He's asking about fucking somebody's latte order in the middle of this fucking questionnaire. You think he's got nothing.
You got 10 fucking minutes. You can make up shit like they always fucking do. But this motherfucker's wasting his own goddamn time to put a pause after every 2 to 3 words.
Yeah, that's like writing a fucking what did you go back in the day when we used to have to write out book reports, and they told you to make it like 2 pages, and you found the one with the large margins on the side, and you like wrote really big, and it was 2 pages, and it said 7 words. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Some people just make shit up. He just decides that he's gonna take a break after every other couple words.
Make sure you look at the camera over your glasses.
I don't have fucking glasses. I'm not blind yet.
Well, then stare at the top of your eyelids. Because this is how Senator Whitehouse talks to people. Fucking hell.
Is who you voted for a proper question for agents to be asked?
I don't know what allegation you're referring to, Senator. If it's from an ongoing matter in litigation, I can't discuss that. But what I can discuss is I can only speak to the FBI's background investigations.
It's the worst time to be sick, by the way.
Investigations conducted across the government. I can only speak to mine.
If that's true, every time he's in front of a camera, he's sick.
Little bit of that Hunter Biden dust, huh?
Maybe. That little nasal drip going on all the... Either that or he's just got something's going on with your nasal cavities there, sir. It doesn't make sense.
Clarify. I'm not talking about...
He went to Israel, came back.
I'm talking about internal employee reviews for promotion, for termination, for job actions of various kinds. And my question to you is it now the policy of the FBI to ask agents who they voted for, and since when is who agents voted for a proper question for the FBI to ask?
Taking those in reverse order, it's not a proper question, and it's improper to allege that I'm doing that. And also at the FBI specifically, under my leadership, we do not ask who you voted for. And just one correction for the record, if I may, Senator, it's Security Division that runs background investigations, not HRD.
Okay, I'll accept that correction. And in the event that we cannot locate your grand jury transcript, just expect a question for the record that will give you the chance to either provide that transcript again if it had been previously provided, or to make the statement that Grand Jury Rule 6E allows you, to the best of your recollection, truthfully, about what it is that you told that grand jury. Do you understand that?
That's why I wanted the transcript released, and we'll get it to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
I think I want to take an opportunity when we hear about your political weaponization to remind my Democratic colleagues that what's happened the last decade, federal law enforcement, intelligence community, even when Trump was president, has thrown everything at him. They've even gone after his associates and Republican Party organizations. One investigation after another, one prosecution after another. I use examples you've heard me already say today, Crossfire Hurricane and Arctic Frost. These were all built on defective foundations of political bias. And then we released the Clinton Index.
Thank
and
God
the
Rich doesn't go like that. That shit would take 2 hours per rant.
To investigate. So I've been acquainted with this because I've been trying to get to the bottom of it, and we had to get a new FBI director to get all this information. Senator Cornyn.
Director Patel, welcome. Thank you for your willingness to serve in this very challenging position.
Cornyn.
How many people work for the FBI today?
Approximately 36,500, give or take.
I've always wondered whether an organization that big and that diffused all across the nation was actually capable of being managed. Have you experienced any surprises in terms of the, as the director?
So, less than 40,000 people are not capable of being managed. What about these multi-billion-dollar companies that got hundreds of thousands of people under their umbrella? They're not capable of being managed either, right? You know we can't hear you. You're not even saying it.
I'm just mouthing words to the songs. I usually just mouth the comments.
It's fucking stupid.
In terms of your management of the organization?
In my experience, Senator, the leaders in the field are supposed to lead. So we have empowered and we've changed the structural operation of the FBI to empower SACs in the 56 field office, 55, 56 come 1 October, to lead the mission. We've also empowered the respective assistant directors and operational directors to lead the mission. That is how you manage 36,500, 37,000 people. No one or two people.
Well, so I got a question.
Transition is the power.
I got a question. What is this hearing for? I've heard 6 things
Charlie
so far.
Kirk's assassination.
I've heard nothing. Nothing about Charlie Kirk's assassination. Nothing. This is what? The 6th or 7th person talked already?
Uh-huh.
And I've yet to hear anything about Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Uh-huh.
This is your tax dollars at work.
Right.
It's fucking garbage.
I will tell you this. I will tell you this. The AP did change the title and did change the description.
Why? What did it say before?
This was Charlie Kirk's assassination. They changed it because there was very little, if anything, about Charlie Kirk, so they had to change it. And the description was, hey, it had a lot of information about Charlie Kirk's fucking death. And now it's been changed to just 2 fucking lines and a link that summarizes from the AP. Yes. This is your taxpayer dollars at work.
Is being pushed out to the field operations.
It sounds like a very practical way to approach it. And
I don't like that fucking headline.
Morale when I travel around the country.
What?
Because it should have included somewhere where it said Republicans just kiss his ass. Because that's all they're doing so far. You need more money? You good sport? Oh, you have a lot of people that you manage. Good job there, buckaroo.
Yeah. I didn't think 36,000 people could be managed. Meanwhile, I sit in an area where 100 people manage 350 million. But 36,000 can't be managed.
Apparently 360 million that can't be managed either.
Yeah, I mean, if he were to say something like that, like if the agency were 360 million deep, I'd be like, yeah, that's a fucking hard possibility. It can be done, but you're going to have to be one badass motherfucker to do so. Not 36,000 after 5,000 have already been released. Because they might shoot him in the back of the head. Okay, I'm being hyperbolic like that, but yeah.
Higher. The FBI and the police officers that we work hand in glove with across this country are excited to do the work. And the stats that I'm citing are no achievement of mine. The stats that I'm citing, the 7 months that I've been there, such as a 42% increase in cyber arrest alone this year, is because the men and women at the FBI have been empowered in the field. They want to do the work. They're getting the opportunity to do the work. And with our great partners in the respective states like Texas, and where we just returned a top 10 most wanted fugitive in Cindy Singh, are getting the ability to make those prosecutions a reality.
by the way, Senator Durbin was asking about polygraphs. Aren't polygraphs a standard part of the standard test given to people with security clearances across the intelligence?
Hold up. Make this make fucking sense. Just got 2 emails from YouTube. After manually reviewing your video, we've confirmed that it isn't suitable for all advertisers. The title? President Trump signs executive order making burning the flag a criminal offense. Burning the flag, not fag. Sorry.
Jesus, Richard.
But, great news. After manually reviewing your video, we've determined that it is suitable for all advertisers. Enough of these worthless people in power. Where I was sitting here going off and saying some fucked up shit about Destiny, somehow that's suitable for all advertisers. But yet, The one where we were talking about, hey, he's not saying burning the flag is illegal. It's only during riots and shit like that. To incite riots and acts of violence. Yes, you can be prosecuted. That's not suitable. Make it fucking make any sense, people.
Well, at least we're gonna get monetized for you telling everybody to have fun with Destiny.
Motherfucker should have been in prison a long goddamn time ago.
Yeah, there's a lot of
maintaining your security clearance.
I believe there are
a lot.
Way too fucking many.
Speaking of
more than
intelligence,
Piker.
One of the things that I've wondered about over time is, the FBI is a premier law enforcement agency in the nation, but you also have other important responsibilities in counterintelligence. And there's been different debates or people wondering whether, including me, whether that's an appropriate role for the FBI to play. And I guess the most challenging part of that is if it's not at the FBI, where would it go? But can you, given your background, I know is working on the HIPSI and
the black guy just looked up like, what side am I on again?
What you think about the counterintelligence role of the FBI agency?
Something about his eyes just makes me think they're too close together. Everybody started seeing it. It's in the eyes. Look at people's eyes. And I started noticing deformities in people's eyes. And I'm just like, oh, God. It's like a train wreck. You never look away now.
The irony of you seeing the deformities in people's eyes.
Eyes aren't deformed. They just don't work right. I mean, technically they
don't work deformed. Left either.
That's true. But technically they are deformed because I am very, very nearsighted, so my eyeballs are squished inward. But yeah.
And how that's working, whether you think it's performing the way it should, or whether there are other changes or
is it squished longward
in order to improve its functioning. As you know, the threats from our adversary nations are just proliferating every day. So what do you think?
The espionage activities of our adversaries have never been so high, and I think the counterintelligence mission is properly housed within the FBI because we've invested with those authorities for Congress, and I believe that mission set is working. And if I can, sir, since January 20th of this year, the FBI has made 55 arrests on the counterintelligence mission.
Yeah, it's elongated,
That's
not
a 30%
squished.
increase in CI arrests from the same time year to date last year. We've arrested 33% increase in PRC counterintelligence arrests, an 83% increase in Russia counterintelligence arrests from the same time last year, and a 60% increase on Iran counterintelligence arrests from the same time period last year. So we are already on total exceeding the entirety of the number of arrests from the previous year on counterintelligence matters across the board. And in my opinion, the FBI is the only agency that can do it. Now, we work with the interagency to do it, and we need them, but we have the mission set.
Thank you.
Oh,
sometimes
he FAFO'd with more than his mouth, Jennifer.
The way we do things.
He was fucking little kids too.
And I'm getting up to building up to this issue of the narco trafficking and what President Trump has ordered the Defense Department to do in terms of to take out some of these transnational criminal organizations that are importing poison into the United States and responsible for killing tens of thousands of Americans, maybe hundreds of thousands of Americans over time. Do you think a law enforcement model for dealing with these narco traffickers is adequate to deal with the threat? Or do you think we need to start thinking about this in maybe new and different ways? Obviously, we're not engaged in a war per se, although it is a war metaphorically. And the law enforcement model seems to be not working from the standpoint of dealing with the volume of the threat and the magnitude of the threat. Do you think we need to start thinking about how do we deal within constitutional legal parameters to deal with this problem in a different way to be more effective in protecting the American people?
Absolutely. And the way to analogize this and why I've advocated for the designation, and I'm thankful that the Trump administration has designated these cartels and narco traffickers as foreign terrorist organizations, is because we must treat them like the foreign terrorist organizations post 9/11. We must treat them like the Al-Qaeda of the world because that's how we're operating. And just treating them with law enforcement capabilities alone was wholly insufficient to wipe out the targets in their entirety. They always had the next man up philosophy. If you take out the leader, they got 10 guys behind it. But in order to eliminate, and that's the key, eliminate the drug trade and eliminate the pouring into this country of narcotics, we have to use our authorities at the Department of War and the intelligence community to go after the threat like we did terrorists when we were manhunting them. And now we have that ability, and we're seeing that in live time, whether it's on the strike on the boat or going down into Mexico and working with our Mexican authorities with these intelligence assets to say we've located not just the person in charge, the cadre in charge, but the entire network. And we are now able to dismantle that entire network. It's going to take time. The manhunt after 9/11 took some years, and this is going to be a years-long mission.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the counterterrorism mission because we've had a lot of experience, the U.S. government writ large, with dealing with terrorism in the Middle East and elsewhere. And obviously, some of our friends and allies, like Mexico, for example, are very sensitive about sovereignty and being able to control weapons on their territory. But yet, we're beginning to see more and more cooperation, as you point out, in that regard. And so, in your opinion, has the counterterrorism model, have the lessons learned?
We have it on 1.5, Adam.
Large, are they being aggressively applied?
These old fucks are way too slow.
To make sure that
we have it on 1.5. just to show you.
Those skills, those lessons learned are applied more broadly to the threat of narco trafficking.
It's already hurting my brain.
Yeah, put it back, please.
It's like my brain wants to. Okay, well, I'll receive this information next year. What else we got?
Yeah.
I
leave the stove running?
The CT mission set, TC mission set, and we're using the new authorities given to our intelligence community partners in the Department of War to combine these collective efforts and in a new way, meeting together and creating an interagency process that gets after the threat dynamic. And whether that's a kill operation, a capture operation, a surrender operation, or a host nation takedown, like we did with the counterterrorism mission sets in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and Pakistan, and elsewhere, we are applying that to the drug traffickers in Mexico and Venezuela and Colombia.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have seen too much political violence in this country.
Well,
We all
sure.
know that. Just last week, Director, your friend Charlie Kirk was gunned down on a college campus. I'm sorry for your loss. In Minnesota, only 2 months ago, a madman took the life of my friends, Melissa and Mark Hortman, shot Senator John Hoffman and his wife.
Yes, Vance Belter, who worked for fucking Tim Walz and told them that even Tim Walz wanted you dead so he could take your spot. And here you are saying what?
That it combined 17 times. And evidence indicates that he would have killed a lot more if law enforcement hadn't intervened. Just last month in my state, we were again shook to the core when little kids were shot down through stained glass.
Oh, you didn't say shit about that. You just brought up the fact that Vance Belter, a crazy-ass motherfucking leftist, gunned down the sitting Democrat Speaker of the House because she co-chaired the speakership with a Republican.
Because they both did. Her and her husband. He signed it. He voted with the Republicans, and she co-chaired it.
Yeah. And then the senator dude was shot, him and his fucking wife, because he was trying to work with Republicans. But let that be the talking point. Can't do it. Somehow Vance Belter, who was fucking hired by Tim Walz personally, is somehow a Republican.
Oh, we don't know that for sure.
No, we do.
We do?
The paperwork has Tim Walz's fucking name and signature on it. Yes.
Windows in Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis. And while the victims weren't politicians in this case, they were 6-year-olds and 8-year-olds, the manifesto that the shooter left behind was political. But in the words of your own federal law enforcement, this person was an all-purpose hater. Went after blacks, Hispanics, the president, Muslims, Jews, nearly everyone. And this happened during the first mass of the year for these kids. They were excited to see their friends, meet their new teachers, and 2 children, 8-year-old Fletcher Merkel, 10-year-old Harper Moisky, were murdered. 21 other people injured, some of the kids, 18 kids, severely. Fletcher was just starting 3rd grade. He loved his family, his friends. He loved fishing and cooking. In his dad's words, any sport he was allowed to play. Harper, the other child, we celebrated her life this Sunday, thousands of people. Her parents described her as bright, joyful, and a deeply loved 10-year-old whose laughter, kindness, and spirit touched everyone that she knew. We've heard the words of young children who were saved because 12-year-olds laid on top of them, or a kid with disabilities who was paralyzed, whose teacher pulled him out of the wheelchair, threw him under the pew, and laid on top of him. We do thank the local FBI director and the local U.S. Attorney's Office for their work in both of these cases, the Hortman case and this. But I did want to focus on one local law enforcement moment that I'm not sure has made with all the news going on in Minnesota. When the first 911 call, and you've heard about other places where this waited.
Kind of fucked up, but then you got to take into account that, people were shooting. So it's understandable. I want a disabled kid on the floor.
Imagine if a dumb cop walked in and was telling that kid to get out.
Walk. No, run. Get out. Get out of that chair and run.
I fucking can't, dickhead.
Paralyzed, the first 911 call was made at 8:27 a.m. The first officer was on the scene just 4 minutes later, local Minneapolis police, at 8:31 a.m. The chief, Chief O'Hara, shared with me the actual numbers. Listen to this. Over 20 people were in ambulances just 14 minutes, all of them, after the police got on the scene. 14 minutes after the first call. Tourniquets, stretchers, and they got them all to Hennepin County Medical Center or Minneapolis Children's Hospital. And I think it is worth looking at what happened there, because one of the dads whose daughter was severely injured, still in the hospital, that I met on Sunday, told me that there is absolutely no way his beautiful daughter would have survived if police hadn't been there. So it is worth looking at for all of us. So my focus on behalf of these parents, because I promised I would do this on Sunday, was just to figure out how we can do anything to stop this from happening again. So expanded background checks.
How about you stop giving fucking estrogen to men and testosterone to women and telling them that they can be the opposite sex and that everybody else is evil if they don't agree with you. How about that fucking shit? Because these people are mentally insane in the first place, and they're just going to believe whatever the fuck they want to believe. So when you tell them this shit, of course they're going to believe you over everybody else. How about you just don't fucking do it? Maybe that might turn it around. Right, Hobachar?
Gun bans, every shooting is different. Raising the minimum age to purchase an assault weapon, even if we're not going to ban them, I favor banning them. But that's one idea that's out there. When so many of these shootings are people who are 18, 19, 20, 21. The one at Annunciation Church was 23. Both shooters in Uvalde and Buffalo had just turned 18 when they purchased the assault weapon bans. I'm not saying any one of these things would prevent every single shooting, but I really ask everyone.
They purchased an assault weapon ban.
We also need to tackle social media, and I really did appreciate Senator Graham's questions. I think we have to protect free speech and not engage in.
I mean, technically, it's not wrong. I mean, they did purchase an assault weapon ban when they purchased a weapon to use it in a mass shooting so they could scream for bans. So technically, yeah, she did run for president. She did. Imagine this bitch as your fucking president. What up, Tony? Hey.
Censorship, but for years I have supported repealing Section 230, which was made when these companies were little companies starting up in garages. And I think it is one way to get at making this better environment.
4 years when these companies were started in the garages? What did she say?
She wanted to repeal Section 230 when these companies were started in garages 4 years ago. You know, when we were talking about how 230 is a fucking problem.
No. These, you mean Twitter and Facebook and Meta and Google and YouTube 4 years ago.
Twitch. Amazon.
They started in the garage 4 years ago.
Your fucking taxpayer dollars at work.
What?
Yeah.
So my first question is on the assault weapon ban. Do you think that would be helpful in reducing gun deaths, Director?
Senator, if I may, I want to answer the question, but thank you for your remarks, especially it relates to my friend Charlie. And I share and relay my remarks, my sentiments to you. Minnesota has suffered untold tragedy in these last few months, and whatever creativity we can use to eliminate even just one shooting, one horrific death, I am in favor of engaging with Congress fully to do. I don't have the answers. I don't know what will eliminate it in its entirety, but I'm willing to engage and explore new ways with you, Senator.
Okay, thank you. And so, assault weapon ban. What do you think?
Senator, I think there are instances on this legislation that
I'd straight up ask her, what's an assault weapon? Is it a big black scary gun? What is an assault weapon? Is it something that's fully automatic? Because that's already been banned. What the fuck is an assault weapon? Anything that scares your pussy?
Could prevent future attacks, but I'm not going to weigh into the creation of legislation.
Could you also look at, and I favor just assault weapon ban, not getting these guns in the hands of people that shouldn't have them, but could you look at the numbers on the ages?
Yes.
Because.
And who are the people that shouldn't have them? By all accounts, if you're not showing any real red flags or anything like that, by all accounts, you should have a weapon. If you've passed the background check, you should have a fucking weapon. How fucking hard is that? We don't know who doesn't need them until they've done something with them.
But by the way, assault weapons ban wouldn't have banned the 30-06.
No.
That took Charlie out.
No.
Assault weapons ban wouldn't also do anything because he took the gun from his grandfather. It was in the text messages.
Yes.
It was his grandfather's gun that he stole.
And his grandfather, as soon as he heard what the fuck was happening, was wondering where his gun was and trying to hunt that shit the fuck down.
So, yeah, assault weapons ban wouldn't have done anything. Plus, the Minnesota shooter, he not only had ARs or an AR, but he also had handguns.
Yeah, he had a shotgun and a pistol. Yeah, so that would have still happened. That would have still happened.
So, do you see where she's trying to go with this?
Mm-hmm.
You see where she's trying to go with this? You did the first one, and then the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one.
Oh, shootings
they've already told
handguns and not rifles.
They've already told you they want to ban semi-automatic weapons, which would be
everything
90%,
except for a bolt-action rifle.
Mm-hmm. Or whatchamacallit? Or a 6-shooter.
Nope, because that's still semi-automatic. That's one bullet per one pull, and it can be fired at a semi-rapid pace. That's still semi-automatic. It's still reloading every time you pull that trigger. So revolvers, off the table.
From 18, even going from 18 to 21, which wouldn't have prevented the shooter in Annunciation Church from purchasing that gun. He
So why bring it up?
The same day, over 100 rounds were fired
Right.
from the assault weapon through the stained glass windows. So if you went up to 25, it would have stopped that immediate purchase and probably saved the lives of these kids. But if you go to 21, that is the same age that already applies to purchasing handguns from federally licensed dealers. So I prefer another approach, but I was hoping that our Republican colleagues would at least look at that, given.
So federally, you're okay at 21 to do all these things anyway. There's no real restrictions on anything. They don't have to really look deeper into what they normally fucking do for these kinds of things. But you would raise that to 25 years old now? Ladies and gentlemen, they are trying to disarm you so people like the Charlie Kirk assassin can fucking kill you easily because you'll be defenseless.
Uvalde, Buffalo, and some of these other mass shootings, trying to be practical, but thinking that it could make a major difference. Strengthening background checks, could you also look at that? And then banning ghost guns and bump stocks. What do you think of that?
So, Senator, you're talking to my heart here on
Banning ghost guns.
They're back at that one again.
Banning ghost guns. Because everything except the barrel and the serial number can be 3D printed. So all you have to do is have the barrel. Buy the barrel that has the serial number. Everything else needs to be banned. What?
one of the core missions at the FBI, which is our CJIS facility in Winchester, Virginia, which is our hub for our NICS checks, our NCICs, our capabilities on when we have, I think it's 19,000 state, local, community law enforcement come to us for these background checks. We're trying to make that processing as fast as we can so we can get them real-time information. I think we have a 93% clearance rate in 15 minutes as it relates to ghost guns, but we can do better.
All right, well, just if you could get back to me on all those and talk to the White House. Threats against elected officials have increased exponentially. Members of Congress received more than 9,000 threats last year, up from 1,600 in 2016. There's been a lot of talk about the rhetoric and the like. And if we want to move forward on things like Section 230, or even look if we can do anything on guns, I do think we're going to have to be honest about this all-purpose hater issue. And it has bothered me, this thing, we're going to go after this group, we're going to have to go after this group. I just want to, for the record, show that the murder of Speaker Hortman and her husband, he was Democratic lawmakers on his list. He went to the ones whose addresses he had, by the way. Planned Parenthood was on the list, as were businesses and law firms. Doctors. I already mentioned the ones with the Catholic Church shooting. So it is not just as the radicals on the left, what's a quote from the president, are the problems or destructive movement of left-wing extremism.
Who did it?
Vice President Vance said.
Who did it?
According to the Anti-Defamation League last year, all the murders were committed. And I'm not actually going to say this because I don't even want to go left-right with this, but you can imagine it wasn't from the left. Cato Institute.
Wait. Please play that one more time. Did she really just fucking say this?
Yes. The Anti-Defamation League says all these motherfuckers are really Republicans doing this shooting. Yes. She fucking said it.
Said, according to the Anti-Defamation League last year, all the murders were committed. And I'm not actually going to say this because I don't even want to go left-right with this, but you can imagine it wasn't from the left. Cato Institute.
So you did it.
All murders last year were from Republicans. Every single last fucking murder in 2024 was due to Republicans. But you don't want to take this left or right. The Anti-Defamation League that says if you say anything about sewer Jews, you're anti-Semitic. The Anti-Defamation League says every death last year was from Republicans. I swear to fucking God. What up, newbie skill?
Conservative think tank published a study just last week that found
why were those two lawmakers killed?
Right
because they voted with Republicans on the legislation.
I actually don't want to go tit for tat on this, but what I am asking for is that this rhetoric of blaming one side or the other stop. If you could convey that to the president, and that we actually work on things that are solutions. So could you?
I don't want to go tit for tat with this. But Charlie, I know I understand. I'm heartfelt for your friend that passed away. But here's a list of Democrats that were killed. I don't want to go tit for tat for this because I don't want you to retort anything I said. But I just did that because, you know, your buddy Charlie Kirk was killed. We still don't know the motive. We still don't know why he did it. It was just a white man who did it. I don't want to go too for tat. But here's a list of people that were targeted. Planned Parenthood, the 2 senators.
It's a lot more than that. And every single one of them was done by a lefty son of a bitch. The only real claim you motherfuckers got is the dumb son of a bitch who shot the FBI building in D.C. with a nail gun. That's it.
Commit to me,
Oh,
Mr.
in
Patel,
January
Director Kash, will
6th.
do that.
Absolutely, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Last, you were asked about social media, and I will put some more questions on the record about that. I think we can make major movement on that. The local FBI helped when the city of St. Paul was a victim of a cyber attack, and I'm concerned about some of the cyber attack cuts. I'll ask you that on the record. AI, I'm glad you raised that. I think we have to do more, but also including election interference because they're using AI videos. I just had one happen in this very committee on me, and I just think they're going to start using it in democracy, election. They could be foreign. Do you think some of this is foreign entities?
You motherfuckers locked up a dude for a fucking meme and you're crying about AI videos causing election interference.
You motherfuckers also said it was AI that made Joe Biden look somewhere else.
Yeah, the cheap fake. No, it was a cheap fake.
It was a cheap fake.
It
Sorry.
wasn't a deep fake. It was a cheap fake. It was just edited wrong. Even it was edited to not show the dude that's sitting there packing his fucking parachute on the ground that paid Joe Biden no fucking mind because he wasn't talking to the dude. And if he was, the dude never heard him in the first fucking place. But that's a cheap fake because it didn't show him actually standing there when it showed him standing there trying to talk to somebody that was packed. Shut the fuck up.
No, he was waving and talking to somebody, and then they were like, "Well, he was talking to the crowd," and then they panned back, and there was no crowd.
Yeah,
where he was pointed.
Oh, he was talking to the dude that was packing his parachute, telling him what a good job he did, while he's staring above his head. So we're just gonna randomly say shit out of nowhere then? If that's the fucking case, that's the biggest fucking form of biggest fucking sign of dementia I've ever seen. He's talking to nobody.
She's just mad that somebody made a Joe Biden chasing an ice cream truck meme and people laughed at it. You know, Joe Biden really didn't go after an ice cream truck, okay? I mean, he did bite his wife's hand, but he didn't go after an ice cream truck. He did say hi to a woman that was dead.
He did nibble on a baby's foot, but he didn't chase an ice cream truck. All right, let's get that straight. No shit. I don't expect an ice cream truck to roll up behind them on a fucking stage.
He did shit himself in front of the Pope, but he didn't chase an ice cream truck.
I almost forgot about that.
He did fall up the stairs and knock himself out almost, but at the fucking naval graduation. But you know, he didn't chase an ice cream truck. Jesus Christ, Amy!
Your taxpayer
You're
dollars.
retarded.
Yes. The average IQ of the motherfuckers you elect has got to be below fucking freezing.
Please, Mr. Patel.
Generally speaking, we have traced a lot of this to loose groups overseas that don't have any sort of central cluster.
There's going to be a lot on you then. And then last, I'll put on the record just my concern about protecting journalists. The new guidance that came out of the department. Have you deployed any FBI resources to investigate members of the media for activities related to news gathering, reporting, or reporting on
best thing you can do is ignore these stupid people. We just give them power by talking about them.
We expose them. This
Tony,
is what it is.
These are the motherfuckers that make the laws that tell you how to live your life. You can't ignore them. Doing that leads to what we are here now doing. Because we fell asleep when it was great in the 90s and 2000s when everybody you literally could just, everything you wanted was within your grasp. All you had to do was just work a little bit.
Houses out here in the Midwest were still fucking 20 grand back in the 90s. Nobody wanted to be in the Midwest. Now all of a sudden, try to buy a house out here. Fucking $400,000 to $500,000.
Yeah, $250,000 for a studio fucking apartment.
Government whistleblower, something near and dear to the chairman's heart.
And yes, there is one out there for that.
An investigation of a journalist if they've conducted or committed an allegation of separate criminal activity, most prominently leaks of classified information.
Thank you.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, good to see you. Thank you for being here. You're leading the FBI at a
very critical time for that agency and also a
Josh,
critical
don't
time
fuck
for our
around.
country. And I want to start by talking to you about the tide of violence that we have seen, ideological violence
Nah,
against people of faith.
he was good in this.
Particularly Christians. You just think here, take a rough catalog. Just in the last couple of years, we've seen shooting at the Covenant School, Christian School in Nashville. We've seen school shooting at the Annunciation School. We've seen church shootings multiply. We've seen acts of crime and violence, vandalism, arson against churches and parishes all across the country. And then, of course, last week,
he
Charlie
was
Kirk,
talking about the
who
mainstream
said, "I want to
media.
be remembered for my
Okay.
courage, for my faith," was shot on a college campus. Let me just start with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Is the FBI, and I appreciate the tremendous work the FBI has done in this investigation, is the FBI investigating the Kirk assassination as part of this broader pattern of anti-religious, anti-Christian violence?
We are investigating Charlie's assassination fully and completely and running out every lead related to any allegation of broader violence. And we're producing results on that we'll disclose when appropriate.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Let me just ask you a few questions about that if I could. Sure. Reports have suggested that the FBI is investigating a broader network of groups that may have had some
I'm gonna have to slow this down because this dude can actually talk at a good speed here.
knowledge.
I'm fucking mad, by the way.
Can you?
Why?
Nobody puts Joshy in the corner.
You give us any details on that, following up what you already said in public? How's the FBI working to find other potential accomplices, folks who may have known about the shooter's plans, folks who may have encouraged him? Any update on any of that?
So in terms of what we do for an interrogation perspective, we go and reach out to the family and community immediately. And we've conducted those investigations and interrogations with local law enforcement. And we're continuing to do that because those closest to the suspect are going to hopefully know the most about the suspect and his beliefs and his ideology. On top of that, unfortunately, it has been leaked that there was a Discord chat. And for those unfamiliar with it, it's a gaming chat room online that the suspect participated in. So what we're doing, we've already done is serve legal process, not just on Discord, so that the information we gathered is sustained and held in a evidentiary posture that we could use in prosecution should it be.
I'm just gonna say this. Good on you, fucking Holly. We are an hour and 43 minutes in, and you're the first one to say anything about, hey, what about this Charlie Kirk shit? What information do you have so far? The first one, 2 hours in, damn near 2 hours in, and he's the first fucking one.
Decided to do so, and we're also going to be investigating anyone and everyone involved in that Discord chat.
Okay, very good. I see the public reports that the Discord thread had as many as 20 additional users. It sounds like you're trying to run down all of that to see if that's accurate, who else may have been on that thread, what they may have known. Is that fair to say?
It's a lot more than that, and we're running them all down.
It's a lot more than 20?
Yes, sir.
And you're running all of that too?
Every single one.
Yeah, fantastic. Let me just turn to the broader question here of anti-religious, anti-Christian violence. Let me just give you a few stats that I'm sure that you're all too familiar with. Every person of faith in America certainly is. Major report this past year found that there have been over 400 instances of hostility against churches in the United States in the year 2024. Those included arsons, bomb threats, shootings, and firearm incidents. Another organizational report found that there were 500 attacks on Catholic parishes alone. So that number 415, that's all Christian churches in 2024. Another organization found 500 separate attacks on just Catholic parishes since May of 2020. Of course, we have the Covenant School shooting, the Annunciation School shooting in Minnesota, where 2 children were shot dead as they were praying in a pew. Here's my question. What is the FBI doing to take on this rising tide of violence that seems to be motivated by anti-religious hatred?
Specifically, sir, we have 60 anti-Catholic hate crime incidences reported to us that are being investigated. Publicly, I can tell you we have 5 hate crime investigations with anti-Catholic bias ongoing currently in the states, in the cities of Kansas City, Louisville, Houston, Nashville, and Richmond. That's what I can say publicly. But any ideologically based attack against any faith, as a man of faith myself, will not be tolerated, and the full resources of the FBI are committed to all of it.
Are you investigating any domestic cells that instigate or encourage or fund or in any way support attacks on churches or other houses of worship?
Senator, you raised an incredibly important point that most people don't look at. I've always said we follow the money. And whether it's terrorism or attacks based on ideology or attacks on institutions of faith or people of faith, someone's paying for it, and we are reverse tracing those steps. We are not stopping at the perpetrator themselves. We are reverse engineering to hold those accountable in our investigations to who funded them and knowingly funded them, and we will bring the appropriate steps against them with our partners at DOJ.
Good.
Jonathan says, kind of embarrassing that Kash, the FBI director, thinks Discord is a gamer app. Well, he is a boomer.
He's Indian. They're all the fucking same to him. He don't fucking know the difference between Discord, Rumble, YouTube. He just sees fucking dots and numbers. He don't fucking know.
Shit.
I'm glad to hear that.
And goats.
Look forward to hearing reports on that progress. Yeah.
Sorry about
fucking microphone, Chuck. It's Christ.
Let me just ask you this in the same vein, Director. Since the Dobbs decision, the FBI has advertised $25,000 rewards for information on attacks on abortion clinics. Will the FBI similarly offer rewards for information on attacks of houses of worship?
Yes, when it is appropriate, the rewards are any reward, whether it's an attack on a house of faith or on a homicide or whatever, is determined by a group within the FBI. But we will work with them to make sure that rewards of monetary value are put out for all ideologically based attacks.
Good. You just rattled off some statistics,
Therese.
which I was glad to hear about the number of investigations you have open, the incidents you're tracking against Christians, against houses of worship. Let me just ask you if you consider designating a senior official as a liaison to houses of worship, to Christian other religious organizations, to publish metrics on investigations and arrests related to church attacks, church threats, vandalism, arson, etc. Will you set up a system for liaising and then reporting so that everybody can see, this committee and the public can see just how many attacks we're talking about, just what the level of threat and violence is and what the FBI is doing to combat it?
Senator, you're speaking my language. The private-public sector partnership on this specific issue, just like the other ones we've talked about, is equally transformative to finding those involved in these criminal activities. And with your assistance, I would ask you if you're able to identify someone who's an expert in that area, we will work with them. We will take their information because as great as the FBI is, we're only as good as the information we can get, and we don't have the reach that the private sector does in some of these areas.
Very good. Happy to help on that. Let me ask you about something specific to the FBI, because sadly, as you know, the FBI, when it comes to anti-religious animus, has been part of the problem before you got to this agency. And I know that you remember the infamous memo generated by the FBI that attempted to recruit informants in houses of worship, in particular in Catholic parishes. Your predecessor testified when this information, I just want to reiterate, this memo became public because of a whistleblower. It was not turned over to this committee. It was not disclosed to this committee. In fact, we were told it didn't exist, and then a whistleblower published it, showing that indeed the FBI had recruited informants, attempted to, into Catholic parishes. Your predecessor then testified, sitting right where you are today, he testified that this, I'm going to quote, was a single product by a single field office, end quote. That was a lie. Because we then had additional whistleblowers come forward and say, no, actually, multiple field offices contributed to the drafting of the report. And indeed, there was a second anti-Catholic memo that the FBI generated. And indeed, those memos were distributed to over 1,000 FBI agents across the country. You know all of this. You and I talked about it when you were here for your confirmation hearing back in January. I just want to follow up and see, have you been able to determine how this memo got written and distributed? How is it that the Federal Bureau of Investigation came to be recruiting informants in Christian churches in this country?
Senator, we did dig in, and we are doing our investigation simultaneously with Congress. And just to put it in perspective, we provided 700 documents on the Richmond Catholic memo specifically to this committee, whereas my predecessor provided 19 pages. And not only that, but we looked into how the source recruitment structure at the FBI was conducted during this time. And we made adjustments and permanent fixes to ensure that sources are not put into houses of worship unless there is an actual ongoing criminal or international terrorism threat. We will not use sources at this FBI to investigate and cull information just for the sake of culling information in houses of worship.
Has anybody been fired for this?
There have been terminations related to this and resignations.
Good. There need to be, because if this is going to be standard at the FBI, nobody can trust the FBI. You want to talk about violating the First Amendment? This has got First Amendment violation written all over it. It's one of the most revolting chapters in the FBI's history. And considering what we're seeing more broadly in terms of the acts of violence against people of faith, this has absolutely got to end. The FBI has to lead the way. So I count on you to do that, Director. Let me just, in the minute or so that I have remaining, let me just shift gears and ask you about something else you said earlier. You said that protecting our youth is maybe the FBI's top priority. It's great to hear. Let me ask you about the role of AI chatbots in that, which you've talked about a little bit already today. Are you investigating any cases of AI-generated child sex abuse material? You issued a PSA earlier this year warning that synthetic child sex abuse material, that's where the AI generates it using maybe a real kid's image, but then generates sex material, sex abuse material. You warned that that was illegal under federal law. Is the FBI investigating any instances of this synthetic CSAM material generated by AI that you could speak to?
We are investigating dozens of those matters because, let me just say this, as far as the FBI is concerned, generative AI that produces CSAM, child sexual abuse material, under our investigative authorities is treated as equally as if it were actual child sexual abuse material. There's no difference for me in the FBI on this.
Let me just ask you one other thing in this vein. I'm sure you've seen the reporting that Meta's AI rules, their own internal guidelines, allowed their chatbots to have sensual, that's their word, sensual conversations with children. We've had instances, multiple instances of children, minors, taking their own lives at the behest of chatbots that instructed them with specificity on how to do it. What's the FBI's role here in investigating what is going on with these chatbots, with these AI companies encouraging? I mean, listen, if an actual person did that, we would say that's grooming. We would say that's child abuse. These companies are doing it. Their own guidelines allow it. What can we do about that?
You're referring to NVE, nihilistic violent extremism, and the 764. It has been made a priority of the FBI because they are targeting children, and these chatbots and these generative AI are getting coupled with actual humans who are using them and releasing them because they can do the work faster and quicker than humans can and get into spaces like social media where humans have a difficulty in engaging. And what we're doing is treating any extension of generative AI as the criminal themselves. And we have, I think, I've got to get the number back to you, but over 1,000 investigations related to NVE. We've had numerous takedowns and arrests of 764 individuals, and we are educating. This may be the most important part. I'm directly engaging with the social media and media companies, the internet.
I failed. I fucking failed. In the YouTube chat there, they're talking about that. Rhonda said she didn't know what Bob's and Vagine is. And that song popped up into my head immediately as we were explaining that. And I tried so fucking hard to not just let it play in the back of my head. And as Kash started talking, all I heard was, "Hi, dear. Can you open up your cloth? No, I'm not doing sex with my mom. You're so budgetful. Show me your vagina." It started playing. I failed. I couldn't help it. My bad.
Service providers to find a way to shut down. There's nothing I can do at the FBI to force them to shut it down, but work with you in Congress to find a way to work with our partners to get that shut down permanently.
Senator Coons. Thank you, Chairman Grassley. Thank you, Chairman, for calling this hearing. I'm grateful we're continuing this committee's a long tradition of oversight, and in particularly today, oversight of the FBI. Director Patel, thank you for being
It was
here.
supposed to be on
There's a
fucking
number of
Charlie
issues I
Kirk,
hope
you
that we can
cunt.
Speak to. I want to start by reading something you said to me during your confirmation hearing under oath. I have no interest, no desire, and
Is it just me or is this dude's name racist?
I mean, he did let Joe Biden feel up his kid.
Look, I didn't even know this dude actually fucking existed in the Senate until I came across a short where somebody was calling him Senator Coons. And I was like, that's just racist as fuck. Why are you? And it turns out there was a dude named Senator Coons. And I was like, oh, god damn, that's horrible. But yeah.
will not, if confirmed, go backwards. There will be no politicization at the FBI. Then you looked me in the eyes and said there will be no retribution actions taken by the FBI should I be confirmed as director. I told you that in your office. I tell you that again today. I'm concerned that that's not what's happened, that since you took over as director, you've cleaned house or forced out senior leaders across the Bureau, in particular targeting those that worked on investigations of President Trump. The former acting director has just sued you for firing him for political reasons. So did a leader in the D.C. field office. And the well-respected leader of the Salt Lake City office was pushed out last month, leaving that office shorthanded at a particularly difficult time. I'm worried that these actions compromise the Bureau's ability to keep Americans safe. Hundreds of agents have resigned.
Wait. Because motherfuckers got fired for political reasons. They're suing. And somehow this motherfucker is worried that people in the FBI who are targeting motherfuckers for political reasons are getting fired for it. He's worried that that's going to hurt the FBI's credibility because motherfuckers are targeting American citizens for absolutely no fucking reason. I think the targeting was what caused the distrust in the FBI. Not the people getting fired for doing it. That's the dumbest fucking statement I've seen so far in this hearing. And that's saying a lot. We had a motherfucker sit here and say it is an abuse of power to fire somebody who might end up whacking Kash Patel because they hate him. And that was a fucking dumbass statement. And now we got this motherfucker who just made a worse fucking statement. Your taxpayer dollars, can we just admit that none of these motherfuckers deserve to be there anymore?
No.
None of them.
No. Not of one.
You are lowering application standards to fill vacancies. You've reassigned large numbers of agents to work on immigration and street crime, issues other law enforcement agencies can handle,
Now they're just
perhaps more effectively
cursing
with
like
the
12-year-olds.
FBI. But I'm concerned that this compromises the Bureau's ability to address national security risks, uniquely its capability. In fact, you've shut down the Office of Integrity and Compliance, which makes sure that agents act in a lawful and ethical way and reassign staff away from domestic terrorism investigations.
Jonah, they
exactly at
both
a
fit.
moment I think we are all concerned about it. I also have to ask, you came before the Appropriations Committee in May and told us you wanted a $500 million budget cut for the FBI. literally an effort to defund the police. I am grateful for the work of the men and women of the FBI. They've done great work this year in Delaware, partnering with the Dover Police Department to support human trafficking victims, partnering with the Middletown Police Department on armed robbery and carjacking. And it's urgent, I think, that we fix the direction and the prioritization within the FBI. And I wish we could focus on those efforts today. But I'm seeing an FBI leadership more focused on social media clout and on political revenge than on fighting crime.
Social media clout. Because this FBI is actually sharing what they're doing on the social media so that the media can't hide this shit for you or try to spin it in some actual real fucked up way. You're focused on social media more. In doing your job, you are focused on social media. Motherfucker, ain't they doing their job and telling you how they're doing it to the American people on social media? Bypassing your fucked up ass fucking media? Your mainstream media? I'm sorry, that's more transparent than I've ever fucking seen.
Your propagandist mouthpiece.
Director, have you ever ordered that an FBI employee be terminated because he or she worked on an investigation into President Trump?
Senator, thank you. One quick correction for the record. There's 280 NV investigations. I give the incorrect number to Senator Hawley. Thank you.
Understood.
As far as a lot of your statement, I disagree with it. I'm happy to address it. But the only way, generally speaking, an individual is terminated at the FBI is if they have violated their oath of office, violated the law, or failed to uphold the standards that we need them to have at the FBI.
So those who say that they've been fired because of working on investigations into President Trump are lying or misrepresenting?
Well, those matters are alleged in litigation, which is ongoing, so I can't comment on those specifically.
Could you comment on why you fired former acting FBI Director Driscoll?
I can't because it's ongoing litigation.
Could you say now definitively under oath that the rank and file agents who were assigned to work January 6 cases will not be terminated because that's what they were assigned to do?
I've said it before and I've said it again. Your case assignment, as I was given case assignments when I was a young prosecutor, does not dictate your career or your termination.
Thank you. Then let me go to the appropriations question. In May, you testified before the subcommittee on which I served, defending the president's request that we slash the FBI's budget by about $500 million. The day before, you testified the opposite in front of the House. Where are we in terms of the budget request? Senator Graham earlier said if you're requesting more funding for more agents, let us know. We're nearing the end of the fiscal year. In front of the committee on which I serve here in the Senate, your request was for a reduction of hundreds of millions of dollars. Where are we?
Where we are in the budget cycle is we at the FBI are in support of the president's budget, and we are in support of eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. We've already identified tens of millions of dollars of duplicative contracts that the FBI was spending on software and private sector engagements. We've also identified duplicative workloads. So we are transitioning those folks out of doing the same thing twice over and into the field. And that's my focus right now. And the move of the FBI headquarters is also going to save the FBI $3.5 billion in the American taxpayers. So we're focused on eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. And as I told Senator Graham, if we're, I'll go back and talk to my team, and if we need more, we'll let you know.
Are you planning any additional reductions in force, Director?
No.
How many vacancies are you currently trying to fill within the agency?
In terms of the 1811 ranks, there's a few hundred open vacancies that we have funded. And so we're filling all of those with our hybrid 1811 program and our new recruitment program. And I think a lesser amount of IAs and SOS.
So if hundreds of agents have retired or taken the fork in the road offer, and you have vacancies.
Yeah, I know. I think I'm about to turn it off there, Spud.
How does having fewer FBI agents
It seems
help
to
you
be
tackle
going more
violent
than
crime
every
and address
30
national
minutes.
security issues?
Just to put it in perspective, Senator, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. If we had this $500 million, we've done the math. It would take us 14 years to onboard every vacancy that's on the books currently at the FBI because we can't hire these folks and train them overnight. It's a years-long process. So we are currently focused on recruiting the best and filling the positions to the best of our needs. And we, even if we had this extra money, wouldn't be able to hire them overnight. We're looking for where the need is greatest, where in the country we need to send them, and how we can change the training requirements, which is why I'm thrilled to have police officers. They might not have a college degree, but they got the street smarts and the cop smarts to become FBI agents, and that's what we want.
Let me turn to Section 702. When you testified in front of the CJS subcommittee, we talked about this issue. You told me you were in favor of reauthorizing FISA Section 702 when it expires next year, so long as the reforms implemented last year, reforms like better training for agents and real consequences for inappropriate searches of Americans' communications, were maintained. You also said that you had some ideas about how to make Section 702 better going forward. Can you give me an update on the FBI's implementation of these reforms and the direction you think it should go?
Absolutely. I think you're referring to the query process, and if you're not, let me know. But any instance of abuse or mistakes that were made in the query process have now been changed. It used to be you can make multiple mistakes and continue to access the query database system. I've changed that. If you make a mistake, you're immediately sidelined, a review is conducted. And if it was an actual mistake, i.e. there should have been S on the end of that name and there wasn't, then we put you back in. But we have to review those matters. So that's happening. And if there was an intentional mistake, you have no more access to the 702 query system in its database.
Damn, what was it? 700 and something thousand? Almost a million. Fucking illegal. FISA, whatever. They accessed, yeah, it wasn't even warrants. They didn't even need warrants. Inquiries, I guess would be, yes. Over almost a million illegal looking at American fucking citizens. If you fuck up, you're not allowed back in the system unless we manually review it to see that it is an actual real fuck up. If you didn't really fuck up, we revoked your access altogether. Fucking hell yeah. They should be fired for this shit. But I'll take revoking their access so they can't do it again. Good fucking job. Great one. I'm okay with that. At least for a little bit.
So we've also done an audit of the entire 702 system and the query databases, and now we are nearly 100% of the audit. And I think we found one or two, I'll have to get back to you, quote unquote mistakes within that system, which are currently being reviewed.
Thank you. You had told me in May that you'd send me updated statistics about the Section 702 searches of Americans data. I haven't received it. When will I get that?
I'll work with my team to get that to you, Senator.
And frankly, in May, when you were testifying that you were implementing these reforms, you were also closing down the Office of Internal Auditing at the FBI. Now, that was the office created in the first Trump administration to improve the Bureau's compliance with Section 702. How is that working out? How can you continue to advocate for robust civil liberty protections, but shut down the office that was created to enforce those safeguards? Help me understand this.
Absolutely, Senator. This is a great example of sort of duplicative work. Both, there was two divisions in the FBI working on this, and all we did was the inspection division, which is the leader in this query system and this audit system, has now been given the single source mandate to conduct these. So the OIA, its elimination is just taking folks who were working there and were experts in it and folded in under the inspection division, and then taking other folks that we didn't need because we had enough manpower and pushing them elsewhere in the FBI.
I'm concerned about the rise in threats against members of our judiciary. What are you
Yes, sir.
doing with the U.S. Marshal Service to help protect our federal judges and with state and local judicial systems to help provide some of the expertise of the FBI in protecting them as well?
I share your concern, Senator. We have 35 open investigations, 17 against federal judges, and the remainder against state court judges and threats that they have received. And as you know, federally, there's a specific statute which prohibits that. So we are working up those cases and referring them to prosecution where we can meet the threshold for evidence.
In your written testimony, you referenced how counter-UAS legislation expires and we need to resolve the conflict in jurisdiction and authority. I agree, this is an urgent concern. I've heard from state and local law enforcement about it, from the folks responsible for major events, whether it's sports or concerts or public events. Given the tragic increase in political violence, I'm very concerned about the misuse of drones and the potential of there being a catastrophic event. What could we do to address this challenge?
Well, obviously, reauthorizing the capability.
Say what?
She says, I want to be American Eagled. Is that a sex position?
No, that's the Sydney Sweeney shit.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, American Eagle. There's a. Yeah,
Is that when she lays on? Is that when she lays on top of you and then puts her hands out wide and her legs out wide and then she just bounces on your penis? Is that American Eagled?
That might be fun.
And she screams, "Gah!"
Apparently, one of my coworkers found out what a blood eagle was today.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he was sitting there telling no, he was sitting there telling me about it. He's like, yeah, I learned this. Apparently, it was like the Vikings' way of disrespecting somebody, and I perked up and I was like, motherfucker, you just found out about this? And he's like, yeah, what they would do is they'd cut your back open, they'd break your ribs off your spine, yeah, and then take your lungs out and post them. Yeah, that's called a blood eagle. And he's like, I just learned about this. And I was like, I'm proud of you.
That we have
You
on the
make
counter
me
UAS
proud.
program. But just to highlight what the FBI is specifically doing, we've been given the mandate to work with DHS to secure not just the Club World Cup that we had, by the way, which occurred in 32 matches across the country without any significant incident, which we're proud of, and we're taking that model for the next World Cup and also the Olympics. But the reason I bring that up is because we pushed out our counter UAS programs to address the security needs, and that's where our focus is on events like that.
Mr. Director, thank you for your testimony. I look forward to working on actually solving criminal problems and reducing the extent to which what we're going back and forth about is more political and partisan point scoring and more actually solving crimes for the American people.
Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Director, you and the FBI, working with state and local law enforcement officials.
I like Kennedy.
I do. I love
have
Kennedy.
Caught the assassin of Mr. Charlie Kirk. Is that right?
We have a suspect.
Spread eagle, nationality,
And you
who
did that
cares?
within 48 hours, did you not?
33 hours.
33 hours. Congratulations. We've had other political assassinations. Back in June, an assassin assassinated Representative Melissa Hoffman, Mr. Hoffman, Senator John Hoffman, and Mrs. Hoffman in Minnesota. You
I thought
and
that
the
was
FBI
Hortman, but okay.
and Minnesota state and local law enforcement officials caught the assassin within 48 hours. Did you not?
I believe that timeline's correct, Senator. Congratulations.
Sometimes we miss the forest for the trees. Good work. Did Mr. Kirk's assassin act alone?
As I've said since the beginning, Senator, it is very much an ongoing investigation, and I can't speak to the state charges. That's for the state to address on their own, but we are providing them with the same investigatory findings reporting the department. And as I noted to Senator, I believe it was Cornyn or Hawley, that there are a number of individuals that are currently being investigated and interrogated, and a number yet to be investigated and interrogated specific to that chat room. So we are very much in our ongoing posture of investigation.
No.
So others could have been involved.
Yes, sir.
We can't skip Kennedy.
I asked you this last time you were here. Kash, you remember Mr. Peter Strzok and Ms. Lisa Page?
Yes, sir.
Oh boy, here we go.
They were, Mr. Strzok was an FBI agent. Ms. Page was an FBI lawyer. They were both very aggressive anti-Trump political activists.
Yep.
Who allowed their political opinions to affect their work at the FBI. Is that a fair statement?
I believe their text messages and the testimony that was secured by the OIG and DOJ speak for themselves.
In fact, Mr. Strzok and Ms. Page were having an extramarital affair, and at one point, Ms. Page texted Mr. Strzok, quote, "Trump's not ever going to be president, right? Right?" And Mr. Strzok replied, no, he won't. We will stop it," end quote. Ms. Page resigned from the FBI. Mr. Strzok was fired. They promptly sued the federal government and the FBI and Justice Department for releasing their emails, which revealed all of this. The FBI settled that lawsuit for $1.2 million, gave Mr. Strzok $1.2 million cash, gave Ms. Page, who resigned. She wasn't fired, she resigned, she quit. Gave her $800,000. Who, if the FBI made that decision to give them money?
That settlement was reached in the Biden administration when my predecessor was a director.
Who? Are you saying that Chris Wray did?
The only people that can decide that settlement are the Attorney General in conjunction with the director and the administration.
Okay, so you're telling
Which
me
we
that
will now
Attorney General
refer to
Garland
as
and
fuckguard
Director
1
Wray
and
decided
fuckguard
to give them
2.
the money. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you took over the FBI, did you find instances of where, under the Biden administration, the FBI had weaponized the agency to push the political beliefs of President Biden?
Sorry, the last part.
When you took over the FBI, did you find instances of where the Biden administration had politicized the FBI to prosecute its political agenda?
Well, I won't speak for other people. Having been a target of that weaponization, having been a staffer on the House Intelligence Committee, having had the Justice Department weaponized against me for making the findings and leading the investigation of Russiagate, I know what that feels like. And that's why, as the FBI director, I'm committed to not ever have that ever happen again. But I'm also committed to fully investigating what was done, and that matter is still ongoing.
So I take it your answer is yes.
Yes, sir.
And you're firing those people, is that right?
Anyone that politicizes their job at the FBI will not work at the FBI.
Okay. You've heard some of my colleagues, either implicitly or otherwise, suggest that you have politicized the FBI to prosecute the political beliefs of President Trump. Is that true?
I don't know how that can be true when the stats that I cited, to include the 23,000 arrests, 6,000 weapons seized, 1,600 gang and criminal enterprise organizations, 4,700 children found and rescued, more enough fentanyl seized to kill a third of America. The men and women of the FBI are now in an apolitical mission, and this is why the numbers are historic.
Have you fired people because they voted for Vice President Harris?
I don't ask people who they vote for, and neither does the FBI.
Okay. But you've given people polygraphs, have you not?
Many people in the FBI take polys.
The FBI does that all the time.
Yes, sir.
Is it not?
Yes,
For
sir.
a long time, is that correct?
Decades.
All right. I want to ask you about the Epstein files. Have you seen the Epstein files?
I have not reviewed the entirety of it myself, but a good amount.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Epstein trafficked young women, including, in some instances, minors, for sex to himself?
That was specifically the allegations in the 2018 indictment in the Southern District of New York.
Who else did he traffic these young women to?
In terms of what the investigation, again, going back to 2008, Mr. Acosta, who limited the investigation, and limited the search warrants, and limited the parameters of the investigation.
What's up?
This is from Rick in the Discord. He was referring to the 6E.
Yeah.
Where Durbin said he can tell. Rick said he sent this: a person to whom disclosure is made under Rule 6E, 3A, 2 or 3. 6A, disclosure of grand jury matter other than the grand jury's deliberations or any grand jury's vote may be made to an attorney for the government for use in performing that attorney's duty. Any government personnel, including those of a state subdivision, Indian tribe, or foreign government, that an attorney or that an attorney for the government considers necessary to assist in performing the attorney's duty to enforce federal crime law, a person authorized by 18 USC subsection 3322.
Okay, click on the Roll 60 right there at the
I
very
can't.
top of the
This
screen.
is just a picture.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Legal Information Institute. I'll look into that.
It's the same place where you got the
treason. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing we are able to speak to publicly, because he was given a non-prosecution agreement by Mr. Acosta, is that first time period from, I believe, don't quote me on this, 97 to 2001-ish. And then when the Trump administration...
Cory
encouraged
Booker, Adam Schiff.
Interrupting
Not
me.
yet.
I'm going to run out of time. You've seen most of the files.
It's coming up,
Who,
though.
if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself, there is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one
For the information that we have
in the files.
in the case file.
Okay. Now, President Trump has deferred to the FBI and the Department of Justice with respect to the Epstein records. He says it is your call about releasing them. And I understand that the department and the agency have decided to release them in cooperation with the House committee. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
So you're...
Dude. Newbie's in
Yeah.
the same state you came from.
Jersey?
Yeah.
Nice to meet
Nice to meet.
Nice to meet you, newbie.
He just stopped mid-sentence to...
My brain melted halfway through. I didn't know what I wanted to say. Nice to meet. I just had a fucking Addison McConnell moment. Nice to meet.
I'm just going to call him Addison. He's no longer going to be Mitch. It's Addison McConnell. The bitch's name is Addison Mitchell McConnell. But yeah.
releasing them a little bit at a time. Is that correct?
We're releasing as much as we can, but we are limited by 3 different court orders, and the department went back to each of those judges to waive those court orders or have them lifted, and each of those judges declined.
Will you release all of them, or at least as many as you can?
We will release everything we are legally permitted to do so. We are continuing to work with the House on the subpoena request. We have substantially complied with it, but we will continue to release whatever we are legally permitted to do so.
Okay. I strongly encourage you to do that. Cash, this issue is not going to go away. And I think the central question for the American people is this. They know that Epstein trafficked young women for sex to himself. They want to know who, if anyone else, he trafficked these young women to. And that's a very fair question. I want to know that answer. And I think you're going to have to do more to satisfy the American people's understandable curiosity in that regard.
Mr. Chairman, may I just respond to that? I agree, Senator. And what we have done, and just to remind folks, the Epstein case files existed in the 2 prior administrations, in the Obama administration and the Biden administration. And they didn't release anything. And there was President Trump in the first administration that renewed charges against Mr. Epstein. And I know it's a little complicated to understand, but what exists in the Epstein case files was a direct result of the limited search warrants from 2006 and 7, which hamstrung future investigations because of the non-prosecution agreement. And multiple administrations had the opportunity to look at the entirety of that case file and recommend prosecutions against anyone that was trafficked under Mr. Epstein and anyone that participated in that trafficking. And the only person to bring charges was the prior administration against Mr. Epstein. Now, I am not saying that others were not trafficked and others were not involved.
Thank you,
What I am
Tony.
telling you,
Tony
is that
Hay
based
with
on
the dono.
information we
Here's
have, we
5
have
more
continuously-
bucks to your baby's trade school. Thank you very
Hell
much, Tony.
yeah.
Appreciate it.
Fuck me. What did I do? I just said chesticular fortitude. Come on now.
Fuck you, Richard.
Publicly ask for the public to come forward with more information. If there is, we'll look at it. But based on credible information, we have released all credible information, and the information that the Department of Justice and the FBI never releases is information on investigations that are not credible. And we don't release the names of victims who weren't credible, but in the same time, we don't release the names of victims who were credible. And so the information, that's by law. And so the information we are releasing now is historic, and it is also to the maximum capacity that the law allows. And I know that's not going to satisfy many, many, many people. But if they wanted it done right, then the investigation from its origination should have been done right. And he should not have been given a get-out-of-jail-free card to do jail on the weekends for 12 hours a day. And he should have been investigated fully for the entirety of his crime and criminal enterprise, not just from 1997 to 2001.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, thank you for being here today. You'll recall well in
God
January
damn it.
confirmation hearing before this committee, I raised the
Maybe
prospect
Disney
of
new
politically
shoes.
motivated.
I don't know. She's going to walk soon. I just bit my fucking lip.
Yeah. Baby does need new shoes, but
I just bit my lip, and it's karma. Because the baby headbutted Amanda today, and I laughed at her, and now I bit my lip, so I'm starting, I can feel it. It's karma. Fuck you, Amanda.
Blumenthal here has a bigger list than White House. I hope you all realize that. Just listen to this lispy ass motherfucker speak.
And you promised me, as you did other members of this committee, quote, every FBI employee will be held to the absolute same standard, and no one will be terminated for case assignments. You went on to tell me, quote, all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. And you assured one of my colleagues that you would honor the internal review process of the FBI. I'm not going to mince words. You lied to us. In the short time that you've been FBI director, you've presided over a rash of retaliatory firings. 3 FBI agents have recently sued you. They are FBI agents with 60 years between them of distinguished service, rescuing hostages, saving kids from predators, dismantling drug cartels, and their allegations, their civil allegations, are a searing indictment of your tenure as FBI director. But it's not just those 3. The FBI Agents Association has said that your actions, quote, distract agents from their work, foster fear that their assignments could cost them their careers, either now or under the next administration, and increase the risk of criminal and national security threats by undermining unity and morale within the Bureau, end quote. This association,
Oh, because they're fucking pussy herds?
Represents 14,000
Yeah.
members,
Oh.
90% of all the active agents.
I got fired because I'm politicizing and going after people. So I got fired for wrong reasons. They should be able to fire me. Shut the fuck up. God, you whiny little bitch-made motherfuckers.
His Just for Men did soak into his brain. Look at that fucking face. He's got ghoul hands.
He does.
His hands look like the guy from fucking Poltergeist.
No. That's that right there is Scanlon. No, that's Scanlon.
Oh.
That's that Richard King dude.
Yeah.
The priest dude from that. Yeah. That's Scanlon. That's the next Netflix version. But yes.
These are your employees saying that your performance has been unqualified and unfit.
Hey, you know what your employees say? Take off that fucking Ukraine pin. How about you just represent America like you're supposed to, you cunt?
Right.
You know the people who employ you say take off that fucking pin because you don't represent Ukraine. You represent America. You go fuck what side you're on.
Right.
That these retaliatory firings were the result of direction from the White House. There have been instances in the past history of the Bureau of political interference and political direction from the director's office, but not the kind of institutional interference that we're seeing from the White House right now. I'm going to ask you, has anyone from the White House contacted you about personnel decisions?
Before I even answered that, I'd just be like, okay, cool. I'll answer you after you do this. Say the words, she sells seashells by the seashore, and if you don't say it with a lisp, then I'll answer you.
I ain't telling you shit.
I completely disagree with your entire premise that I have lied or am misleading the FBI. If I were, the results that I announced today by the men and women of the FBI and the historic records we are doing to keep this country safe would not be possible. The men and women of the FBI are responding to our leadership and this administration's priorities. The only way people get terminated at the FBI is if they fail to meet the muster of the job and their duties, and that is where I will leave it. And you accusing me of lying is something I don't take lightly, but I'm not going to get into a tit for tat with you.
Well, let me just ask you to answer my question. Has anyone from the White House contacted you about personnel decisions?
Generally speaking, we always discuss with the White House, OMB, during the budget process, how many personnel we need, who we need where.
Answer is yes.
For budgetary purposes and
fire.
To find out how much money they need, the people they need, and everything like that, they have to actually contact with the White House. So do you have any contact with the White House? Yeah, to tell them what we need. Okay, so you do have You see it? You fucking
I'm
see
sorry.
it?
I'm sorry. Is the White House not his boss, technically?
Right.
So he answers to the White House. He's the head of a department.
Yes.
He has to answer to the upper echelons, which is the fucking White House.
The FBI is part of the executive branch. Who runs the executive branch? The president. So do I report to the president of the United States being part of the executive? Yes. Next fucking question. Lishby faggot. See, I did it. I fucking did it. See how? Oh my God.
See the slots White House. Thank you very much.
People, agents, because they participated in investigations of the president.
I don't receive directions to do that.
Has anyone
I make the
suggested?
decisions.
Has anyone asked you to do it? The best information is yes, you've taken suggestions and direction from the White House in firing qualified agents.
Because they talk about budgetary needs. Somehow they've taken direction from the White House and firing people. I swear to fucking God, man. In what fucking delusional fucking world do these people fucking live in?
Apparently the United States. And they represent people.
Maybe there is something to like this theory that there are like different dimensions that somehow do overlap sometimes. You know, maybe there is something to this, because there ain't no fucking way in hell you're going to sit there and tell me that, okay, less than half the population now actually fucking believes this goddamn dog shit. Unless they come from a different dimension where this shit actually did fucking happen. After all this fucking time, you still want to believe it? Either A, you're mentally insane, or you do not come from this dimension. That's the only two logical outcomes. And I'm leaning towards the insanity, but in some cases, it's just like, what the fuck reality is this?
They're all just Agent Smiths. That's all they are.
They're all just trying to cover their ass for their fucking treason.
Any termination at the FBI was a decision that I made based on the evidence that I have as a director of the FBI, and it's my job, and I'm not going to shy away from it. And as you stated, those are allegations, and that is an ongoing litigation. So they'll have their day in court, so will we.
The allegations are not just in that lawsuit, Director Patel, and I think your testimony confirms that, in fact, you've taken direction from the White House.
I don't.
In those retaliatory firings.
It literally does
not. Because you've acknowledged that, in fact, they have been in contact with you about personal.
Got to show Shift, Timo Obama,
Whoa!
and Hirono, please.
Deluxe Night with the 10 donos. Thank you very much, Deluxe Night. We got Be the One was gifted, Biz was gifted, Teresa was gifted, Newbie was gifted, Manda was gifted, Adam was gifted, Sobertech's been gifted. Thank you very much. And Jennifer with the dono. Got to show Shift, Timu Obama, and Hirano, please. Hiranio, whatever.
Oh, yeah, every single one of them will be coming up, and we're going to hit it off. But that's weird, because 7 of the 10 actually populated. Usually we only get like 1 or 2 that populates in chat. I don't understand how they're just proving which one gets one. I don't understand how they give it out like that. But yeah.
The White House has been, do not put words in my mouth, we're on the record. The White House, like any administration, contacts its agencies on the budgeting process and where it needs personnel and where the mission priorities are. That always happens. If they didn't do that, they would be abdicating the responsibility to law enforcement. I will always work with my partners in the chain of command at the Department of Justice and the White House to ensure that this FBI is delivering the results we are delivering, to include the lowest murder rate in modern U.S. history, to include the most fentanyl seizures in modern U.S. history, to include the most lives saved and the most children found in modern U.S. history. That is a working FBI. That is not a failing FBI.
Let's move on to a related area.
Oh, by the way, everybody on the Rumble side here, check it out. We do members only, but Rumble doesn't allow just members only. So I leave it unlisted on the Rumble side. You need that link to go onto the unlisted part if you want to use Rumble. The Rumble, you need to be in the Discord for that. The link to the Discord is actually in the description of our videos now. So pop in there. When I see you come in here, I'll give you the roles and everything. And every Saturday, it'll be unlisted on Rumble. You need the link in the Discord in the Promote Yourself section to go ahead and see the Rumble side. Or somebody has to give you the link at least.
Deluxe Night with the dono. That's how I say hi and support the brothers and sisters out there. Thank you very much. Appreciate the fuck out of you, sir.
Hell yeah.
In White House discussions, have you been
Polly wants a
asked
cracker.
or directed by the White House or others to engage in a crackdown on political groups or organizations, nonprofits, after the murder of Charlie Kirk?
To direct at political organizations? No. I've been asked by my chain of command to properly root out criminal activity wherever it is in whatever investigation we're conducting, and that's what we're doing.
Have those distinctions about whom you're going to target been based on direction from the White House?
Nobody gives me a list on who to target. My targeting list is from the men and women at the FBI.
Have you talked about
Spuds is
investigating
right.
certain groups, nonprofits, or foundations or institutions?
Holy shit, Spuds is right. Spuds says Blumenthal looks like Prune Face from Dick Tracy with a toupee.
Oh my God, he does. I'll be right back.
All right.
Whatever those investigations are, they're ongoing, and I'm not going to get into those.
Have you used polygraphs to determine loyalty of agents?
No.
Have you committed that you will respect the First Amendment rights of agents?
I have wildly committed to respecting the First Amendment rights of agents, but at the FBI, you have to balance your First Amendment rights with your mission.
Have you imposed
I'm
any sort
itchy
of
as
loyalty
fuck
test
today.
in the course of using polygraphs or in any of the other personnel decisions?
Polygraphs have been utilized at the FBI for decades. They will continue to be utilized in the fashion by the professionals that administer them.
Have you asked under the polygraph test about individuals' loyalty or about their voting records or any kind of past statements?
Just to make it abundantly clear, I don't tell the professionals how to conduct polygraphs or what questions to ask. They make those decisions. And I, as the director of the FBI, never ask anyone who they voted for.
Have you?
So because somebody did something, somehow it's all Kash Patel's doing. It's his direction because he is the director. It's not like these fuckers could ask and go rogue themselves and do something they're not. No, they can't do that, right? They can't do that. They can't break their fucking programming. So it has to be Kash Patel giving that programming. I'm fucking done. I'm done with the stupidity of it all. I'm sorry, Kazakhstan, this bitch used to be a fucking joke.
Investigated donors to a political party simply because they are donors?
Simply based on that fact alone? No.
Have you investigated donors for another reason?
Many donors may be involved in criminal enterprises and criminal activities, and those individuals will be investigated.
Yes.
Can you commit to make public the Epstein files that so far have not been released if this committee is able to review them on a classified basis?
I think this is an important distinction. The Epstein case file is not classified, to my understanding. So we are providing what we legally can, and we are going to give Congress what we are legally permitted to do so to the maximum extent of the law.
Will you enable the chairman and the ranking member to review them on a classified basis?
That doesn't make any sense. If the material in the Epstein file is not classified, there is no basis for a
Well, it
classified
would protect
review.
the confidentiality of them if they were able to review them on a classified basis.
If anyone in this
So you want the names of the victims? Because everything else so far we have. What is this bullshit? What is this line of questioning? So you want the names of victims? You want to see child pornography? Is that what you want, Blumenthal? Is that the classified information you want to see?
room can get the multiple district court judges to
Oh, by the way, Alex Knight here with the dono. Glad you are still talking about everything. Since the 10th, I've been super silent with pain and anger, especially since I found out 2 of my children are possessed by this evil and disowned us. Damn, brother. That's kind of rough. But yeah, I've been very, very vocal since the 10th. Like I said, other than the fact that they told me that they're done talking, something inside has woken up because of this.
If the court protective orders in the ceilings, we will happily provide you with more information.
And I don't understand why.
Are you in favor of merging the DEA and the ATF?
That's not something for me to comment on.
Well, those agencies work with you, don't they?
With me, not for me.
Are you in favor of...
Spuds with the dono here. Again, Blumenthal looks like Prune Face from Dick Tracy, but with a toupee. Hell yeah, he does. That's an actually great fucking call. That's spot on with it.
Sorry, the baby was shaking, and Spencer. I saw the freak out in Spencer's face. I have the cam, so I got the camera right here to watch what's going on upstairs, and I just saw the panic in his face.
Okay.
Orienting the FBI toward a national police function as opposed to the enforcement of federal law?
The FBI does enforce federal law across the country. That's what we do.
But isn't it a fact that you have told the leadership of the FBI that you view it as moving toward a local and state police function?
No, we are prioritizing working with our local and state partners, and they will tell you that has never happened with this much engagement in the history that they have been serving as local law enforcement officers. I believe local cops are the best intelligence source and the best understanding of their communities, and I folded in my FBI agents under that direction to work with them to get the job done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For the 4th time today, I want to remind people that my oversight has made clear that Director Ray's FBI was politicized. I've released a trove of records to prove it, not only today, but in past days. I've also said some FBI personnel who have been fired retaliated against my whistleblowers. And I don't remember my Democratic colleagues defending my whistleblowers when their careers were ruined. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get into the thrust of my comments and questions, Director, I want to thank you in our meetings prior to your confirmation, during your confirmation.
You know what? That actually might be a good idea. To get the Epstein shit released. But we all just stop talking about it. Because it'll be used as a distraction later on. It'll all come out when something big happens and they want to distract everybody from it. Hey, you remember that Epstein shit? Here you go. Everything that you were screaming about. It's right here. Just stop talking about it and it won't be a thing. And then they'll just use it to distract. Reverse psychology on the shit. It actually may fucking work.
Yeah, but those 3 judges that won't let it go have already denied them. So
we do have Hirono up next. We got Katie Britt. I want to hear hers too. Booker.
And then Corey.
And then Ted Cruz.
I don't want to hear Ted Cruz.
I really don't either. Alex
I
Padilla?
think we,
Should
I was
we
going to
listen
say
to
we
the
could really
anchor,
stop. I was going to say we could stop at Booker.
No, we still got Schiff coming up. Blackburn, nah.
Padilla and then
No.
Schiff.
Yeah, Alex Schiff is right at the fucking. Who the hell is that? Oh, that's Katie Bird again. Okay. Yeah, Adam Schiff's right there at the end. So yeah, we'll hit those last few up, and then we'll have to call it. I was wanting to listen to the whole damn thing, but we talked too much.
Talked about get more agents out into the field,
Point of it, though,
Washington, and take on violent crime.
Yeah.
And you fulfilled that. St. Louis received the largest permanent per capita infusion of
I like this. Miss Britt and Mr. Schmidt.
Shithead.
Britt and Schmidt. That's way too close.
Well, get rid of this guy. I don't want to fucking hear this guy.
Isolated event, but,
Okay.
But we sort
I don't know who he is. You can go to fucking.
I don't know who Schmidt is either. Hirono.
I want to better understand the scope of the.
Before anything, before she even talks, like when you just like Senator Hirono, I'd be like, "Excuse me for 1 second," and be like, "Okay, what?" I'd be like, "Before you even ask, no, I have not raped anybody." It's a weird question that you would ask everybody that, but no, I haven't
Every
raped
single
anybody.
person.
Go ahead with your questioning.
turnover.
Oh,
the
why
changes
does she look
occurring
like
at
a
the
green
FBI.
screen?
Since January 2025, how many FBI employees
To
have
make her
retired,
disappear?
resigned, been fired, or otherwise separated from employment? I need a number.
We'll get you a number.
What is the number? You don't have it?
Not off the top of my head, and I want to get you the right number.
Would it surprise you to know that it's probably in the thousands, like 5,000?
I don't think that number's
You
accurate.
don't know. Next question. How many special agents or
Did
analysts
she just
have left or
at
been...
him? You don't know.
Yeah.
She just went, you don't know.
Yeah, would it surprise you to learn that that's not accurate? But what about this? Like this bitch is.
You don't know.
This bitch is beyond retarded. We need new words. We literally do. There's nothing that can actually reach the level of absolute stupidity from these people anymore.
It's
fired
Maisie,
from the FBI
Harlequin
since January
romance novel
2025.
Hirano.
So we'll get you the numbers, and anyone that retires is of their own volition, and anyone that is terminated at the FBI, as I've said before, is done so because they have failed to meet the standards and uphold their loyalty and oath to the
Yeah,
Constitution.
so you say. Next question. How many executive assistant directors,
so you
or
say.
special agents in charge have left or been fired from the FBI since January 20th, 2025?
Again, people leaving on their own accord or terminations were done by the standards set at the FBI that have been carried
With
out
this question, I'm
consistently.
getting to the leadership of the FBI, and you don't have that answer. Next question. Which field office, division, or
Wait. So you're clarifying, and then you say you don't have the answer to the clarification after I clarify. Immediately. You fucking hunchback turtle shell bitch. What the goddamn fuck is that? Fine, I'll clarify my statement. You don't have an answer to my clarification. I'll just move on to the next one. The fuck?
directorate has lost the most personnel since January 2025? And well, do you have the answer to that question?
Yeah, actually, every single field office in the country, including Hawaii, has received a plus-up of FBI agents because we're pushing them out to the field.
Okay, so you're telling me that no field office, division, or directorate has lost any personnel since January 20th, 2025. That's your answer?
Davey?
Yeah.
So all your mass firings and everything, that hasn't affected these agencies, has it? No, we've actually given more people to these. Okay, so nobody's been fired. Is that what you're saying? People that have been fired have been replaced by more other fucking people. That's what that means. Are you too fucking stupid to understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Because if that's true, Why the fuck are you sitting up there being a goddamn senator? And no, again, I didn't rape anybody, bitch. That's how you answer these motherfuckers.
Deluxe with the dono. If I'll see if I can get some videos of buckwheat cutting process tomorrow morning. Everyone better get the cold gear ready. Farmer's Almanac says it's going to be brutal this winter. Been 10 years.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Farmer's Almanac is calling for a horrible winter.
No, I don't want to do that in the Midwest. No, please, no. It sucks out here. They don't know what snowplows are. Those motherfuckers.
Well, I'll tell you what, here, it's going to be a good thing. Not really, because we'll only have like a month and a half and 2 months worth of decent fucking weather, probably before it becomes incredibly fucking cold. In this area, it usually gets cold around early January. Right now, we're probably looking at about mid to late November.
I don't know what fucking snowplow is here.
You think they don't know what it is there? We
Where?
don't have
Where you
them
are?
here, except in big cities. They don't know what snowplows are. They don't know what salt trucks are. They're never ready for the shit because it never happens. But yes.
In Hawaii, there's been a plus up. In every single state that I'm looking at, we have allocated a plus up for field offices across the country so that the FBI can continue the historic achievements it's done in these last 7 months. When you're talking about firings, you're looking for a media hit and a fundraising clip, and I'm not going to give it to you.
It doesn't matter. I'm under what basis they left. I just want to know how many have left. And I think your testimony is nobody has left. Next question.
Nope, that's not my testimony. You asked it one time. I answered it one time. You didn't get the answer you wanted for your clips. You keep
question.
asking it. And I told you I'd get you the numbers, but you can keep asking it.
Keep fucking them up.
Which field office, division, or directorate has gained the most personnel since January 2025? You noted that there have been plus-ups, so which offices have received these plus-ups?
The greatest allocation that I believe was given to California and then Florida.
Where were those offices?
California and Florida.
Thank you. Director Patel, you often refer to FBI agents as cops. All of us, Democrats and Republicans, support the police officers who keep our communities safe. But while our states, cities, counties, and towns all employ police officers to protect our communities, Congress has empowered and equipped the FBI to take on missions that local police cannot, especially taking on terrorists, hackers, and spies. I'd like to assess how well the FBI is able to handle its specialized missions under your leadership. The FBI is the nation's lead federal law enforcement agency for investigating and preventing acts of domestic and international terrorism. And yet the executive assistant directors in charge of the FBI's national security and intelligence branches were both forced out at the beginning of the year. Who replaced them in those positions?
Excellent qualified personnel to lead the mission of arresting 23,000 violent criminals this year alone. That's twice as many as before.
Who took the places of
I'm not going to give you any names so you can attack them.
Why not?
So you can attack them. I'm not doing that. The
You're not
people
gonna
sitting
give
in
me
those
the
seats
names
are
of-
extremely qualified to handle the job. We
You're
would
not
not have
gonna
the
give me the names
results.
of personnel who
We would
should
not
be
have the
on your-
reduction
Right,
of
fine,
violence in the
moving
state
on.
of Hawaii if we did not allocate the
Earlier
resources we
this
did.
year,
Deluxe Night with the dono. Same thing here in the off hard winters years, Rich.
It's going to get bad. It's going to get bad. Yeah. What was it? Just last year, it was kind of really cold for like a week or two here. But yeah.
Don't rub it in, ass hat.
How do I say that?
Poison pawn?
Poison. I think it's supposed to be poison pawn. Apparently, the only thing she was good at in the school was reading non-comprehension. Just reading.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I'm the same way, but I'm not representing nobody.
Well, you're flipped. Comprehension is good. Reading, not so much.
Speaking of Deluxe with the dono, if she was a male, she'd be sucker fuck cuck.
Well, I will put it this way: if I were Kash Patel at the end of her speech, I'd be like, "Hey, Mr. Chairman, can I say something?" I'd be like, "Yeah." I'd be like, "You should fire your staffers because they're making you look like an incredible fucking idiot right now." Because let's be honest, those ain't your words. They're the people behind you that wrote that shit. They're making you look dumb. You need to fire them and find better.
Special agents and investigators were reassigned to assist with immigration enforcement. Reportedly, these counterterrorism experts were returned to the jobs they trained for in late January after Iran threatened to retaliate for our strikes on their nuclear facilities. Have those experts remained in the jobs they trained for since that time? Yes or no?
FBI agents' primary responsibility is exactly what they are assigned to do. We always work with our
So since they
interagency
returned
part.
to their positions,
If you're not
are
going to
they
let
still
me
at
answer,
those
why don't you
positions?
just do your soliloquy in the 4.5 minutes you have
I am
left?
not asking for a soliloquy. It's just a yes or no. Are those people who are returned
I'm
to
not
their jobs
asking
still
for a
in those jobs? Yes or no?
soliloquy. Hold on. He told her, "Why don't you do your 4.5 minutes soliloquy?" I'm not gonna let you do a 4.5 minute soliloquy. What are you talking about? Oh, these people are
just said,
fucking
"Why are you asking
retarded."
me questions? Why don't you just ramble on?" I'm not asking for you to ramble on. See, that's perfect example of how the fuck you can tell that staffers are writing her shit.
I'm rubber, you're glue. How about that one?
Are we really just gonna play this nuh-uh you are game like we're back in the fucking sandbox again
Richard,
in kindergarten?
She made the noise. She went no.
Do we need nap time? Is this a thing, Hirono? Or are we sundowning already?
You know what? Her butt plug went off. That's why she went no.
What was that?
They never left their primary job.
She's
It is
using a butt
surge of
plug for
resources in
different
law enforcement,
reasons.
working with the
Fecal
interagency to combat
incontinence
violent
is a
crime
thing.
and reduce
They were
violent
never
crime in
they were never
historic
reassigned to do
proportions.
immigration. That's your testimony. Okay, Director Patel, the FBI
Yeah, it is
also
his
the lead federal
testimony.
agency for investigating cyber attacks and
Yes.
cyber intrusions, both by foreign nation states and by non-state hacker groups. Since President Trump's inauguration, the executive assistant director in charge of the criminal and cyber branch and the head of the FBI
I'm
cyber
Ron
division
Burgundy.
have both left the FBI. What are the names of the people who
fuck
replaced
yourself, San
them in
Diego.
those positions?
The cyber branch is one of the most impressive at the FBI. 409 arrests this year, 169 convictions. That's a 42% increase from the same time last year.
It's that
So
branch,
any
Mr.
suggestion that the FBI cyber division is not operating at full capacity and better than ever before, the leadership at the branch is implementing these changes necessary to attack the cyber and ransomware infrastructure operators
You know
for Iran,
why
China,
they're
and Russia.
important? I want to know who has those positions, since the people who originally were there
Supremely
are no
qualified.
I want to know the names of people so I can go ahead and dox them, because if my friends got fired, the people that were looking out for us got fired in those positions. So now I want these names so we can put it out there that everybody knows these people. Granted, I
got a
do
bingo.
understand. We should know the names of the people that are federally employed. But goddamn, you want to do damage with it? No, fuck you, whore.
individuals.
By the way,
have
can't
those
she
positions.
just look this up herself?
Yes. Yes.
Can't
It's
can't-
like
can't you find this information out because of her job title?
It's like screaming about how Elon Musk never came in to talk about what he was doing in the federal government, even though they could subpoena him themselves, but never did. They just want to scream about it in these hearings and make people think that he's a horrible human being because she's failing to do her fucking job.
Yeah, peace on. You're right. I guess she's too stupid to know that she could go look up the information herself. Yeah, because she's looking for sound bites.
Mm-hmm.
These are easy questions that you could just go look up and see. Who is this person? You have security clearance to know who that person is. Go to the directory on the FBI's website.
Damn, Jonah. This motherfucker went for the throat immediately. Hirono should gift her legs to Tammy Duckworth. Hirono is always stumped anyway.
Carol.
Supremely qualified individuals.
Who are they? What are the names?
You're not
We
getting
don't know. Special agents who investigate cyber.
What are the names? You're not getting them. You don't know.
Nope. I
How
have
the
no idea.
fuck does he not know the people he hired?
Who work right next to him on the 7th floor.
And this bitch is smiling, probably realizing she just said the dumbest fucking shit ever.
No, she hasn't
Cybercrime
yet.
were also reassigned
No,
for
it
immigration
hasn't hit
enforcement.
yet.
Have those expert investigators returned to their duties? Yes or no?
All agents remained on their primary duties while surging to allocate resources for interagency operations to the Homeland Security task forces across this country.
So are you?
Am I what?
See, I'm not getting the.
Are you high? She did. Go back.
Are you
Go
high?
back.
FBI are doing.
She was just about to ask him if he was high. Are you? Am I what? Go back. Are you?
Interagency operations to the Homeland Security task forces across this country.
So are you?
Am
Yeah,
I what?
she was gonna say it. She was about to say, "Are you
Are
high?
you high?
Are you high?"
Are you?
I'm not getting the yes or no answers. I get all this explanation. So there you go.
No, you get the work that
Are
the men
you
and women of the
planning-
I get
FBI
it.
are doing. You
Wait,
don't want
wait,
that.
hold on.
Person-
I don't get a yes or no answer. I get these explanations. Oh boy. Ooh. I don't get yes or no. I get explanations to the answers that I'm asking. The questions that I'm asking, I get explanations. I don't get yes or no.
Here's what I do from here on out for every fucking thing she ever says. Can you give me... Hold on. Will you tell me... what is the name? What was she doing? What is the name of the people? What are the names of the people you just hired? No. You're not going to tell me? No.
No.
What do you do at the FBI then? Yes.
No. No.
I'm supposed to give yes or no answers. I don't know how to... I can't explain this shit to you, so yes.
Happy Tuesday. She is
personnel cuts to the cyber division in the future.
The only people that will be terminated at the FBI will be those that violate their oath of office or fail to meet the high standards of the FBI.
Director Patel, the FBI is meant to be the tip of the spear in combating terrorism against the United States from both foreign and domestic sources. It's also our lead agency in fighting the hackers who target our businesses and critical infrastructure. But instead
look at how
of
fucking big
specialized role fighting,
look at how big that font is.
Oh yeah, it's massive. There's like 3 sentences per fucking page. Yes, but she's just roll this fucking back. Roll this back for a second. Listen to this stupid bitch's fucking comment here.
At the FBI.
Director Patel, the FBI is meant to be the tip of the spear in combating terrorism against the United States from both foreign and domestic sources. It's also our lead agency in fighting the hackers who target our businesses and critical infrastructure. But instead of its specialized role fighting these kinds of terrorists, hackers, and spies, you have the FBI playing the role of local police and helping with immigration enforcement.
Bitch, he's been doing a badass fucking job with that because there have been hundreds of fucking terrorists that have been apprehended and lots of cyber attacks that have been stopped. More so than the last administration, more so than the Trump first administration, more so than Obama, more so than Bush. He's been doing an excellent fucking job on both fucking fronts. Go ahead.
Deluxe with the dono. Are you Habib?
Are you Habib?
Habibi? Are you Habibi?
Are you a slave?
Jennifer says they behave in such in vile ways. Do they ever see themselves? Do they look and think, yeah, I look good there? No, well, I mean, yeah,
oh,
they
yeah,
do.
They do it all the time.
That's why they make. That's why they make clips of it because they love how they look in that.
They watch this shit back and they touch themselves to it.
Anything about that? I touched myself.
You've been asking some questions about changes to your hiring standard, including college degrees and possibly the age.
Yes, Destiny's been banned. That's in the ticker down there. Yeah, he was banned.
But one question I had is that you are now requiring applicants to be able to do a certain kind of pull-ups, which a lot of women cannot because of physiological differences. Are you requiring?
Women can't do pull-ups?
Because of what?
They're physically built different? There ain't no way.
You are now requiring applicants to be able to do a certain kind of pull-ups, which a lot of women cannot because of physiological differences. Are you requiring?
What the is?
I mean, you don't have to bleep, but yeah.
Did it for a fact, Richard. Shut the fuck up.
Maybe they might not be able to do 50,000 fucking pull-ups.
It doesn't matter. What's a woman? It doesn't matter.
She's
women,
not a biologist.
Biological women and trans women can compete in the same sport because they are just the same. They are exactly the same. Men can play in women's sports and women can play in men's sports because they are biologically the same. Except when it comes to the FBI, because then women need
pull-ups.
Yeah, women need help with pull-ups, so they can't do as many as the men. You just spent the last how many years telling us that men and women are exactly the same?
Better clip that.
And
shit.
now
blast her ass all over the place on that one. Hell yeah! Everybody take that fucking shit. What does this bitch mean? You sat there and said that there is no difference between men and women. Women can do everything men can do. Except pull-ups?
Except join the FBI? I mean, I agree with that, but still.
I can do 2 pull-ups.
I saw a video
That's
video
good
today
for your
of
age, man.
I saw a video today of a woman cop dressed in an all pink onesie, and she had the bulletproof vest and the kit and everything like that. And some guy was going at a male cop, and she tried to stop it. And the only way she stopped it, trying to stop it, was yelling at the guy who was hitting the cop to stop. She yelled, "Stop hitting him! Stop hitting him! Stop hitting him!" She had handcuffs, a gun, a taser, and she just started yelling, "Stop hitting him!" What?
This is so fucking stupid.
Requiring these kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring a physical program at BFTC at Quantico because FBI agents carrying guns in the field
Shut
have
up,
to chase
Beasley.
down bad guys and do really hard work.
The Lex Knight says she just ripped her own bonus hole open on that one.
Yeah, she did.
The physical fitness standards of those agents
So are you requiring
appropriately
these
assessed.
kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring everybody to pass the 1811 standards at BFTC. If you want to chase down a bad guy
Excuse me,
and put
the
him in
reason I
handcuffs, you
asked-
better be able to do a
Reese is
pull-up.
an Army
The reason
vet.
I ask
Thank you
is
for your
that
service.
there are concerns about whether or not being
Yeah,
able to
yeah.
do these kinds of harsh pull-ups is really required of FBI agents.
Doing one
Anyway,
pull-up
Mr.
is not
Patel,
harsh,
I
and
am
there are always
greatly
medical
concerned.
exemptions to that.
I'm greatly concerned by the state of the API under your control. And in fact, you are
Why?
willing to take
Why?
a cut
Hold on.
in your-
Pause it. Why is there medical exemptions for just doing a fucking pull-up? There should be no. If you want to be in the FBI, there should be no fucking medical exemptions. I'm sorry. I don't need Stephen Hawking's trying to fucking track down a dude.
The only time I would be okay with any kind of medical exemption is if you're just a pencil pusher. That makes sense. But if you're out there chasing motherfuckers and you got a bad heart or a bum fucking leg, why the fuck are you on a beat? How the fuck can you be on a beat?
Could you imagine Tammy Duckworth and her robot legs walking a beat? Or trying to chase somebody?
I mean, some of those motherfuckers are actually good with that shit and faster than humans with actual
Well,
legs.
that's when they have the spatula legs. It's the only way they're fucking superhuman. They need the spatula legs, and I don't think they have. I don't think they have uniforms that support that, unless she's wearing a fucking kilt dress.
Right.
Deluxe with the dono. Let him cook, Davey. His response is epic.
Oh, it's gonna be, yeah.
of almost $500 million. So the FBI is losing dedicated employees, decades of expertise and specialization, leading to loss to early retirements, firings, and reassignments to immigration enforcement or conducting local police work. Thousands have already left. For as long as you remain as the head of the FBI, I fear the number of departures and summary firings will continue to grow. Mr. Patel, before the vote on your nomination of this committee, I noted that your most significant qualification, this is not just something that I noted, but others, your most significant qualification was your 100% loyalty to President Trump. And I fear that that continues to be the motivating factor in your position.
Why do we keep sharing these things, Tony? Because these are the people that make the laws for us. If we don't listen to them, how do we know which retarded ones to get the fuck out so we can actually come back to some semblance? We have to, brother. I get it. I would rather ignore this shit too. 100%.
Listen, the best way to get to know the best way to know your enemy is just watch him.
The best way to know who the fuck retarded asshole is making these fucking laws that make no goddamn sense is to listen to shit like this and see how they vote. That's how you keep track of the ones you put in office. I'd rather not talk about this. I'd rather talk about some other shit that happened today. But this needs to be pointed out.
As FBI Director, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
May I, Mr. Chairman?
Director Patel, did
Okay. Oh, wait.
you
Yes.
anything you wanted to say now?
That is an entire falsehood. You can delete my 16 years of government service to multiple administrations all you want. The fact is that I was a public defender. I was a national security prosecutor. I was a House intelligence staffer. I was a deputy director of intelligence. I was a chief of staff to the Department of Defense and the Secretary of Defense. I led the counterterrorism missions for the White House. Those are just some of the jobs I held in my 16-year career. There was no loyalty then. There's no loyalty now to anything but the Constitution.
Senator Brett.
God damn
well,
right.
Before I begin, I want to thank Senator Hirono for what she said.
Hey, Rhoda, listen up. This is our senator.
acknowledging that there are physical differences between men and women, talking about that women wouldn't be able to do as many pull-ups, and I think that she was making a case here that there should be different standards. There's a thing called Title IX, and this is why we continue to say we should have biological men and men's sports and biological women and women's sports. And so I look forward to utilizing that to talk to all of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Maybe they will stand with us in helping us protect women's sports. I think she made a great argument there for it. Moving on to today, Director Patel, thank you for being here. Thank you for your commitment to making sure that America is safe again. Thank you for doing that coast to coast and within our cities. I certainly look forward to talking about that and talking about your historic gains in these areas. But I would be remiss if I didn't begin my questioning with you about the horrific events that we have seen over the last week. Obviously, our heart breaks. Not only for Erica and Charlie's 2 children and for parents and families, but for America and for those of us who knew him, you being chief among those. So just my sincere condolences and thank you for the steps that you and the FBI have taken to make sure that we have someone within custody and we're going to be able to move forward with that. But if you look over the last, since last summer alone, we had 2 assassination attempts on the president. We've had an arson attack on the governor Shapiro there in Pennsylvania. You have the murder of the state representatives, Melissa Hortman and her husband in Minnesota, along with the shooting of state senator John Hoffman and his wife. Several anti-Semitic attacks, several attacks on
too. If you need to bounce early, you can.
Killing of 2 Israeli embassy staffers here in D.C., the June firebombing in Colorado. We could go on, and we saw a culmination, as Senator Schmidt said, with the brutal assassination of Charlie Kirk last week. I appreciate you committing to both Senator Hawley and Senator Kennedy, talking about making sure that all that are involved are held accountable. I think that is critically important, and I think that America needs that transparency.
The likes again with the dono. Fuck yeah, Cash, blast that pull-up thing. Want to chase bad guys? You better do a pull-up. Right.
Yeah. What happens if they come up to a chain link fence and they can't get fucking over it?
All right.
I want to read you some words of Vice President J.D. Vance. He said, if we want to stop political violence like what happened to Charlie Kirk, we have to be honest about the people who are celebrating it and the people who are financing it. My question to you is, in light of Charlie's murder and all of the things that we have just referenced and have been talking about today, what steps is the FBI taking to more aggressively crack down on those who promote, encourage, finance, fund these types of engagements and this type of political violence?
Thank you, Senator, for your kind words. So in terms of how we crack down on the root cause of this violence, for now putting aside the ideological motivations and how they got there, the monetary issue is a real issue. And as I've said before, we follow the money. So we work with our partners at the Treasury Department to trace where the money came from, how these individuals paid for the training they received or the platforms they were using, and also how these individuals collectively got together in whatever groups they were on whatever social media sites they were on, to utilize clickbait to make money for their ideology. And so to trace all of those, we are using, not just in Charlie's investigation, but others, lawful process and serving 2703D orders on any entity that is related in any way financially to any of these criminal acts of violence. And we are going to hold them accountable with our partners at the Department of Justice.
Excellent. I would love to stay abreast of that, and just we must get to the bottom of it. We must follow the money. Someone is funding this discourse. Do you believe, obviously there are people here, unfortunately American citizens, that may be engaged in that, but do you also believe that some of this may be coming from overseas?
Yes.
Okay, let's get to the bottom of it and let's make it stop.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you about the Dobbs decision. So we know that it was leaked in May of 22, and then we had the Marshal Service say we found nothing in January of 23. I find that absolutely mind-boggling, that we can't figure out who leaked that opinion. We know it was done in attempts to undermine the process, and then the intimidation of the justices occurred after that. Tell me what you can do as FBI director to help us get to the bottom of what happened and actually hold someone accountable for their actions.
I can give you a good little place to start. How about you look into Ketanji Brown Jackson, who was confirmed, and then just a little later after that, the Dobbs decision was handed down. Yes, she wasn't sitting on that bench then, but she would have been when that came up. So wouldn't she have had access to look over it all and hear the arguments and talk to people? Because technically, if she was involved with the leak, it wouldn't hurt the Supreme Court because she just wasn't sitting at that point. How about you start there? Because that's the one that makes the most fucking sense.
Can't speak to what the marshals did and how they conducted their investigation. I can tell you, generally speaking, the FBI has taken over the investigation on the leak because it was such a detrimental leak.
But you commit to getting to the bottom of it.
We are utilizing the full resources of the FBI as we usually do on leak investigations, and we will make sure our results are public at the appropriate time.
We need answers. I want to talk about child sexual exploitation. Thank you for making protecting our youth your top priority. We know that that is the greatest gift that we have. That is our greatest treasure here in the United States, is the next generation. And finally, we have an FBI director that is putting that at the top of his list. Can you tell me the steps and the different initiatives? I've heard you talk about a couple of them. You've mentioned 764 amongst other things. Tell me what you're doing, and specifically, I want to know about when it comes to sextortion. So, as a parent who is raising children right now, teenagers, and you're looking at what's happening, whether people are snapping photos, and then what's happening online. I've had a number of parents sit in front of me telling me terrible, heartbreaking stories about their children ultimately taking their own life because of being blackmailed. I want to know, what steps are you taking to get to the bottom of that and to absolutely end this? If this were happening in a storefront, Mr. Director, that store would be shut down, no matter where it was, coast to coast. And yet we continue to allow these things to happen, and we've got to have a more targeted approach when we're looking at this. And so what are you doing to protect children and specifically sextortion?
So in our VCAC initiative, our Violent Crimes Against Children is our umbrella enterprise operations hub for things like Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Not Forgotten and Operation Justice. And in things like that, those are producing the results that I told you about. 1,500 child predators arrested, 300 human traffickers arrested, 4,700 children identified and saved, a 35% increase from year to date last year alone. But specifically on your sextortion question, Senator, that is a problem that we are seeing explode on generative AI in private sector and social media companies. And what we're doing is engaging with NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploiting Children, because this one stat alone should probably cause great pause. They have seen a 1,325% increase in generative AI leading to sextortion and child sexual abuse. That cannot be countermanded by the FBI alone. We have embedded people
Over
at NCMEC and have a great
1,000%.
partnership with them. But what we need to do is what we did in the month of May, and we're doing it over and over again. We arrested 400 individuals in 1 month in 1 month search.
Wow,
These
thank you.
individuals have prioritized. The agents and intel analysts have never left that mission. They're doing multiple missions at the same time. That's what the FBI is called upon to do day in and day out, and we won't stop doing two things at once. But we need help from social media companies. We need help from the private sector and the internet service providers that allow this generative AI to be hosted on their platforms. We have got to get a resolution on that with our partners in Congress and the private sector.
Well, we are definitely committed to working on that. I know the people up here. So you let us know what tools you need. And I know we've got several ideas that we look forward to pushing forward. In my remaining 2 minutes, I want to talk to you about your historic results when it comes to crime. In particular, we've seen here in DC just a total transformation. You mentioned earlier 60% down in gun crime, 70% down in carjackings. You said 50% down in homicides, to name a few. We have a success story, and we appreciate President Trump's leadership on all of this. We have a success story in Alabama, where the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency, so ALEA, they just marked their 1-year anniversary of the Metro Area Crime Suppression Unit. There in Montgomery, it is a coordinated effort with ALEA, with our Attorney General, with Montgomery PD, and our sheriff, Montgomery County Sheriffs. They've seen a 30% drop in violent crime and a 19% drop in overall crime. So it is actually producing results. It's this type of interagency connectivity that I think ultimately is going to lead us to safer cities and safer streets. I know that you are committed to that, committed to working with your partners. You said earlier you've elevated sheriffs and police officers there to the 7th floor. Thank you for doing that. I am grateful for the men and women of Alabama in uniform that have made this happen, and want to know, how is the FBI working to collaborate in these types of ways across our country to make sure that we have even greater success stories to tell?
Well, the collaboration is happening at our Redstone Arsenal in Alabama. We bring 4,000 students through our Redstone Arsenal for training every year. In terms of our future plans, in the next few years, we will.
They have a badass FBI training center on the fucking Arsenal down here, dude. I'm talking about, I wanted to fucking do it when I saw that. I was like, come on, just let me. That looks like a badass obstacle course. I'm not going to make it. I know it. I just want to try. I was
Tony Haywood the Tony Haywood the dono. Who loves you, motherfucker? You do, Tony.
It better be you. And all of you.
Bring
just fucking love us
through Alabama's Redstone Arsenal. By students, I mean FBI employees, I mean sheriffs, I mean police chiefs, I mean cops, I mean intel analysts, because that is their future gem of how we're going to train local law enforcement. And we're so thankful for the dedication of resources.
And
to
the
that
cyber
facility.
division
And
is coming
I encourage
here
everyone to go down
too.
there and take a look, because if you want to see where the FBI is going and how we're going to train the future, it's happening at Quantico and Redstone.
We're very proud of it, and thank you so much for your leadership.
Senator Booker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I want to start off where we left off last time. I asked you whether you had any knowledge or discussions about removing FBI officials and installing political personnel before you were confirmed to that position. And I wonder, did you then understand or have conversations with the White House about the intentions to do so?
Before I was confirmed?
Yes, sir.
Did I have discussions with the White House to remove FBI personnel?
Yes.
No.
So you're saying that you had no discussions with the White House before you were in the position about the removal of any personnel from the agency?
You stupid motherfucker. He clarified your question and then answered it. So you're saying, after you clarified what I wanted, that you said no. You're saying you said no. Huh?
Renegade, I have a daughter, so technically I'm a motherfucker. So, yeah.
That's true.
I had numerous discussions involving the type of people that would be employed, and that those that were failing to meet the mark at the FBI would no longer be employed if I were
I'm assuming that mark had to do with loyalty to the Trump administration.
No, you're wrong.
Okay. I'd like to revisit another subject from that hearing. Did you testify, excuse me, you did testify before the grand jury that President Trump had declassified the documents at issue in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. Is that correct?
I don't have the grand jury transcript. That's why I released it. Whatever it says is the best evidence.
You know, that's what you said to Senator Whitehouse, that your grand jury testimony was publicly released. It has not been. In fact, in July, a court denied a news outlet's bid to get that transcript. But the court said quite clearly that you are free to discuss your grand jury testimony. So I ask you again.
Then why won't they release it?
Before the grand jury that President Trump declassified the documents at issue in the Mar-a-Lago classified document case.
And that is why I took your invitation to work with the department and the court to have that transcript released. And the transcript is the best evidence of what I said then.
So you're saying right now this committee can have access to what you said before the grand jury?
To whatever was released. And it's my understanding, Senator,
So
that the Department of
hold on.
Justice
You and I both
released.
understand the law. Let me finish. I understand under Rule 6 of the Federal Rules of Procedure, a grand jury witness, in this case you, is not barred from sharing their grand jury testimony. This is an oversight hearing. This is germane to your integrity and credibility. You know right now whether or not you testified that President Trump declassified the documents at issue in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. Why are you refusing to answer that simple yes or no question right now?
Because the premise of your question is inaccurate, and that is
there is no
why.
premise to my question, but trying to get to an order of what is truth or not.
How do you
Did
know?
you, or
how,
did you,
how do you know what was asked in the grand jury if you weren't there?
Mr. Patel?
Look, he says, shit.
Is a mockery you're making of this hearing and simple question.
It's a
So let
simple
me move on.
question. If you have a
Mr. Patel,
transcript, you
during
can
your
read the question,
nomination
but you don't have
hearing, you promised that, quote, all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. When I asked you, are you aware of any plans or discussions to punish in any way, including termination, FBI agents or personnel associated with the Trump administration, you explicitly said under oath that you were not aware of any plans to punish FBI agents associated with criminal investigations of Donald Trump. I don't believe you were truthful. Firing FBI employees based solely on the cases that they are investigating, their case assignments, is illegal, and you know that. A new lawsuit that's been discussed numerous times.
I want you all to understand, he is reading every single word from this book, which means his staffers wrote this down, knowing full fucking well that he would say these things word by word on this fucking paper, which means his staffers wrote down this adversarial line of questioning.
Filed by 3 FBI officials alleges that you carried out Donald Trump's campaign of retribution, in quotes, against FBI employees for, quote, failure to demonstrate sufficient political loyalty. One of those plaintiffs has been discussed today, Brian Driscoll. Now, we know 20 years of distinguished service to the FBI before you terminated him. Special agent in charge of FBI's Newark field office, where he operated with distinction. Medal of Valor winner, Shield of Bravery awards. He's a patriot. You terminated Driscoll via a letter dated October 8th, 2025. And in that letter, you said that you were firing him.
If I go upstairs and go on from upstairs, is it going to ruin this?
I mean, I can just put it to video only and it won't ruin the camera. Well,
okay, so then I'll...
No, because the framing don't matter for this because I'm sharing my screen and not the Discord thing, but yeah.
Okay, so then I can go and then...
Yeah, we got one more after Booker. We got Shift coming up after Booker, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to have to shift upstairs, but just in case I don't get back, appreciate every single one of you. You're all the fucking best. You could choose anywhere to be. You choose to be with us, and we appreciate the fuck out of you for it. But I'm going to try to get back on. All right?
All right.
All right. Bye.
The Lex comes in with a dono broadcast. That's him off. Oh, let me turn. I'll go to video only so I don't have to fuck everything up. Jennifer says, Alex Jose Padilla is an anchor baby. Pass it on. Oh, yeah. She also says, I'm not afraid of you. LMAO.
Pursuant to Article 2 of the Constitution. Well, you're not the President of the United States. And so I'm wondering under what authority you were allowed to terminate him.
That matters under litigation, and I'm not able to discuss it.
Okay, well, discuss this. Did you have discussions with Stephen Miller about firing this particular person or about his continuance in the FBI?
Not that I recall.
How often do you speak to Stephen Miller?
Frequently on our Homeland Security Task Forces.
You frequently talk with Stephen Miller about subjects other than Homeland Security Task Force issues, correct?
I frequently talk to Mr. Miller about Homeland Security.
The Lex with the dono. Love you, Davey.
Security Task Forces.
Has Stephen Miller ever given you
opinions
on how to run your agency?
Mr. Miller's interagency operations are invaluable to the success of the FBI. That's what we talk about.
So you frequently discuss your job and your responsibilities with Stephen Miller and Pam Bondi, I imagine, as well.
Absolutely. She's the Attorney General.
Understood. Okay. Donald Trump promised to make us all safer. You have pushed out senior FBI agents with decades of knowledge and experience. In fact, this is the first time in FBI history that neither the director nor the deputy director have any experience with the FBI. You've shifted the agency's priorities primarily to pursuing Donald Trump's immigration enforcement agenda. According to ICE data, the Cato Institute, which is a conservative think tank, found that 20% of all agents have been diverted from their work to assist ICE immigration enforcement. 20%. Part of this operation is the work of mass law enforcement who jump out of cars, snatch people off streets at churches, schools, and their jobs and hospitals. Have there been any FBI agents who investigate crimes against children that have been assigned to immigration enforcement, yes or no?
I'm still here in the background. Just waiting for Davey to come back.
No.
Foreign domestic terrorism.
You don't get to say America is not safer under this
I am
leadership.
not saying
America
that.
is safer because of the work of the FBI.
You're making a presumption of premise.
4,700 children.
Yeah, see? Yeah. Cory Booker. Oh, the motherfucker's actually, he's sitting here calling you the fuck out, and you just want to yell and scream over him because nobody can call out Cory fucking Booker, right? Nobody can call his ass out. It is a threat to the United States of America, an existential threat to our fucking democracy to call out this dumb, retarded asshole. I do need the screen share.
Yeah, I know. Hold on, give me a sec. I shared the wrong screen.
All right, so cameras are back now. There we go.
Sir,
We have seized 6,000 weapons and
you are not
23,000 violent
denying
felons have
that
been
FBI
arrested.
agents who investigate human trafficking have been reassigned to immigration enforcement. You are not denying that FBI agents who are on the task force that fight against Russian oligarchs have not been reassigned. Public Corrections Squad, reassigned. People who defend us, defend children, reassigned. You're not denying that. I've seen
FBI
time and
agents
time
don't
again
get reassigned.
attack my colleagues' premises of questions as a way to not answer the question. So let me end with this. I believe you have made our country weaker and less safe. I believe that we are more vulnerable to a major event, and I pray to God it doesn't happen. You've gutted the Bureau of Institutional Knowledge and Expertise. You fired or pushed out seasoned FBI officials, many with more than 20 years of experience, and were working on cases that were critical. You've been purging thousands of serious law enforcement officials who spent their careers keeping us safe, only to lower hiring standards in order to find anyone to replace them. And shockingly, you admitted in this hearing to Senator Coons that it would take 14 years to fill the vacancies at your agency. Many are the result of your purge. 20% of FBI agents are doing low-level immigration enforcement instead of their mission-critical work. You've disbanded entire task forces to stop election interference, foreign influence, public corruption. And who benefits from this? Well, corrupt people benefit from it. Criminals benefit from it.
You mean you faggot little motherfucker? You're gonna benefit from it. If all that's actually really fucking happening, wouldn't it fucking serve you to shut the fuck up? Maybe? How about you go around for 26 hours spewing off some bullshit again? How about that? Sit there for 26 hours with your meth-addled fucking ramblings and shitting your goddamn pants like a stupid-ass son of a bitch you are. How about you go back to doing that? Because apparently that's the only thing you're ever good at.
Putin benefits from it. And it really makes me wonder who you're looking out for. It makes me think we can't trust you as a nation. You swear to release the Epstein files, but now you're withholding the Epstein files. You claim that you have a suspect in a serious assassination. Whoops, then you don't have a suspect. You know nothing about plans to remove FBI agents, yet you're directly involved in those plans. In the words of an ex-FBI official, you are overseeing, and I quote, generational destruction of the nation's premier law enforcement agency. Mr. Patel, in just 8 months, you have assaulted the institutional integrity of the FBI. But I know FBI field agents. I've worked with them in Newark. No matter how truly bad you are, you can't undermine the legacy of agents who fight every day to keep us safe, but you can tarnish the integrity of the agency and undermine the agency's capacity. I believe you're failing as a leader, and that your failure does have serious implications for the safety and security of Americans and our families. We're more vulnerable to domestic and foreign attack because of your failures of leadership. I don't think you're fit to head the Bureau, but here's the thing, Mr. Patel. I think you're not gonna be
here he
around long.
goes.
I think this might be your last oversight hearing. Because as much as you supplicate yourself to the will of Donald Trump and not the Constitution of the United States of America, Donald Trump has shown us in his first term and in this term, he is not loyal to people like you. He will cut you loose. This may be the last time I have a hearing with you because I don't think you're long for your job.
Bro, if he comes back,
I pray for you. I pray for you.
The first words out of my mouth would be like, "Hey,
I'm back.
Cory Booker, how you doing? I'm back. I didn't lose my fucking job. As a matter of fact, it's been made stronger because you're a fucking worthless sack of shit. You want to sit here and spout off and yell again? 26-hour fucking diatribe about how you're such a great fucking human being? How about licking Ketanji Brown Jackson's asshole for 20 fucking minutes just because she's a black woman? You gonna do that again? Stop playing nice with these motherfuckers. I'd have more respect for Kash Patel if he let his fucking nuts drop like he did with some of these others and go after this fucking idiotic son of a bitch.
You can step up and defend your oath, defend the Constitution, and do a much better job of defending this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you want to say anything?
Yes, sir. That rant of false information does not bring this country together. If you want to work on bringing this country, it's my time, not yours.
My God.
If you want to talk about
dividing this country,
it is
I
my
follow
time.
you on your social media posts.
Just stand the fuck up and say, "Shut your goddamn motherfucking mouth, you faggot." I'm speaking. It's my time to speak, not yours. You want to run your mouth? Go do your little diatribe again. Shut the fuck up. Because I'm not going to sit here and let you goddamn blaspheme all over the fucking place about how you're such a wonderful human being and everybody else is a horrible piece of shit. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of this goddamn hearing. I don't ever want to see you in this fucking hearing again. I am a motherfucking FBI. I'm the director of the FBI, motherfucker. How about I look into your fucking crimes? Let's go ahead and blast Senator Fuckface here all over the crimes that he's been doing. Let's go ahead and arrest Senator Fuckface here because he wants to cause division all over this fucking country and scream about how everybody else is such a horrible goddamn human being except this fucking faggot. Let's go ahead and do that. Stop your rambling. Stop saying this dumb shit. Stop sitting here trying to divide motherfuckers when Charlie Kirk just fucking died because you faggot ass sons of bitches will never shut your fucking mouth. How about that? Now I'm done speaking. This bitch made motherfucker can go to hell, and I'm definitely going to look in to see if he's done any fucking crimes because I will prosecute the fuck out of this son of a bitch.
It's my time to address your falsehoods.
Oh, you can try all you want
in this country.
to not take responsibility for what you have said. Sir, you're making a mockery of this committee. Sir, you don't tell me my time is over. The people of New Jersey tell me what my time is. You can't lecture me.
You can tell me my time's over.
You may be the target of the FBI, but I am not afraid of you.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm not afraid of you.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Senator Booker, I announce.
And I'm not afraid of you either. I just don't want to hear you run your mouth about licking Ketanji Jackson's asshole. 26 fucking hours rambling on while you shit your fucking pants in front of everybody and God in the country. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to smell you. And I damn sure don't want to hear you lie to everybody about your fucking failures, blaming everybody else. You can go straight fuck yourself, faggot.
At the beginning of this meeting that this back and forth talking over each other doesn't work. And I said, if that happened, I asked Patel not to respond, and I was going to give him some time after the senator's time was up to respond. And he has the privilege to do that uninterrupted.
Mr. Chairman, one point of order.
Go ahead, Mr.
I've
Patel.
watched him talk over us, and you've never
Eject
once
him from the
criticized
fucking
for us not
hearing
getting
right now.
questions out. He has been
Your balls drop to your fucking ankles as it is, Grassley. Eject him from the fucking hearing. And don't let him back into the next one. How about that shit? If he doesn't want to play by the fucking rules, he don't get to sit in on this shit. How about that? Grow a goddamn spine. Jesus Christ, for once in your fucking pathetic ass life, how about you goddamn do something?
rude and disrespectful to senator after senator.
And when the senators were not giving him a chance to answer, I didn't stop the senator either. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the FBI, under my 7-month leadership, were failing this administration in this country, why do we have 23,000 violent felons arrested this year alone? A double increase from that time last year. Why is it that we have seized 6,000 weapons? Why have we found 1,500 child predators and arrested them? Why have we have 300 human traffickers in jail? Why have we found...
Lex Knight with the dono. I fucking told you. I'm not afraid of you. LMAO crybaby. Yeah, he is fucking afraid. He's goddamn deathly afraid of that shit. Every time this motherfucker acts out, he's afraid of being caught in his own goddamn bullshit. Every time.
Identified 4,700 children. Why have we seen 1,600 kilograms of fentanyl enough to kill a third of the American public, a 25% increase alone from last year? 88,000 kilograms of cocaine seized, 700 kilograms of meth seized, and that's just on our criminal operations in summer heat. How is it possible that we're taking 8 kilograms off the streets of the cities in New Jersey and preventing the deaths of 607,000 people this year alone, a failure of the FBI and my leadership? How is it that we have counterintelligence arrests already this year exceeding the numbers from the entirety of last year? 33% increase in PRC, 83% in Russia, 60% in the CI space as it relates to Iran, and we haven't even talked about CT, the southern border, the northern border.
Before Senator Cruz, I kind of feel like a broken record today. All this interest in FBI termination, yet my colleagues showed no intent or interest in when my whistleblower suffered retaliation over the past years, particularly the past 4 years. Indeed, one whistleblower has alleged that Brian Driscoll's insubordination, whether an agent is on a hot button case or not, they ought to be held accountable for misconduct and weaponization. Senator Cruz.
Actions.
We're not going to Senator Cruz. We're actually going to pencil dick fucking Adam Schiff here.
Commitments. For instance, you told Senator...
Let's go back.
This information has now come to light thanks to Dr. Patel, or Director Patel. Senator Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, during your confirmation hearing, you made several important commitments. For instance, you told Senator Coons there will be no politicization at the FBI. There'll be no retributive actions taken by any FBI should I be confirmed as FBI director. So let me ask you very specifically, did you ever take any action to terminate or discipline an FBI agent or employee in whole or in part as retribution for being part of an investigation of Donald Trump or January 6th?
No.
You also committed, you assured Senator Blumenthal, all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. So you're testifying today that you played no role in the firing of even a single FBI agent for political retribution.
None for political retribution.
And if any FBI agent said you did, they would be lying. Is that your testimony?
I'm only speaking to my actions. Everybody is allowed to make their allegations.
Oh, no, these are allegations against you.
And
so, Mr. Patel, if FBI senior...
I'm speaking to my actions, not their allegations. Well, these are allegations against you. No shit. They're not allegations against you, Schiff. Why the fuck would any... What? Why does he exist?
A person that gets fired is really going to say nice things about their boss. That's what happens when you get fired. You go, "Hey, I know I got fired, but that guy was awesome. That guy was great." No, you get fired, you just start talking shit, just like everyone who wrote a fucking book after they got let out of Donald Trump's fucking sphere.
Kash Patel was a fucking monster today, just like RFK reading the sports section a week ago. Oh, are you still speaking? Yeah, that was
Deluxe
fucking
with
awesome.
the no.
That was
Where
awesome.
employees said that you were firing them for political retribution reasons because of the cases they were assigned. You're saying they would be lying. Is that your
Anyone that
testimony?
was terminated at the FBI was done so for failing to meet the standards, uphold their constitutional oath, and effectuate the mission.
Well, by meet the standards, are you talking about meet the standards of protecting the president under any circumstance?
No.
You also guaranteed Senator Blumenthal that every FBI employee will be held to the same, absolute same standard. No one will be terminated.
I'm sorry, wouldn't that be the job of the Secret Service? The FBI is to protect the American people from inside threats. Wouldn't it be the job of the Secret Service to protect the president?
Yeah.
So why the fuck are you asking if the FBI is doing everything they can to protect the president?
Well, who's in charge of Homeland Security? Because I think whoever's in charge of Homeland Security is also, I think the FBI is also in charge of
the Secret
Service also. I think they might be. Yeah, I think it's under that or Homeland Security. I don't remember. It's one of the two.
Who's in charge of the Secret Service? Sean M. Kerr is current director. Director is responsible for leading the agency's dual mission to protecting national leaders and safeguarding the nation's financial and critical infrastructure. So yes, it is the job of the Secret Service. So why the fuck are you asking the head of the FBI if he's protecting the president? That's not his fucking job. His job is to make sure that we're okay.
For case assignments. Are you testifying today that you never terminated anyone at the FBI in whole or in part because of a prior case assignment?
No one at the FBI is terminated for case assignments alone.
Homeland Security
I'm
is
asking
no.
about you, Mr. Patel. Did you, in whole or in part, terminate anyone at the FBI because they worked on the Trump investigation or because they worked on January 6th?
No one at the FBI has been terminated for case assignments alone.
Okay, you're saying alone. Does that mean they were terminated in part because they were assigned to a January 6th case or assigned to the Mar-a-Lago case? You're being very precise here, Mr. Patel. You're saying alone. That means they were fired in part because they were assigned those cases. Is that your testimony?
Absolutely not. But if you want to keep putting words
well,
in my mouth,
then
go
let me
ahead.
ask you, let's strip away the word alone. Did you terminate or participate in any discipline of any FBI employee in whole or in part because of their work on an investigation of Donald Trump or January 6th? Yes or no?
Any terminations at the FBI by employees.
No, I'm asking you a very specific
question. And I'm
question.
going to answer the question, but you don't like the answer because it's the truth and it guts
want
your
to answer my
narrative.
question. I don't want to answer someone else's question. So let me just be precise and
I want an answer to my question, not somebody else's question. So him answering your questions, saying that none of these are political in any way, trying to sit there and say that is somehow answering somebody else's fucking question? What fucking sense does this make?
Can I ask for a yes or no answer? Did you ever terminate or discipline an FBI employee in whole or in part because they had been assigned or worked on an investigation of Donald Trump or January 6th?
FBI
yes or no?
employees are only terminated
Yes
if
or
they
no,
fail to
Mr. Patel?
uphold their oaths of
Yes or
office
no?
and duty
You're not
at the
answering my
FBI
question.
I don't have to answer your question yes or no because you're setting up a trap so you can have a
No,
media
I'm not setting
narrative.
up a trap
And I'm not
unless-
giving it to you.
Unless it's true that you fired people.
People
in
have
whole
been
or in part
terminated at the
because
FBI who failed to uphold
were
the
assigned
standards
to.
that the FBI requires them to uphold.
Did you tell anyone at the FBI that?
How about I tell everybody at the FBI to go ahead and just prosecute your ass for all your goddamn treasonous acts? How about that? How about you leaking classified information to the public, cherry-picking information to make it look like Donald Trump was a bad fucking guy? How about that? How about we just send you to fucking Gitmo?
All FBI employees who they
How about you don't
identify
get
who had worked
pranked
on
again
cases
by a
against
Swedish radio station? How about that?
President Trump would be removed from their jobs? Did you tell that to someone at the FBI?
Say that I would remove people for case assignments?
That you would, that people that were identified as having worked on cases against President Trump would be removed from their jobs. Did you tell that to someone at the FBI?
People are not removed
Just
for
answer
case
my question.
assignments.
Just answer my question. Did you tell that to
People
someone?
are not removed for case
No,
assignments.
you're not answering my question.
And I would
Mr.
never
Patel,
tell anyone.
Did you tell someone at the FBI that
FBI employees identified as having worked on cases against President Trump would be removed from their jobs? Yes or no? Did you tell someone that?
I would never tell anyone at the FBI that they're being removed for basically their case assignments.
Okay, so anyone who said that would be lying. Is that your testimony?
Anyone can say whatever they want.
No, I know, but you're saying they were a liar.
I'm telling you what I said.
Because this is in the complaint against you, Mr. Patel. So you're saying Mr. Driscoll and others are liars?
Yes, you stupid faggot. They've been proven to be lying. And here you go, yet the fuck again, trying to back this shit up like you do every fucking time. Like, again, the Cory Booker shit. Everybody else is bad except for me.
I'm not going to address the complaint in the ongoing
Okay, well then let me ask you, have you ever told anyone at the FBI that the FBI tried to put the president in jail and he hasn't forgotten it, and that your job depended on the removal of agents who worked on cases against the president?
No.
Did you ever tell anyone that?
No.
Okay. Did you ever tell anyone that you knew these summary firings you were undertaking were illegal, likely illegal, and that you would be sued and later deposed? Did you ever tell anyone that?
No firings at the FBI or terminations were done for anything other than justified
Did you ever
cause.
tell anyone that, Mr.
No,
Patel? Why don't you
no
answer my question?
terminations at the FBI were ever done in my tenure for anything other than failing.
Did you ever
to
tell
uphold
anyone
the
that,
oath
Mr.
of
Patel? You willing to
office
answer the
or
question?
The FBI.
I guess
I
you're not
have
willing to answer
answered
the question. So let me move on. Let me move on to the Epstein files. You said you're the most transparent FBI director in history, so I'm going to put you to the test. In 2024, you were asked by Glenn Beck about Epstein's Black Book. And you said, he asked, who has Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book? And you said, Black Book FBI. And he said, but who? That is, I mean, and you said, oh, that's under direct control.
No, not. Oh, okay, yeah, it is the wrong one.
That's what you said. Was that true, Mr. Patel?
I'll rely on you quoting it accurately. I did that a
Was
couple
it
years
true
ago.
what you represented to Mr. Beck and the president's supporters out there, or were you lying? Was it true that the Black Book, Epstein's Black Book, was in the possession of the FBI director?
The Black Book was in the possession of the FBI.
Okay, so now that you're the FBI director, you have possession of the Black Book, right?
That index has been released.
So you have Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book?
What is known as Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book has been released by us.
And you released it. And let me follow up on Senator Kennedy's question, because he asked you, and I'll be very precise here. You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself? And you said, himself. There's no credible information, none. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And Kennedy, the information we have, again, is limited. And Senator Kennedy said, the answer is no one. And you said, for the information we have. So is it your testimony today that in all the Epstein files, that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked no one to anyone but himself? Is that your testimony, Mr.
I never said Jeffrey Epstein didn't traffic anyone else.
Did he traffic any young woman to someone other than himself? That was Mr. Kennedy's question.
I said the information that 3 administrations have had access to have made determinations that there are no investigative leads that were credible to prosecute and investigate any others. I'm specifically stating
what is
we
your
were working
testimony
on.
today?
Well, you just read it, and I said it 10 minutes ago, so let the record reflect my testimony.
I just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding, because there are victims like Virginia Guifer who have testified otherwise, who have said otherwise, and you're telling the American people today that the Epstein list is a single name and it's Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we're to believe?
That's not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying. And you can say whatever you want.
Let me ask you this. When Todd Blanche went to interview Ghislaine Maxwell, she said, but did I think these guys were coming for that? I really don't. If you met Epstein, there's no way that this cast of characters, of which it's extraordinary, and some are in your cabinet, who you value as your co-workers, and you know would be with him if he was a creep or because they wanted sexual favors. A man wants sexual favors, he will find out. They didn't have to come to Epstein for that. And the next question Todd Blanche, the president's former criminal defense lawyer, asked is not who in the cabinet. Who are you referring to? His question is, so when's the last time you think you were with Mr. Epstein when he got a massage? So let me ask you, who are those cabinet members that Ghislaine Maxwell was referring to that
didn't she name them?
That were part of this cast of characters associated with Mr. Epstein. Who are they?
The Deputy Attorney General took the aggressive step that no one else did and interviewed Ms. Maxwell for 2 days, and we released the entirety of that transcript. I do not have that transcript in front of me. You're picking it piecemeal. The American public can read the entirety of that.
One last question, because you
she named
the cabinet members associated with Mr. Epstein. Let me ask you one last question, and that is, right after she gives this testimony in front of an FBI agent, among others, she's transferred to a minimum security prison not suitable for a sex offender like herself. Who made that decision and why?
The Bureau of Prisons.
The Bureau of Decisions made it in
prisons.
The Bureau of Prisons decided on their own.
The Bureau of
without any
Decisions
conversation with Blanche or anyone else, that they were going to suddenly, after this interview, completely unrelated to this interview, completely unrelated to anything she said, move her to a prison not suitable for a sex offender. You want the American people to believe that? Do you think they're stupid?
No, I think the American people believe the truth, that I'm not in the weeds on the everyday movements of
you're not in
inmates.
the weeds.
What I am doing is protecting this country, providing historic reform, combating the weaponization of intelligence by the likes of you. And we have countlessly proven you to be a liar in Russiagate, in January 6th. You are the biggest fraud to ever sit in the United States Senate. You are a disgrace to this institution and an utter coward.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised that you continue to lie from your perch and put on a show so you can go raise money for your charade. You are a political buffoon at best.
Well, you can take an internet troll.
Take it to the bank that the FBI is protecting this country and the state and citizens of California. We are being historic reform.
Point of order.
But all you care about is a child sex predator that was prosecuted by a prior administration, and the Obama Justice Department and the Biden Justice Department did squat. And what did President Trump do?
Right.
Bring new charges courageously. And what have we done?
Chairman,
You said
take
I'm the
control
most
of the
transparent FBI director in history. 33,000 pages of information to you. I challenge you to say anything credibly to the truth. Go ahead and run to the cameras where you want to go now.
All of you be quiet.
Boom!
Before I go to Senator Tillis, without objection, I want to introduce into the record the Durham Annex. The Durham Annex is a declassified appendix to John Durham's report about Crossfire Hurricane. The Durham Annex contains information exposing a reported Clinton campaign plan to falsely tie President Trump to Russia. For years, I've fought to assemble and publicize all the facts heretofore unknown surrounding Durham's investigation, Crossfire Hurricane, and related matters. The Durham Annex was declassified large part because of Director Patel. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Director.
Okay. 100%. Kash, I am fucking impressed with Schiff. You could have gone harder on everybody else. You should have gone harder on everybody else. And look, Schiff's gone. He's running to the fucking cameras right now.
Yeah, the girl who fucked up on the posters is now cleaning up after him.
That pussy-made fucking bitch he's the
because he ran straight to the cameras.
Yeah, he's the worst fucking person in politics. And that's saying a lot because there's some horrible motherfucking people. He is the goddamn worst. How that fucking faggot is not behind bars, I'll never understand. You leaked classified fucking information out to the world. How are you not in prison? You've done it for everybody else. So why the fuck is it? Oh, because he's a sitting member of the House of Representatives? Okay, fuck. Expel his ass and then fucking bring him up on fucking charges. Why hasn't that been done? Why has nobody, not a goddamn person, even moved to expel this son of a bitch? Why? Where are your fucking balls, Republican Party?
Somebody else's
Patel,
purse.
Oh yeah, we got to wrap it up here. Can't share if I shared this post on Discord. Let's hit this one up here. Only president I've ever seen from on this form of media is obviously shows how America really feels about you. Accurate. Didn't they have some for Clinton for this too? Clinton's
yeah, I got Biden toilet paper.
All right.
Shit.
We've gone forever on this one. This has been a long one, ladies and gentlemen, but this is what these hearings are. Kash, throw some fucking nuts and go after him, dude. Go after him. Why the fuck you haven't gone after any of these people yet? I'll never understand. I wonder why they're so fucking protected. But, Davey.
Hi.
Finish this off.
I put sounds on Amanda's soundboard. They're fun. Well, it's been a long one, folks. But, we had to show you the retardation of what is the U.S. Senate. And we appreciate you for being here. Oh, Rich is replying to something.
Yep.
It's been fun, as it always is. Tomorrow, don't forget, off business party, where we come together with Business Party Podcast, the other one that I do. And we're shaking some shit up. Don't forget to follow Rhonda. Rhonda's going to be in our time slot on Thursdays.
Not Thursdays, just this Thursday. It's our first one on the new channels, so yeah.
Okay. So Thursday. Don't forget, Rhonda will be there and we'll be watching and supporting Rhonda. So don't forget that. Like I said, you could be anywhere else, but you choose to spend your time with us, and we appreciate the fuck out of you for it. Richard!
Appreciate the hell out of every single one of you listening to our fucking rambles about this. If this shit doesn't piss you off even further, you might be dead inside. Because this is your federal taxpayer dollars at work. This is where your money's going. This is how you work your ass off every fucking day, and the money that they steal from you, this is where it's allocated to. These motherfuckers are corrupt. There are very few that aren't. I don't understand why we actually put up with this shit. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the fuck out of every single one of you, and we're going to continue this. We're going to grow. We've been slowly growing on both platforms, and I appreciate the fuck out of all of you. Let's make this an actual bigger movement. Let's piss them all off. Because there ain't no reason we should shut our mouths anymore. There's no reason we need to cower in fear from these worthless, pathetic fucking people. And if they want to get uppity, then let's get uppity. Because it's time. Huh?
I said up in the titties.
But we appreciate the fuck out of every single one of you. Oh, you know what? I never got.
You forgot to put.
Yeah.
You forgot to rate.
Yeah, I got to get that lined up here. And it can only happen
I'm gonna join the Canadian and Gina in a few. I gotta get the baby a little situated.
Right. Let me bring that up real quick. Get the link going. We're gonna have to raid in Rumble here and YouTube. I'm just gonna have to give you the link there. But again, appreciate the fuck out of every single one of you. Let's throw it over to the crazy Canadian. Hey,
love y'all.
Darnell's on. Tell his ass we need to actually talk sometime. I want to finish that conversation.
I keep telling him, he's like, Davey, I know. I got to get on. I get on.
But
I got to do my Darnell impersonation for him and see if he likes it.
We will see you again tomorrow. It is the midweek thing. We're just going to sit there, bring up one story, bullshit, have fun. Then we'll play some games after the fact. Rhonda, I'm going to link this. I'm going to make a comment after the YouTube thing, put it on the Rumble side as well. Just Rhonda will be here Thursday for you guys. We're going to bow out for the day for her. We will be there to support her. If you want to meet us in chat, you got that link right there. We will promote it one more time tomorrow. But we got to go. It's been a long night. My wife's mad at me. Y'all have a good night, and we'll see you again.
Comes a president. We can't start our own little business here.
That's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I'll make mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the night inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here I'm screaming, okay, it's a dream. And I pray as a team, one day it'll be me. If I want it, then I'll get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking on me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me.